My name is Rita Joseph, and I'm the chair of the Education Committee. This morning, we will be discussing the department's $31.5 billion fiscal 2025 as presented in the preliminary financial plan. This afternoon, we will be discussing DOE's capital plan with School Construction Authority. Thank you to everyone present here and to those of you who are testifying remotely. New York City Public School has the largest budget among city agencies at $31.5 billion, or 29% of city's overall budget of $109.4 billion for fiscal 2025. It also has the largest budgeted headcount among city agencies at 138,016. In the preliminary budget 2025, and as the chair of this committee, I continue to push hard for accountability and accuracy to ensure that the budget for the largest city agency actually reflects the needs and interests of its residents. The 2025 preliminary budget is $24.5 million less than the adopted budget. This seemingly small gap fails to capture an important story that is the heart of the need for our hearing today. While the department's budget has grown over the past few years, it did so with expiring stimulus dollars that were intended to be used for short-term programs aimed at COVID recovery, reopening schools. However, New York City Public Schools use these time-limited federal dollars to fund both long-standing and underfunded programs. The short-term programs to prevent learning loss, provide mental health support services were crucial. And so, the questions now remain if we believe the need still exists for investment in these programs. The answer is a resounding yes. While the fiscal 2025 see the expiration of $1.9 billion in stimulus funds, the plight that the budget has also been cut deeply by pegs, drastically jeopardizing the department's budget to think funding education of students in New York City is not an essential service that should not be immune to pegs placed citywide is preposterous. Altogether, the department's current and out-year budget was cut by $3 billion over the last two fiscal plans this fiscal year. The impact is felt with school year where food items started disappearing from menus. Community schools were scrambling to determine what service could be sustained and what couldn't. School began restricting after-school service as per diem and per session reductions were placed. It was reported that several District 75 schools serving students with special needs were digging deep for supplies to serve their students. The fact that our school system is in the position today is absolutely unacceptable to me. In the meantime, the department's failures to provide obligated services has been inflating budget, yet New York City Public School is still struggling to provide these mandated service to students. Between the last two financial plans, funding for Carter cases has increased almost $500 million, with costs associated with lawsuits against the New York City Public Schools for expediting impartial hearing has further enlarged the expense. This is all happening while the underspending in District 75 schools even taking a peg on less anticipated spending. The District 75 in November plan, the department had also cut back on the expansion of early childhood to a total of $170 million. Over the last two financial plans, it has been the administration trend of cutting funds since last fiscal year on the plan expansion of 3K program, which doubled in enrollment when more seats became available, with investment of stimulus dollars in 2021 to 2022 school years. And although the program has been seeing increased enrollment in the past 2 years, this administration still contends that vacancies exist. But the report that the city has touted as necessary to see where the seat can be utilized is still not here, even as a cut to 3K and other early childhood programs are being made. The fiscal budget is reduced by 1.8 in stimulus dollars from adopted budget, additions to the cut the administration placed on DOE through the pegs. This set of cuts in city funds impact programs serviced by approximately $708 million. These reductions impact services such as early childhood, community schools, preschool special education, summer rising, restorative justice, mental health for all, arts instruction, public school athletic leagues, bilingual education, academic recovery supports. I cannot emphasize how pivotal these critical programs for the well-being of our students. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to all New Yorkers. It is essential that the budget we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of that process, and I expect the DOE to be responsive to questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure that the fiscal 2025 adopted budget meets the goal the council has set out. I would also like to acknowledge my colleagues that are here, that are present today. My cousins, I'll take y'all. I will take y'all. Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Dinowitz, Councilmember Shulman, Councilmember Gutierrez, Councilmember Ressler, and Councilmember Lee. I would like to, now I'd like to turn to our first witness panel. I will turn to Committee Counsel Nadia Jean-Francois to administer the oath. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We will now hear from the administration. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand. I will read the affirmation once and then call on each of you individually to respond. And all the people here for question and answering with DOE can also raise their right hand, please. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Chancellor David Banks? Yes. Dan Weisberg? Emma Vadera? Sarita Scott? Cara Ahmed? Flavia Perdomo? Carolyn Quintana? Paul Thompson? Chris Chicario? Robin Davidson? Gina Romeo? Amy Litchenfield? Tamara Mayer? Jay Finlay? Thank you so much. You may begin your testimony.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Joseph and members of the Council Committee on Education for inviting me to testify today about the fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget. I'm joined by First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg, Deputy Chancellor of Operations and Finance Emma Vadera, and Chief Financial Officer Sarita Scott. It has been a productive, transformative year. And since I last addressed you, we launched New York City's public schools for our students, NYC Reads. NYC Reads is a comprehensive approach to literacy with district-wide adoption of unified curriculum aligned to the science of reading, intensive professional development, and continuing coaching on the curriculum, academic screening, and intervention and supports for students at risk of dyslexia. This is the right approach and long overdue, reflected in the fact that we are making this transformational change in deep partnership and with the full support of our educators and their representatives, the United Federation of Teachers. We're equally grateful to have the commitment and collaboration of the Council of School Supervisors and Administrators and of our school leaders, who are essential levers in this system-wide shift. Phase 1 of NYC Reads launched this school year across over 90% of our early childhood portfolio and in grades K to 5 across nearly half of our community school districts. Phase 2 will begin in September, by which point NYC Reads will be active in all early childhood and K-5 classrooms across the entire city. When our kids read well, it sets them up for success in school, work, and life. And when NYC makes big moves on literacy, the impact reaches far beyond our 5 boroughs. We inspire cities and states across the country to follow suit. Once students have a bright start, we must put them on the path to a bold future. We do that through our college and career pathways work, which we've expanded in groundbreaking ways that reimagine the middle and high school experience. Next year, we will expand the reach of our signature Future Ready NYC program, where students prepare for high-demand jobs in healthcare, education, business, and technology, with more industry-focused areas on the way. We've also doubled the number of students in multi-year employer-paid apprenticeships in partnership with New York Jobs CEO Council. We are bringing new, accelerated high school programs to our families in historically underserved communities, including barred early college high schools in both Brooklyn and the Bronx, Motion Picture Tech High School in Long Island City, and a new healthcare high school in 2025 in deep partnership with Northwell Health and with a nearly $25 million investment from Bloomberg Philanthropies. And building these bold futures is not reserved for high school. Our Save for College program with NYC Kids Rise has expanded citywide to provide savings accounts for college and career education to over 200,000 students, starting in kindergarten. Of course, our children cannot benefit from a bright start nor prepare for a bold future if they do not feel healthy, safe, and valued. This is especially true for our most vulnerable students, including the approximately 36,000 migrant students we've enrolled through Project Open Arms. In partnership with DHS, DOH-MH, and others, we've supported students' academic transition, social and emotional well-being, language access, physical health, and much more. Our schools have done a phenomenal job welcoming these students into our classrooms and caring for all involved. As I've visited schools across the city, it's been deeply uplifting to see the ways that teachers, school leaders, parent coordinators, and all of our school-based staff have truly opened their arms, as have their peers. These individuals are the real heroes of this story, and they represent New York City public schools at our best. And these students are getting extra support thanks to our revised Fair Student Funding Formula, which has added $100 million to support students in temporary housing and schools serving high concentrations of students with needs. In 2023, the PEP voted on a new formula, the first time in 7 years that we substantially revised it. And we did so in close collaboration with parents, advocates, PEP members, and other stakeholders. We've also addressed safety and belonging in a number of other ways. In January, I announced our comprehensive plan to meet the moment and ensure every student and staff member feels safe and supported in NYC public schools, especially in light of rising anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We took a critical step in that professional learning work just last week with citywide training for principals on how to lead conversations on difficult subjects and how to apply our discipline code in fair and effective ways. We're also ensuring all of our students feel seen and heard in our school's curricula. And just recently, we launched Volume 1 of our newest Hidden Voices series, the stories of the global African diaspora. To support our students' mental health, we have added daily mindful breathing, additional school-based mental health clinics, and Teen Space, an innovative new telehealth therapy program with the city's health department. And we've also expanded Project Pivot, which has brought in trusted community-based organizations to support violence prevention and social-emotional learning at 257 schools. To continue this learning year-round, we've offered full-day summer programming 2 years in a row to an unprecedented 110,000 K-8 students in our wildly popular Summer Rising program. And we've already opened enrollment for summer 2024, more than a month earlier than last year. And importantly, all this work has been grounded in deep family and community engagement. Consider our support for students with disabilities. Last year, we formed an advisory council to reimagine special education, which recently delivered its recommendations, including more specialized programs closer to home. In parallel, we expanded our incredibly in-demand and highly effective AIMS, NEST, and Horizon programming for students with autism. Our efforts have produced results. Our 2023 test scores grew 12 percentage points in math and nearly 3 percentage points in ELA, outpacing gains in the rest of the state and reducing gaps between Black and Hispanic students and their peers. We also saw our first enrollment increase in 8 years. New York City public school students and families are feeling the positive momentum. We are absolutely headed in the right direction. Now let me speak about our finances. Our fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget totals approximately $39 billion, which includes $31.5 billion in operating resources and another $7.5 billion for education-related pension and debt service funds. We are grateful for the recent good news that there will be no further pegs this budget cycle. But I want to be very transparent. We have already faced a series of previous pegs, and we face challenges ahead. First, we are still working to implement the significant budget reductions from the November and January plans. In addition, we have our stimulus cliff. Almost $1 billion of stimulus funding currently supports an array of essential programming, including social workers, community schools, pre-K special education, 3K, arts programs, students in temporary housing coordinators, pathways programming, bilingual education programs, and much more. These are hugely popular and successful programs, and our students and families will feel the impact if they are discontinued. And lastly, as you know from our recent hearing with the Education Committee, we have the challenge of implementing the class size legislation. At full implementation, we estimate $1.4 to $1.9 billion in additional teacher costs alone, and that's on top of what we already spend in our schools. And the Independent Budget Office estimates $1.6 to $1.9 billion annually. Compliance will also incur tens of billions in additional capital costs. We recently received recommendations from our class size working group on how to best implement the law, but no matter how you slice it, there will be serious trade-offs. City tax levy money is our largest source of revenue. In FY25, projected to be at 58%. So to that end, I want to recognize the Council's critical role in our city's budget process, as well as your advocacy at the state level on behalf of our schools. We welcome your continued advocacy for additional resources from city, state, and federal sources. We will also need your engagement, along with the engagement of all of our community stakeholders, on how to allocate our finite resources. We want and we need to hear from you. What are your programmatic priorities? Just as importantly, what do you believe we should stop supporting at the current levels if we do not get the additional funding? This notion that we can maintain all of these excellent programs without any trade-offs is, in my judgment, unrealistic. It's a math that I'm really not familiar with. I believe in being very transparent with our school communities, and I'm very open to your suggestions on how we should navigate the impact of our multiple compounding budget challenges. We all must grapple with these tough choices if we're going to continue to advance our mission for students and families. So in closing, please know, my administration's open door policy is not just a slogan. We value your ongoing partnership and participation in providing the students of New York City the high-quality education they deserve. We all are champions for our children, and we must work together. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor Bank. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Shaker. So my first series of questions is going to start around early childhood, right? So first, I know, before I begin my line of questioning, I always also want to acknowledge on the early childhood budget matter, I want to acknowledge the fact that today we're not sitting here worried about payments. So thank you. That was passed over to Deputy Chancellor Ahmed, and we have not been hearing as much as we've been hearing about payments. So that's a good thing. That's a positive. Thank you. This question is for Deputy Chancellor Emma. I have a question. Do you believe in the value of impact of early childhood education, particularly for working families?
I do.
According to the reports, right, New York City Public Schools will be insinuating a $170 million cut in early education spending. Is that correct?
The impact of the January and November plan pegs was $170 million, yes.
Who decided that early childhood education needed to be cut by $170 million?
Those were pegs that came from us to us from OMB. As you know, all of the peg process is a constant back and forth across it, but that's where they came from.
Can you produce a report from my committee on evidence that your office submitted new needs requests to OMB to reverse the $170 million cut? If not, why didn't your office submit a new need request to OMB?
We are in a constant series of conversations with OMB about all of our budget needs for this year and next year throughout the process, which we've been going through and are continuing to go through. As you know, for next year, we do not have a budget yet. We look forward to getting our budget from the city and the state in terms of overall funding, and are very eager to get as many of our PEGs as well as our stimulus programs funded through that process.
Thank you.
Let me say, Chair, before, if I can, also, the cuts that are being affected in early childhood are extremely hurtful to the entire enterprise of early childhood. And I want you to know that we share the concerns of anyone around early childhood. This is a major priority for us. I have personally been in the office around early childhood. And maybe this will prevent a whole series of questions that will remain. But I am fighting like heck to make sure that those cuts are restored. And I have great confidence that in the coming weeks, we will have really good news around early childhood. The mayor's office, City Hall, feels the same way. And this notion that we are going to have these cuts remain in place to the detriment of our community and our parents who need it so desperately, this is a priority for me. And so while I cannot tell you definitively today, we're still waiting for the Accenture report, which we expect the first week of April. From there, that will provide a lot more clarity around the seats. Deputy Chancellor Ahmed can speak to that part of it if there are any questions around that. But at the end of the day, parents of New York City are waiting to see if these cuts are going to be restored. I'm fighting for that to happen, and I believe that is exactly what is going to happen in the coming weeks. So I can't say much more than that right now, but I'm very confident that we're going to resolve that issue.
But Chancellor, I have another question for you.
Sure.
If data is supposed to inform decision, you still don't have the Accenture report. How could you go ahead and make such decision to cut early childhood when you're waiting for the very report to make that decision?
No,
make that make sense for me. Right.
Yeah, no, it's been a very tough process, as you know, with the Accenture report, where we stood with the Accenture report. We had hoped to be able to have that process move along, but we were informed by OMB that we had to affect these PEGs that were sent to us, and I think, and that has been a challenge. It's been a challenge, and it's been our best ability to try to determine numbers without having all of the data. So it is what it is, but we are now waiting now to have much more clarity, which we expect to have over the next couple of weeks. So we can argue about what happened in the past. I'm telling you, I'm very focused on what's coming over the next couple of weeks. It will be much clearer where we stand, and I expect for early childhood to be able to stand strong when this process is over.
I understand that, but several times the administration testified before me, and it was always about we have too many seats, we miss allocation seats. That was usually the case, not let's cut it, I don't have data to cut it. But it was always about misallocation. So can you guys, is that correct? That's what you told me on several occasions, that it was misallocation of seats versus cutting it is two different things.
It is a complex issue in terms of that. We believe that there has in fact been a mass misallocation of seats. So we still stand very firmly by that. And when the report from Accenture comes out, we'll have a much greater degree of clarity around that. But nonetheless, we were informed by OMB that we had to place these PEGs in order, and that's where it came from.
But you have a history of shifting seats versus cutting. See, shifting seats, the seats would still exist, but just somewhere else. Cutting them is meaning that they no longer exist for the families that need the seats. That's what I'm alluding to. So there's a difference in shifting seats, and then there's a difference in cutting seats.
I understand, absolutely. And so I think, Deputy Chancellor, you want to speak to that at all in terms of what our position has been with respect to the shifting of the seats, number one, and then I'll speak to the cutting.
Absolutely, and good morning. Good morning, Chair Joseph. Yes, that has been our position, and that's what we've been doing. And so nobody's wanted data more than myself to make these decisions, and we've been looking forward to that, but we haven't waited. So our team has used any piece of data that we've had and really drawing on the voice of our program and our program leaders and our school leaders to make incredible shifts so that families have seats in the immediate. Through that work, we've been able to reduce the oversaturation, right, the misallocation of seats by over 8,000 and shift 7,000 seats within that so that families benefit, whether that be converting unused pre-K seats to toddler seats or unused toddler seats to 3K seats based on what the needs are of the community. And that work absolutely has to continue.
And that was all, you did that based on waiting for the data in order to move these seats around. Okay. First Deputy Chancellor, I have a quick question for you. Does the Office of Student Enrollment report to you?
Yes, they do.
You previously stated in a hearing before me that every child needs a 3K seat can get a seat. Is that correct?
I don't know if that was exactly my testimony. What I have said and what we continue to hold to is every child, what we are trying to do is make sure that there are seats for every child who needs one. You may, as a parent, want a particular program. That may be filled up. You may not be able to get that program, which is a half a block away, but we will always endeavor to give you a placement as close as possible. So I want to be clear. Doesn't mean that every parent who applies gets their top choice, but our goal is always to make sure that we provide a choice to every family.
So why does the enrollment office, which reports to you, caution parents during the enrollment process that they may not receive an offer-to program due to limited availability of a seat, which result in being placed on a wait list? Does being on a wait list guarantee you a placement into the program?
Being on a wait list does not guarantee you what we're trying to make sure.
But in your testimony, you've
know.
always said 3K, if you apply for a seat, you'll get a seat.
If you apply for a seat, you will get a seat. You may
just
not
said
get the seat in the program. I was a trial lawyer for a long time. I can do a lot of cross-examination, Chair. We are letting our parents know that they may not get a seat in the program that's their top choice. That's responsible to let parents. We don't want parents thinking you apply to one program, you're definitely going to get that particular placement, although many times they do, but we will get you a placement as close as possible.
So last summer, when offer letters were sent to families, there was a wait list for 3K pre-K families. If yes, what were those numbers?
I don't have in front of me, but we'll get you numbers for wait lists. To be clear, you asked about misallocation of seats. There were wait lists in some places, in some zip codes. In other zip codes, there were empty seats, unused seats. That's what Dr. Ahmed is talking about, shifting that.
But how do you know how many seats there is if they're being waitlisted? You'll get back to me.
You asked me about the number of people
how many?
on the
Yes.
wait list.
Correct.
That's different than the number of seats,
No.
right? It's not?
So I ask you how many parents, if you can tell me how many, there was a wait list for 3K and pre-K, right? So what were those numbers? How can you cut or put people on wait lists if you don't know how many seats you have?
Not only do we know how many seats we have,
Yeah.
we supplied that
You said
to
you'll get back to me on that.
No. Let me be very clear. I guess I'm not expressing myself well. You asked for the total number of people on a wait list.
Total
That
number
I
of
don't
wait
have
lists
in
and how
front of
many
me.
seats you have
The
available.
total number of seats we have supplied to you by zip code, by seat type, repeatedly.
And how many seats do we have available?
How many seats do we have available in what seat type?
3K and pre-K.
Take a look. I don't know if we have those numbers.
Roughly 23,000 seats combined.
Combined. They're available. Who's the next person? Councilmember Shulman?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this great hearing. Chancellor, good morning.
Good morning.
It's always good to see you, and I just want to say that I want to thank you and your staff for a lot of the things that you've been doing. I also want to say our kids only get one chance at a good education, so I have a couple of questions. One, I want to talk about the Carter cases. So, give me a second. So what is I understand that the budget amount for the Carter cases has gone up substantially, so it's over $1 billion now. Can you talk about the details of that?
Yep, Dan, you must pick that.
Yeah, good morning, Councilmember.
And then please just offer some clarification, because we've been hearing people have been using different numbers. So let's offer some real clarification on the distinction in those numbers.
Maybe Chancellor, we'll have Deputy Chancellor Verdera start with the numbers, and I can talk about the drivers.
So the number for what we call Carter cases, special education cases, is almost 1.2 billion for this year, and that's the number we'll be talking about. Go ahead, Dan.
And so, council members, you know, we say Carter cases, we use that as kind of shorthand.
Right.
They're really two big categories of cases, two big categories of cases that are filed, due process cases that are filed. On the one hand, you have cases where parents are saying they can't get an adequate placement in a New York City public school. They're sending their child to a private independent school and are seeking reimbursement for tuition. That number has increased, but relatively modestly. Then you have the second category of cases, which is a child who is in a parochial or independent school who is not seeking tuition, but is seeking services. For example, SETS services, special education teacher services. Those cases, council member, have exploded. So we have gone from several years ago having about 5,000 and change due process cases. This year, we received 23,000 of these cases. Again, the driver has been that second category of cases where you have parents who are seeking services for their children who are in parochial or other schools. And that is what we've been seeking to address, because that has spiked tremendously and has driven those cost increases you're talking about.
So that everybody knows, we're talking about kids with special needs. Chancellor, last year you had a Zoom call with members of the council about trying to lower the cost because we could use that money for other things, and it's very important. So for example, in my district, which is District 29 in Queens, the Mel School. I mean, there are places that have amazing classes for D75 students. So what are we doing to replicate that? What are we doing to try and drive down the cost of these cases? Because every year.
To drive down the cost, we've got to expand on the wonderful programs that you're talking about. We've begun that process. We've got a long way to go if we want to see significant reductions in that. Christina Folty, who's on our team, heads our special education work, and speak a little bit more clearly to where we are with it.
Of course, we're committed to replicating our high quality programs and are well on our way. The Chancellor in his testimony mentioned our work around reimagining special education and the Advisory Council report. One of the major findings of the report was that we needed to replicate these high quality programs, just as you're saying. We are starting with 3 pilots where we're going to be providing every kindergartner with autism, and autism being our fastest growing and largest growing education classification, with high quality specialized programs. We have not been able to do that in the past, and so this is very exciting. We have wait lists, as you know, on these programs, particularly our AIMS program, which is our demand is growing the fastest in that program. And so for every family that comes into those districts, we are going to be offering them one of these high quality programs so that they do not have to seek private school options.
So can you get us a list of where those pilots are and what the plans are moving forward? That would be great.
Of course, and I can tell you quickly it's districts 5, 12, and 14, and I'm happy to provide more detail.
And so D75 schools are not funded through fair student funding, and their school budgets are not as transparent as other school districts. D75 parents are concerned they are not able to look up their school budgets online and are not able to plan in the same way as general education parents. So can you explain why D75 school budgets are not available to the public? Chair, thank you for allowing me to, okay.
Really appreciate the question. One of the recommendations that came out of the Fair Student Funding Group last year was to figure out actually how to make all school budgets transparent, which we deeply agree with. I appreciate the D1 through D32 information is online, but it's still not really accessible to most people. So coming out of that, we're doing a lot of works to make D1 through 32 school budgets more accessible, which we'll be rolling out this spring, and then we'll be turning to D75 to do a version of the same. It's a little complicated, so we're doing it in phases, but we will be doing the same thing. And we think it's really critical information for the community, frankly.
If you could give a timeline, like a year from now, 7 months from now, 6 months from now, whatever it is, that would be helpful so that we can tell folks in our districts. Chair, can I just ask one other question? So as the health chair and Chancellor, you mentioned health is really important to our kids. Can you tell me how many full-time, does every school have a full-time nurse?
All of our schools have full-time nurses. We're meeting all our mandated nursing one-to-one needs, and that is one of the critical investments we made with stimulus dollars. Those costs are continuing to grow. We're continuing to work with OMB to meet them.
No, thank you. And we just passed legislation to codify Healthy NYC, and we're looking forward to working with the schools on expanding that too into the school system and taking care of our kids. Thank you very much, Chair, for your accommodation.
Of course. Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, New York City Public Schools. It's like half the staff right here. A lot of you.
Big
Chancellor, I appreciate your comments about meeting the moment, making sure our students are supported. I want to ask a few questions about those. The citywide PD on difficult conversations for principals, that was a mandatory PD?
Yes, it was.
And did that extend to the teachers as well?
No, we did that for the principals to start with the school.
Okay,
with
so
the principals, and then they will, in fact, turnkey to their teachers in their schools.
we hope. But
That's
did
what we
those
expect.
difficult that's a very generic thing, and we know since October 7th, there certainly has been an increase in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Did those trainings specifically talk about the Middle East? Did it specifically talk about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and how to have conversations around that?
So it's a great. So they touched on it, but these conversations, you're exactly right, Council Member. These were the front end training. We want to make sure everybody is comfortable dealing with any manner of difficult conversation. But what we absolutely expect is at the school level, we are providing additional resources, content, and we will provide additional training services as well, specifically geared to Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. We're looking at some of the providers that do a great kind of objective job of digging into those areas specifically. So the idea is this is the first thing that the Chancellor says for the principal has to be comfortable dealing with controversial issues. That's what this training was about. Next step is at the school level, providing a greater level of depth around Islamophobia.
Hope they're comfortable. It's,
What's that?
I said I hope the principal will be comfortable in their discomfort. Of course, I would think that the trainings for difficult conversations would have happened in their initial training on becoming a principal, perhaps when they were pedagogues. I would think at this point, months later, after October 7th, the need for conversations specifically dealing with the rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia we are seeing in our city and across the world would be specifically addressed.
Councilmember,
I do want to ask one question about it. You have a quality review rubric, you have a Danielson rubric, you have lots of rubrics used to measure student, teacher, principal, school performance. Do you have a rubric to assess the success of these particular trainings and programs, specifically as it relates to discrimination? Acts of bias.
I can't say we have a rubric, but certainly we are going to do an evaluation of the impact of the training at every level.
Right. So the assessment criteria would be a critical component to know if these trainings are impactful or in worst case scenario, are in fact maybe perpetuating bad stereotypes. How many reported incidents of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in schools that include student to student, staff to staff, student to staff have been reported since October 7th?
Let me get you.
Yeah, we'd have to get back to you, because, and we can get those specifics to you. We have issues of a wide range of bad behavior that goes beyond Islamophobia, beyond anti-Semitism. It includes homophobia, it includes racism. There's a wide range of issues of adults very often behaving badly, and it's not just limited to those two, but we will get you the numbers in terms of what we have.
No, and I don't mean to downplay any others, but I think a lot of us can agree that statistically, and this is why the data is important, I don't want to downplay any sort of hate at all.
Please.
But statistically, I think there's a consensus that the forms of hate that I am referencing have seen a stark increase since October 7th, and that's why the data is important. As the chair mentions, data-driven conversations, data-driven instruction is what we do in our schools. We expect it here in the council as well. These trainings that you provide to the principals, I will note that we did get a commitment, I believe last October, that these trainings would be shared with us. To date, they have not been, whether that's Respect for All trainings, DEI trainings, they've not been shared with us. But is there is there a Title VI coordinator at the Department of Education handling both the training and the reporting of these incidents?
There is absolutely a Title VI coordinator who is definitely receiving the data. That's not the same person who's organizing the trainings.
Okay.
Yeah, the trainings are essentially organized by our Deputy Chancellor for Leadership, Danica Rux. But any of the other information, we'd have to get back to them.
But we're happy to share the content. I mean, we're happy to share the content of the training with you, for sure.
Is that what you're asking for when you say sharing the trainings with you?
We got a commitment that you would share it. It's just that it hasn't been done, despite asking a number of times. And part of the purpose of this, you were on that meeting. Part of the purpose of it is to ensure that it is reflecting the reality that we are in now, to make it as robust as possible and supportive for our teachers, principals, and students as possible. Have these trainings been updated, and have the chancellor's regulations been updated since October 7th, or since the Biden-Harris administration announced their updates to Title VI protections?
The chancellor's regulations have not been updated. Our office of our chief diversity officer is reviewing all trainings. There's no mandatory implicit bias training at this point, but we are absolutely reviewing the content for the optional trainings that exist. And then, as I say, we are looking into specific training content relating to Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. But we haven't finalized yet.
All right,
and just to be clear,
please.
We also, and I believe we've shared this with council, we have updated the resources that we are providing to schools specific to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We continue to do that. We continue to want to work with you and others to find really good, high quality, objective, accurate content that we can provide to schools. Many of them are using it. I don't want to leave the impression that we don't have principals and teachers and guidance counselors who aren't doing amazing work in this area, specifically on anti-Semitism. That is happening in part because we are providing this content, but we're looking into is actual structured training around it.
I'm sure there are many schools, individual schools, that are doing a wonderful job building community. And as we've seen in the papers, as I've seen on WhatsApp, there are a lot of schools that are failing to meet this moment. And at the top is the New York City Public School, the deputy chancellors, and the chancellors. And I cannot stress enough the importance of this moment and how it feels that the urgency is not felt. The statements are wonderful. I feel that this is a value that you share, but the work is not getting down to the schools. And as a result, more and more students and more teachers are suffering.
Well, I would say this. I would probably push back a little when we say that lots of schools are not. Any school that has demonstrated any level of anti-Semitism is too much, or Islamophobia, or any other form of hate is too much. This is a very, very large system. We have 1,600 schools. And so when we see a percentage of schools that are appearing in the newspaper or we've got reports about, we are dealing with that and we are responding. But I would not somehow take that to suggest that there are a majority of our schools where there is just rampant anti-Semitism or anything along those lines. I think our school principals and our superintendents and our teachers, quite frankly, are doing a great job, during a very difficult moment where they are, in fact, affected by what is happening all across this country. So it is not an easy time. We're working. We continue to work. We've met with lots of different organizations who've offered up a wide range of supports, and we're looking at all of it, but we have to do it in a way that's reasonable and responsible, and it doesn't just happen overnight. So we're working to get it right.
To a trial lawyer, I do want to clarify, by no means said majority of schools. But it is important to clarify that it is a difficult moment, and our kids and our teachers are counting on all of you. They're counting on you to provide the support they need, the structure, the clear guidelines at this moment, and everything from chancellor's regulations to support for Title VI coordinators to support for this DEI training, and bringing in the affected communities in a more robust way and with more urgency is what is needed at this moment. And I know I have made clear for many months now that I'm here as a partner, and we cannot be partners if the information that we've requested is not shared, if the data that is public data, by the way, that should be public data, is not shared. And with that, I want to thank you, the chair, for the extra time on the clock.
Yeah, and I want to follow up with you as well, because it is unacceptable to me that information that you're requesting is not shared, and I want to make sure that we do immediate follow-up on that with my team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Brewer, Sanchez, and Rivera. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. I'm on this side, sorry, switching it up. I had questions on 3 different topics, and so I'll just ask them all at once, and you guys can answer accordingly. So I know my colleagues, some of them also will be asking about school foods and meals and everything, but I wanted to focus specifically my question on the contracting process, because I remember in previous hearings I had asked questions about how many contractors there are for school foods. I believe there was mention of 3 for all of our students. And then I remember when I asked what the timeline is for the RFPs, I believe it's 5 years or 3, I can't remember, renewals for the contractors for the school foods. And so I guess my question is around the contracting, because is there an opportunity to open it up to more different types of food contractors, especially the ones that have transitioned from Get Food NYC to be able to be competitive? And also with competitiveness comes perhaps more diversity regarding the types of food that's served, as well as different costs that perhaps other meal providers can do it at a lower cost. And just because when I look at school foods across the U.S. as well as different countries across the world, the quality in the food and nutrition that other students are getting seem to be much better than what we're offering in New York City. And I know we're following the DOH guidelines about school nutrition and all of that, but even with that, I feel like we could be doing better as New York City. So that's my first sort of topic. And the second one is mental health continuum, $5 million. We're good, right? Is that in the executive budget? That's my question, because of course I'm always thinking about mental health services in schools. And I know traditionally on the council we've put in that $5 million, and just want to see if that could be added to the executive budget. And then finally, my last question is around D75 schools. Just wondering about the budget transparency, and if there's a way to have that be more transparent. Is it, because my also thinking is that if we don't make sure that we're using the D75 schools wisely in terms of their budget, as well as putting more resources in versus cutting it. It could also potentially add to more costs with Carter cases and other things. So they're all tied together. And so my question is, wouldn't it be better to invest upfront, make sure that our D75 students are getting the help they need in order to avoid other costs later down the line? So if you could speak to that as well.
So, on D75, so answered this a bit before, we are looking at how we can increase transparency around D75 budgets. We think it's really important. We're starting with D1 through D32, but we will move on to D75. Absolutely agree that it's a critical investment. Our D75 budget has been growing generally, but agree there is which is reflected in the budget, but agree there's a lack of transparency that we can continue to work on. On food, I'm gonna toss to Chris over there. I will say, just as a point of clarification, and Chris can talk about this more because it's something he works very hard on every day. I think what you're talking about is the distribution contracts, which is different from where those distributors actually get the food from, where we've been working hard to continue to diversify those. So I think he can speak about that process and some of the checks on it, and then happy to take follow-ups.
Yeah, so if you could actually speak to both, because I'm curious to know about where the food is coming from as well as the distribution of it, if you could speak to that.
Good morning, and great question, council member. Thank you. And Emma, thank you. So we do have 3 main distributors that actually deliver our food, store our food, and buy a good portion of our food. We also have several other manufacturers that we have contract direct relationships with, that we send that food to the distributors for them to store and deliver to all of the schools that we service, not just the New York City public schools, but also the charter and non-public schools that we service.
And how many are those? Sorry.
How many?
And are they subcontractors, or you said it's contracted directly,
so
right?
those are our contractors. We have direct contracts with them. The food that the food distributors buy, we have subcontractors that work for the food distributors that we purchase the food from.
Okay, and is there a way to get a list of those?
100%.
Okay.
I can provide that list to the council.
And just roughly how many?
More than 30.
More than 30, okay.
And I would just say, and so for example, that's where we've also tried to increase MWBE spend and diversity that comes from those subcontractors of the distributors in a lot of ways, as well as some of the direct contracts. On mental health continuum, not reflected in the preliminary budget, very much hope it's reflected in the executive budget, which I believe is the same process and timeline as last year.
Or adopted budget.
Or the adopted budget.
Okay, and with my last 17 seconds, sorry, just clarification on the social workers as well in the schools. I've been hearing mixed things from my principals in different schools. Like, I know some of them have shared social workers across multiple schools, but you know, how possible is it to ensure that we're having mental health providers in each of the 1,800 schools across New York City?
So at this point, we have students in all of our schools have access to some set of mental health supports. That might mean a social worker, that might mean a guidance counselor, that might be a school-based mental health clinic, that might be a CBO partner, and students in all of our schools have access to one of those.
Basically just some form. So in other words, we have some
sorry,
access.
yes. So
Okay.
students in all our schools have access to some form of mental health supports through one of those ways. There's different ways that they're getting that access, yeah. And
But
we're
also-
continually, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
What was I saying?
but through the stimulus funding that is running out has been used to support how many of those?
440 of the social workers, not the others.
So that's a challenge there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just want to pivot off of that real quick. Preschool special education, we understand there's currently hundreds of children waiting for seats in their legally mandated preschool special education programs. With the numbers continuing to rise, provide these classes is not optional. Yet the city has not committed even to extending the $96 million average in annual investment made over the past 2 years. What is the current number of children waiting for seats in preschool special education class today?
Approximately 600 students are waiting for seats, Chair. However, we're doing everything we can to arrange for services while they await their seats, and understand that all students need their placement.
What's the timeline to get these students in school? There was an announcement that was made in 2023 along with the Chancellor and the Mayor guaranteeing every child in 2023 will have a seat.
Yeah. So we've seen some progress via the contract enhancement. The enrollment, as you know.
Sorry, I need to swear you in first.
Yes, I'm sorry. I forgot to remind you of that.
No problem. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do. And so I will defer to my colleagues on timeline specifically, but I can tell you that we are doing all that we can on a rolling basis to provide supports in the interim.
And going forward, these students will have a guaranteed seat.
She's asking if there's going forward.
For preschool with special education, that's our Carter cases that we just talked about. That's ballooned at $2.2 billion right now.
I'm sorry, Chair. So the question is, going forward, we have a guarantee that we'll have...
For our
placement
preschool
for
with special education.
I mean, I believe, Chancellor will jump in on this, but we certainly hope so. That's the goal. That's the step that the mayor took at that announcement in 2023. I think that is ultimately a budget question. But yes, that's certainly the goal we're driving towards.
And this is a year later. What was the hope? Go ahead.
Well, I think at that time that announcement was made, we had a handle on what some of those numbers were. Those numbers have gone up since the time that announcement was made, and I think that's been part of the challenge that we had. I think the mayor said that. We said it very confidently at that time. But as you remember, we've brought in thousands and thousands of new students in a very short time period, which has caused some of these numbers to go up, which has made it more challenging for us to be able to meet that number. The number that we were focused on at that time was one that we thought we were reasonably going to be able to make, but it has gone up dramatically with the influx of the migrant students, which has made it, that's part of what this challenge has been.
But that was prior to the numbers of migrant students was coming in. This was in the spring of 2023. We're going into the spring of 2024. This is 1 year later. We still have students at home. And this is the very thing we talked about. These are the cases that will turn into Carter cases because a lot of the students did not get mandated services. Where are we on mandated services? Are they getting them on a regular basis since they're not in schools?
Well, in terms of mandated services, our last report indicated that 63% of students in preschool were getting services. On our school age front, we hit a record high. We're at 90%.
The majority of the $96 million went to contract enhancement to allow CBOs to pay for their preschool special education teachers the same amount as the teachers in pre-K general education classes. Given that vacancy rate already high among these positions, how will New York City Public School ensure that it will meet its legal obligation to provide special education services if these teachers lose their enhancement and see a salary decrease? That's where we talk about our 4410. We made a big announcement around 4410.
Well, we were able to fund 500 DOE-operated special class seats, which has helped. That is outside of the contract enhancement. That is what the New York City Public Schools have added. As you know, we've also been able to add some administrators who do the preschool special education process, which has also helped Chair.
Where do we stand on the 4410? It was a one-time enhancement.
That is part of the stimulus money that is running out at the end of this year, and that will expire. And to your earlier questions that the Chancellor responded to, we absolutely met the goal of which we set out to do back in 2022, which was to ensure that we had 800 seats based on the projected need at that time. We exceeded that and helped to stabilize over 6,500 seats, support pay parity, salary increases. But absolutely, that is funding that will run out. And those supports will look very different.
Chancellor, you started talking to City Hall and OMB about the 4410 enhancements?
Absolutely. It's all part of the equation.
And you have a timeline on when you might have an answer?
No timeline on it just yet. Just know that these conversations are happening behind the scenes on a regular basis, and all of these things are very important to us. But as you know, ultimately the budget that we are dealing with here it involves City Hall as well. So it's not just the budget that I'm working with. They recognize the needs that we're talking about, and so working behind the scenes to try to get it done.
We want to make sure we maintain that work sector. Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph, and thank you, Chancellor Banks and Deputy Chancellor Weisberg and the whole DOE team. My mother told me to always start with a compliment, so I want to thank DOE leadership for partnering with me and my office on a bunch of great initiatives when the Arab when the Arabic language arts and cultural program was under attack at PS 261, the leadership at Tweed absolutely had the schools back, and I appreciate it. You found a new home for MS 915, one of the best middle schools in District 13. The DSF team has done a great job and is doing a great cafeteria upgrade at PS 34. You've partnered with my office to fund a Safe Passage program in downtown Brooklyn to keep high school students safe, and you're working with us in District 14 on a new anti-hate and anti-Semitism curriculum that we're rolling out in a few middle schools later this spring. So thank you on each of those fronts,
that.
and many other good things that you've been working with us on.
We can leave it at that right there,
Sure.
Councilman, if you want.
Done. No, I'm just kidding. Now we're going to get started.
Now we get started.
So I'm happy to hear, Chancellor, that you're on our side and advocating for a restoration in funds for early childhood education. But I'll tell you, after we've already experienced $1 billion cut to early childhood in last year's budget and another $170 million cut mid-year budget for the out years, I'm deeply concerned about the future of early childhood education in New York City. On the pre-K side, we've seen enrollment is down 20% since pre-pandemic for pre-K. There's still 70,000 first graders that are going to school every year in New York City, but we no longer have 70,000 kids in pre-K. That's down to 58,000 kids. And 3K enrollment is half as many first graders are in 3K as in first grade. About 36,000 in 3K, about 70,000 in first grade. So we have a ton of work to do to actually get kids into the seats. But when you look at the data, the problem is, despite what the administration has said, that there's going to be a seat for every kid and family who wants one, in 19 of 32 school districts in New York City, we had more applicants for 3K than kids enrolled. Is that correct, Deputy Chancellor? In 19 of 32 districts in New York City, we had more kids apply than were actually enrolled in 3K seats.
I don't have application data. I don't know, Dan, if you have.
Well, you sent it to us on Friday, so we looked through it. I can tell you that it's accurate. So,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ressler. So First Deputy Chancellor oversees the Office of Student Enrollment. That's why I deferred to him to see if
Please.
we have the application data.
I apologize. Go ahead.
I did not, but we could definitely check on that.
Deputy Chancellor, you want to confirm that one for me?
I trust that you're, I don't have it broken down by district, but that may well be.
So a healthy majority of districts in New York City, more families are applying for 3K than actually enrolling because we do not have the seats. So in those 19 districts, where in a district like District 11 or District 12 in the Bronx, where 130% as many kids are applying as actually enrolling, or 150% in District 12 are actually applying as enrolling, 3 kids applying for every 2 kids actually enrolling. What are we doing to expand seats? Isn't the mid-year cut that you all just announced going to mean that there's more districts next year that have more kids applying than enrolling, that we have less of an ability to meet demand as a result of these cuts?
You want to talk about shifting seats?
And is anything being done to address the existing gaps where we're clearly not meeting demand?
Yeah, sure. I continue to say, and I will continue to say, as I've shared with you previously and I just shared with the council this morning, our team has continued to do the work to shift unused seats. There was a misallocation of seats. That's what we inherited, and we've been shifting them for about a year and a half.
I appreciate that, Deputy Chancellor, but that wasn't my question.
Well, so to answer your question of getting it to where there's unmet need, that has absolutely been the goal. There are completely an oversaturation of seat in certain areas, and there's unmet need in other areas. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You do agree that there's a significant unmet need in many neighborhoods and communities around New York City?
In various areas there are, and of different age groups.
Well, I do really appreciate you acknowledging that, and it just makes it further... why the mayor's argument that we could afford another $170 million in cuts after already cutting $1 billion to early childhood education programs. This is literally pushing working families out of New York City, where they are paying more in childcare than rent because they cannot find 3K seats in their community. And the mayor's happy to come to Greenpoint and meet with my families who can't find seats in our community. This has to be addressed.
I agree.
So, I will give you some credit. You've improved significantly on the enrollment rates for the school-based and the center-based seats. That's a good thing. Where we are doing abysmally bad are on the extended day, extended year seats. And as every family in New York City knows, working class family in New York City knows, you cannot work if you don't have a full day seat to take your kid to. And so we're looking at 40% of seats, extended day, extended year seats, are getting filled. What are we doing? So can I just ask a couple technical questions on this? Current timeline for families to be deemed eligible, are you able to provide us with a timeline on that? Is it are all families deemed eligible within 30 days as is required?
It is required by the state for families to be deemed eligible within 30 days. Our office actually reduced a 3-month wait time when we got here down to 2 weeks on average. So that is not the barrier. We're lifting
Can you tell us
barriers.
the percent of families that are deemed eligible?
It varies. I mean, it varies by, time frames. It varies by
Okay.
peak seasons.
Can
But
you
the issue, again, with EDY seats, and I just, I've shared this before again, they need to be in the right space. And so I want to say thank you to Chair Joseph and to the council for the $15 million that was provided to extend hours before and after care of school day, school year seats.
But-
where there are not EDY seats in this moment, where there is not year-round programming, I couldn't agree more.
But
Families
Deputy
don't stop
Chancellor, with all
working
due
at...
respect, 13% of seats are getting filled in District 16, one of the poorest districts in Brooklyn and Ocean Hill-Brownsville. We're looking at, there isn't a district in New York City where you are filling 80% of the extended day, extended year seats. In most districts, it's under 50%. So we are doing a terrible job at actually reaching out to families and helping them through the eligibility process and connecting them to full day, free childcare and educational opportunity that they desperately need, right? Only 40% of the seats are getting filled, and we are under-enrolling in every single district in New York City. So to tell me that it's a question of where seats are is not the problem. The problem is we're not working with families to effectively make it through the process.
Yeah, I would disagree with that, simply because we've seen such an increase and such a change in the application process and the turnaround time and the removal of the long delays.
Well,
So we are going to continue at that work. We're going to continue to move seats where they're needed. We're seeing a difference already with the over 270 children benefiting from having the EDY, or the extension, I should say, of year-round or extended day hours from the council's money in different districts where there was not a need.
I have to tell you, with all due respect, truly, Deputy Chancellor, I can hear that there are some areas of improvement, such as the wait time. But every single district in New York City, we're looking at significant numbers. In most districts, a majority of extended day seats are not being filled. So to say that we're doing well is just not right. What I would ask is you work with us. We're putting a lot of vouchers out into the world for exactly the same population. Can we do more to enroll those kids into extended day, extended year seats? We're doing a much better job with the family child care programs for the extended day, extended year seats of filling those seats. We need to be doing it across the system. We put funding into this year's budget, but the numbers are still showing that we are doing an abysmal job. And so I'd ask that you partner with us to help work together so that we can address these, because this is a crisis situation, that we have huge unmet demand for these seats, and the seats are going unfilled. So I'd love to work with you and your team to understand where in what the eligibility data actually is and how we can do more to handhold our families to get them into these seats, because the demand is so overwhelming and the seats are going unfilled. That doesn't work.
Let's do it. We pledge to work with you, and immediately after this hearing, we'll reach out.
All right, I'm sending an email right now.
Follow with you right away.
That's fine.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Deputy Chancellor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. Councilmember Shaker.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair Joseph, and good morning to everyone here. Good morning, Chancellor. Nice to see you, too. And thank you for your testimony. I would summarize it like this. I know my colleagues have hit different points. I think, I would say, first of all, I appreciate you all, Chancellor, you at the top, and everyone on your team have been very responsive and communicative on different issues that I've reached out about, that our colleagues have reached out about, so I appreciate that very much. I think the bigger frustration I have overall, and I know, Chancellor, you mentioned you've had conversations with City Hall and the mayor, is City Hall's really lack of commitment and support for working families in this city. And one of the best ways to show that is through our education system. And the cuts that we're seeing and the different programs that are being affected are things that in a $110 billion budget, of which education is a third of that, at roughly 30 billion, 35 billion, these are programs that you could easily find the money for if the will is there. And I'm going to go through some of them, but the biggest problem and frustration I see is just we're cutting from all the different institutions and pillars that support working families. Early childhood education being the most fundamental. We know how crucial it is. It's an investment for the future. And the fact that City Hall and the mayor can't see that and they're chipping away at this is really shocking. And so I know the conversations are happening, and I appreciate that. But on that note, I'm going to go through a few different things and programs that are facing cuts that the dollar amount is not significant in the grand scheme of things, but the investment is significant. So I just want to say, that's putting aside the whole 3K piece, because I think that is the most glaring, from a value standpoint, from a financial standpoint, glaring cut in this budget, and there are many for when it comes to education. So putting that aside, because that's being addressed as the number one, the most glaring issue. First, let's start with school lunches. So I raised this, I know Chair Joseph raised it too at our OMB hearing. The cuts to school lunches, first of all, on one note, just seem completely silly. And I saw it from looking at my school's lunch menu. But not only are they silly, we're talking about how serious they are. This is a time when the New York Times reported child poverty rate is the highest it has been in a decade. 1 out of 4 children is living in poverty. And at the OMB budget hearing, the response to that my questions was, and Chair Joseph's questions was that kids are eating more. That's why they're eating more, because our child poverty rate is so high. Now, I appreciate there's been a restoration of school lunches, mostly, but there's still more to go. And so from an administration that prides itself on healthy eating, healthy living, what is the commitment, what are the conversations with City Hall to restore school lunches that should never have been cut in the first place?
Yeah, no, listen, I agree. This issue became like Foodgate, which was, it didn't need to happen as far as I'm concerned, okay? And I'm glad that it was just a temporary respite. What's interesting about it, though, Council Member, I don't think it affected the ability for kids to eat. All kids were still going to get a full meal. We were talking about some very specific menu items, which initially, when we put them on, I used to hear a lot of pushback from parents saying, my child doesn't want these bean burritos, you're gonna make my child starve by putting stuff like this on the menu. And then after a while, everybody got used to it, and as soon as it came off the menu temporarily, we started hearing like, oh my God, how could you take away the bean burritos and some of these other choices? We were able to close the gap on that. We're still working on it. But I don't want that to somehow suggest that there's a child in our school system that's going to go hungry, because I think there were about 3 menu items that were taken off for a couple of weeks. We are fine. We've restored most of them, and I think in the long haul, it'll be just fine. I think it speaks to a larger issue, though, around what you're saying. I'm interested in hearing the other things that you do, in fact, have on the list. But the good thing for me was we heard from the kids themselves across the city. And I will tell you, our process that we engage, our office really that is led by Christian Cherico, who you heard a moment ago, all the selections that we make on our menu are driven by students. So we listen to the students. This is not just a bunch of adults who determine what's going on the menu. But I don't know that we spoke to the students as we removed some options from the menu. And the kids let their voices be heard very clearly, and we responded, and we're back on track.
Well, I hope to see, and I agree, the loudest constituents you're going to be. We're getting there. We're not fully restored, but I think it's not just the availability of food. It's that they won't eat it if it's not the variety. I'm a vegetarian, my kids are vegetarian, we saw cuts there too. And so I think if we want to be teaching our children about healthy eating and healthy living, these initiatives have to continue, and I hope to see the full restoration. But let me run through, sorry Chair, if I can, just a few other cuts as well. We talked about obviously 3K, but I know Chair Joseph talked about preschool special education. So that's a $96 million cut. These are our most vulnerable. We're talking about early education, our vulnerable students, and of that, a subpopulation that is even more vulnerable. So what have your conversations been in talking with the mayor and City Hall about 3K and early childhood education, about specifically as part of that, restoring the preschool special education cuts? Is that on the table too in these conversations?
Yeah, it's on the table. It's all part of the same broad conversations that we're having, that these are our most vulnerable populations. This is where we're hearing the most from around this entire city. So not just from the council, but we're hearing it as well. And I'm making sure that City Hall is hearing it just as clearly. They're also hearing it directly. So that's why in my conversations with them, I cannot tell you definitively, but I would tell you I feel very confident that a lot of these issues are going to be solved for as they work together with the council to make sure that we solve. The issue around 3K should not continue to be a problem for this city in the wake of some of these cuts that we have had, and I expect that some of that will be solved for in the coming weeks.
Okay, to be continued. Next one is on bilingual education, $10 million cut there. You know, my district, I'm always a big vocal champion of bilingual education, but now it's even more crucial with so many asylum seekers, students, and families coming here too. And the mayor at the same time is blaming asylum seekers while cutting all these social services, including bilingual education. So what is the plan? Will that be restored in the executive budget? Why was that cut in the first place? And frankly, we need a lot more than $10 million for bilingual staff and education in our schools.
So bilingual education along with special education pre-K were both stimulus-funded programs. The $10 million you're talking about, there's other money that goes into bilingual education, but those are both stimulus-funded programs. So it's not that they were cut, it's that they're part of our ongoing conversations to try and restore funding for all of those as we move forward. I would just note, really proud actually of the work our schools have done to welcome our asylum-seeking students, and there's other pieces of that stimulus list that are also really critical to support those students, like our coordinators for students in temporary housing, which are also supporting those students and which are also on that stimulus list.
And I know there's a lot more about those issues as well, but I would just say, you know, it's not enough, and we can't be in a world where we're throwing our hands up in the air saying federal stimulus dollars are running out, and that's that, right? These are real investments that we should be making, and so bilingual is a good example of we can't say there's no federal dollars, we can't do it. This should be something we're prioritizing, even before the increase in asylum seekers coming here. Always it should prioritize in our schools, bilingual education, biliteracy, but now it's even more crucial. So I want to flag that as that's a really important one for an administration committed supposedly to these values. That's a really important one to be, especially if we're placing asylum seekers front and center, as the mayor is doing and blaming them. This is an investment to actually support asylum seekers and families among all New York City students.
You know, Councilman, the only challenge that I do have here, and I agree with you, I've got a list here, as you all have as well, around all of these programs that have been funded by stimulus dollars. And figuring out now how do you put them into a space where they're supported by sustainable dollars is not an easy deal. But it's a full list, including community schools, STH coordinators, school nurses. I mean, it's a full list. Every one of them deserves to be supported.
Right.
But you're talking about the tune of billions of dollars that I'm not sure, unless we're getting more help from the state, where it's going to come from. If we had the dollars, I'm not trying to cut any of these programs. And look, I generally know that, and I believe that, but I think that is
what we need to see, and there's a role for every level of government to play in this, no doubt, but that's the conversation with the mayor and with City Hall to have, is exactly, I do believe with the numbers we're talking about, the programs and the budget of the education department, that if the mayor has the will to invest in these programs, City Hall can do it. And I think that is the conversation what you all are having with City Hall, but need to continue. These are things where if the intention is there, they could be funded. I'm short on time, just want to go through it. Sorry, okay. It's just my last two final things is Operation Backpack is a program that provides backpack and supplies for students in temporary housing. I believe, I could be wrong on this number, I think it was like a $250,000 contribution from DOE, but that was also cut. And so what is the intention to restore that? Why was it cut? Is there a discussion to put that money back in to provide backpack and supplies to students?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. The backpack program, I'm not exactly sure where that is, but we can look into that and get back to you on that. But Flavia, are you familiar with the backpack?
Good morning, Council Member and Chair. What I can say that I believe that the specific programs that you're flagging was funded through the Department of Homeless Services. However, we have continued to work with providing school supplies, backpack. Even as of recently, through the Students in Temporary Housing team, we deployed school supplies across multiple districts. So happy to talk to you more, but know that these resources are still coming and are being provided through the DOE fund and through also stimulus funding at this point.
And thank you for that information, although I wish the program hadn't been cut. I would just say, looking at all of these, backpack school supply program, bilingual education, preschool education, school lunches, right? We're talking about all of these safety net supports for families, for immigrant families, for working families in our education system that are being cut or under attack. And so, again, it goes back to what I said at the beginning. It raises some very serious questions about this administration and this City Hall's commitment on these issues. The last thing I just mentioned is the Urban Advantage program that has not been cut, but I want to flag it as something that DOE should continue to support. It provides science training education. STEM is so important. Teacher certification and training. I add that to say it's not being cut, but these are all things that we'd like to see restored, continued, and supported, because you're fundamentally supporting working families in doing so.
I would just say, just to wrap up, and I know the chair's getting ready to shift to someone else, I would simply say this. The mayor is not Mr. Mean. He's not here just like, I want to just randomly cut programs. What he is working with the reality of the dollars that he has to work with, and so am I. And so at the end of the day, what I do welcome the most is, as I've heard Chair Joseph say many times, us working together to encourage the state and the federal government to continue to, provide additional dollars, because you can pick any program and say it's only $250,000, it's only $3 million. How big could, how effective is that when you talk about the whole budget? But at some point, that $3 million means something. When you start to put all these programs together, you're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars that effectively we do not have. And they were funded by the stimulus dollars, which were always temporary dollars. And the notion that somehow or another those billions of dollars will go away and we shouldn't have to make any adjustments, we should still just be able to make it happen because he's the mayor, it's just not realistic. We need to fight for more dollars. That's the bottom line as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. On the state funding, the governor's budget provides $250 million additional for school aid. The Senate and Assembly, one house supports providing $130 million more. What are your plans for that additional dollars?
How you doing? Once the adopted budget happens, we'll actually be able to make a set of decisions about how the funding is going to be used. But until then, until the enacted, we don't know how much is actually going to come to New York City. So we just have to wait for the enacted budget.
Have you been working with the state to help fill in the gaps that the federal dollars will be leaving behind?
We've been having conversations with the state as well in terms of the federal stimulus dollars that are leaving our budget.
I would just note, as you know, the amount of increase they're talking about is nowhere close to the amount of the stimulus cliff we actually face for next year. We're glad to see that it looks like the inflation adjustment that the governor proposed does not appear to be what the legislature is moving forward on, which would be an additional $130 million for New York City public schools kids, but it still gets nowhere close to the size of the stimulus cliff.
Keep lobbying. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Chancellor, and your dream team.
It's good to see you as well, and I appreciate your leadership on what's happening in Haiti right now. I've been seeing you out there, and those students in our schools matter deeply to us as well. Yes. And I salute you and what you've been doing to call the attention to that part of the world, which has not gotten nearly enough attention. Right. And I very much appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you for that. Look forward to your continued partnership with that. As well as me and Chair Joseph trying our best to support Haiti. All right, I'm gonna ask questions about school lunch. I'm just preparing you and your team for the questions. School lunch in Central Brooklyn, initiatives on student retention, and school psychologists and family workers. And the last one will be on restorative justice. So the first one is in regards to the admin's response to an incident in my district and in neighboring areas regarding spoiled, moldy food that was served to students. I wanted to know what steps were taken to address the negligence to protect scholars that participate in the school food program. How has the admin communicated with parents on how has the admin communicated with parents, and what will the communication and messaging be moving forward to gain back the trust of parents who have children in schools, and this particularly high schools, that participate in the school food program? And did the November PEG impact the school food budgets and the quality of food that's served to students? This next question is about school psychologists. What is the budget for school psychologists and family workers in FY24? And how does that compare to FY25? And how much stimulus funding is there remaining in FY24 for these particular positions? And this question came from a principal that is watching right now and taunting me on this. Migrant children are allowed to register in city schools, but when they leave the city, they are not leaving contact information so that we can discharge children from schools, which affects attendance rates. How can we assure that we can do right by our migrant children by making sure they are safe in new cities and discharge them appropriately so that it doesn't impact their attendance rates for the schools? So that's from a principal in the district. And can you provide an update on efforts to improve school safety and security measures across the district? That is because we don't have crossing guards at 3 schools in our district, and we have had children who were hurt or died fatally from car crashing into them. And the last one is, can the admin elaborate on recent initiatives on programs aimed at reducing dropout rates for high school students? Sorry for the barrage of questions.
No, that's okay. You know how to get them all in. Right, so the issue of the spoiled food, Chris, you want to speak about what happened there?
Thank you for the question, council member. We serve over 900,000 meals a day. If there are any incidents or situations with food, we investigate immediately and remediate immediately. The situation in Brooklyn, we were there days after we found out about the incident, but the staff on site who is trained in food safety reported back to us that there were no reported incidents at those schools, even though there were press-related incidents that came out. I visited all of the schools actually last week to inspect every single site, and every single site visited did not have any issues with DOH violations or any reports of DOH violations for the past couple of years that inspections did happen. The staff that we have, over 8,000 of them, are trained in food safety and are responsible for making sure students at every single school get nutritious and delicious meals daily. It's really important that we communicate with school communities, which we do. We do that through the principals at every single school. We make sure that every single meal is looked at, every date is checked on our products, and we're cooking at the right temperatures. I would love to say that we are trying to be perfect every day. We are, but when incidents happen, we will make sure we take care of it. But I want to just make sure the communities of those schools and all schools understand that we take food safety at the most important part of our job every single day, doing that to make sure kids are getting the right nutrition. As far as what was in the press, I cannot answer to that, but I can tell you that the staff at all of those schools made sure that kids were getting the right nutrition, the right food, and looking at the menu to make sure kids were being engaged about the food that they were being given.
So I appreciate the response. It's not a good enough response. We have pictures of moldy food that kids ate already, and no one from the DOE ever followed up with these parents. I did a walkthrough at the school last year, November. The same issue happened at that time. While we appreciate the change in menu and diversity for food options, parents were not followed up with after this incident. And we have asked for that. No one ever followed up. So we have to create some type of system that, one, where we could communicate with parents to address the issue and create trust. So we have to figure that out right away. This happened 2 weeks ago.
I would personally follow up with those parents. When we reached out to all of those schools, we did not get any information about those incidents or...
I have the pictures, so I can share.
So we'll work with council member right away to do an immediate follow-up on that for sure. On the school psychologist question?
Yes. So on school psychologists, the specific breakdown for psychologists we're going to need to come back to you about. The stimulus money, just to say it, it is supporting almost 100 psychologists. That money, you said, is that available this year? That money will be available throughout the rest of this year, but is again on the list of stimulus cliffs for next year. And we'll get the breakdown for psychologists.
The extra 100 psychologists, that is the expansion that DOE was able to implement about 1.5 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Is that what we got?
No worries.
One more time. Pre-COVID, we were able to add a cohort of additional psychologists and itinerant psychologists, which is, I think, the cohort you're thinking about.
Yes.
The stimulus-funded psychologists are our most recent addition, and that Emma was just speaking.
That 100.
Yes.
And will that be consistent for FY25?
It's on the list of stimulus-funded programs that we're continuing to advocate for funding for.
Okay, we'll support it.
The question you had about the migrants and the
Yes.
discharges, Flavia.
So I think I first will say that it will be great to exchange information of the school specifically. So for that principal who's watching, so that she knows that she has a team here and at the district level that can support. So the reality is, provided that a student remains in a school register, that is going to impact attendance and it's going to impact the rate of the school. But in addition to that, to discharge students, we have to adhere to both chancellor regulation and state regulations. So ensuring that we first and foremost have a school where that student has enrolled, if they have decided to move out of the state, is one of the provisions that we have to do to ensure that that student is accounted for. After a certain period of time, if we're able to track contact of the students, the school can certainly go back, and in some instances, you can apply the discharge retroactively so that it has less of an impact on the attendance. So I think if you are able to share the DVN, I can connect with you at the end so we can work specifically with that principal in partnership with the superintendent to ensure that we're clear. But in terms of locating those students, if they're concerned, we certainly have attendance teachers. We also have the students in temporary housing team who works with the shelter. And then one of the things that we have done fairly recently with support of the administration is we have created a new MOU. The places who are supporting the HERCs, which allow us to more easily exchange information. So we should, by all means, if a student was in a school and is no longer here, be able to work with our partners to figure out where that student is at this time.
So I'll connect with you. I think the issue, I think you just raised it, is the attendance teachers. They're having complications with that transaction. So I think that's where we need to kind of fit in and see how we could be supportive to the attendance teachers to grab that data.
Yeah, absolutely, and let us know. But the attendance teachers in-house is not always the person who's doing to talk about each of those and partner and continue to create clarity.
And Flavia, the dropout question as well.
The programs that are being implemented to address
dropout prevention
rates so that there's more retention instead of reduction?
So what I can say in terms of dropout, work that we're doing both in terms of providing virtual school, also looking at alternatives for our students, whether it is maximizing opportunities such as our transfer schools who focus on overage, undercredited. So I don't think it's a single strategy, but it's really looking at that individual student and what their needs are. But ultimately, in addition to that, there's that intersections between finding the appropriate program for students and also working with our attendance teachers to ensure that if we do have a student who ultimately decided that there's a true forward pathway for that student, so that at the end they have an alternative for their education.
And on the question around the school crossing guards, school crossing guards, a lot of people think work for us. They work for the NYPD.
Right, we're aware.
Okay.
But
so
we need support from DOE regarding.
Absolutely. So if you just let's follow up on that. You'll let us know exactly what you're talking about, and we have some influence there in terms of making sure that need gets met.
All right, thank you.
All right, but
Thank
we'll
you, Madam
certainly
Chair.
follow up. Thank you.
But every time NYPD come here, they say there's a shortage. So
yeah, it is.
There's a shortage in school crossing guards because of salary. And the majority of the workforce is women of color. So maybe we need to start talking about contract and pay raises for crossing guards in order to obtain them. Retention is very important.
That's right.
I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Stevens and Gennaro. On school nurses, how many do you have that are full-time?
Do you mean full-time or staff as opposed to contract?
Full-time. The contract question is coming.
Give me a second to find it. Hold on a second.
You want to go to the next question, or you want to wait until she finds it?
How many are contracted nurses?
I'm getting both.
It's a series of questions, Chancellor. You want me to jump around while she looks for it?
You want to?
I'll call on Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. Start with arts education. How many schools lack an arts instructor certified? And what is this as a percentage? How many students are not meeting their state mandated level of arts? Obviously, we'd like to have a report. I just remember years ago, I think the Bloomberg administration actually had reports on a regular basis about this issue. And how much stimulus funding is expiring on arts education? That's question number one. On the school food, Chris does a great job. I was at a high school yesterday for one of their wonderful musical programs, and all they did is talk about school food. The kids don't like it, no matter what we do. And so my question is, does it need more money? Does it need a variety? Does it need what Councilmember Lee suggested, different subs? What is, and how many vacancies are in the school food office? That's a question about school food. I'm also want to know about school buses. You know, the cost and percentage of on time. I know you have you're working with VIA. Hopefully that's helping, but I don't know. I also want to understand the charter schools. I'm not a big charter supporter, I'll be honest with you. Everybody knows that. And I don't understand why we have to pay them so much money. How much are we paying them? Is there anything we can do about that cost? And then just finally, groups like YAI are owed like $12 million. So just generally, how are we addressing some of the issues regarding the nonprofits that still need to be paid? I know you're working on it, but $12 million is owed to YAI. Thank you.
Paul Thompson, who has our arts office, did you get the questions up front on the arts?
Yes. Good afternoon, Speaker Joseph and council members. The answer to your question is that there are 307 schools without certified teachers.
307?
307.
Okay.
Yes. Now, that should also be understood in the context of, based on the 2022-23 Arts in the School report, that 99% of principals in elementary schools 1 through 5, 99% of principals in middle schools, that would be 6 through 8, and 100% of high school principals 9 through 12 reported that they were teaching at least one arts subject in their building. So while there is a shortage of the 307 teachers, that's not to say that there are no arts in those schools.
So that would mean they have to have an outside organization working with them. Is that what you're telling me?
That's exactly right. So we have a long-standing collaborative relationship to the cultural arts partners and organizations in New York City.
I know every last one of them.
Yeah, they're amazing, and really the experiment of arts in New York City public schools would not happen without them.
Okay, I'm just saying, I appreciate this information. I think that one group working with, I don't know, 200 to 800 students is just not enough. So all I'm saying is, what would be your cut to the feds in terms of dollars? What is that number, if there is one? And what else are you suggesting that we do for the arts? Because whatever you're saying is just not enough. I see the schools, they need more.
Well, I will go to my colleagues when it comes to budget in relationship to the arts, but what I would say is that it is our position, yes, absolutely, it would be ideal to have a certified arts teacher in every single one of our schools.
So what are we doing to do that? Is it a shortage of teachers, or is it budget, or is it both?
It's both. I mean, one of the things that we're doing within the arts office to help support our schools is really help to support principals in a way that we have not before. So principals have an incredible amount of discretion. They do the hiring. They're also responsible for the tenure process along with superintendents with principals. So our office has set out with new programs to work with specifically with principals so that we can best advise them on how they're using the arts to embed it in their school's instructional philosophy, just into the bedrock of what they do, so that they're thinking about the arts when they're hiring. We're also working with principals to make sure that they understand how to work and coach with teachers while they're going through their probationary period working toward tenure. And so for the arts office, that's where we have the most window into helping support teacher retention.
Okay, does anybody know? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, so on the food, I'm going to suggest we do a road trip with you with Chris Cherico because
We're going
we
to
have.
go eat. We're going to go eat.
Yeah, let's go eat. Yeah, let's go visit some schools. Let's
But
go
we
eat.
have to do it with students.
No, absolutely with students. There are lots of schools where I would go that I've gone, and kids absolutely love the food. So I don't know, it's just one way. They all love it, they don't love it. But where we find that kids are not satisfied and not getting what they really think they need, let's follow. But we'd love to follow, because I know you brought this up several times. I'd love to get out there. Talking about your question on the buses, Emma, real quick.
Buses.
So before we get to buses, there's about $41 million in federal stimulus funding for arts this year. We're spending about $500 million total, and about $41 million is the federal money. $25 million of that is going out to schools for schools to spend on arts, and the rest is some restorations. The previous administration replaced some previously existing programs supported by tax levy with stimulus dollars, and so there's another $16 million of that.
So that
on busing.
That could be cut, then is what you're saying. Or
But that whole, I mean, again, we are advocating for none of this to be cut, but the full amount is that $40 million, and yes, it's all federal dollars.
And
It's
that's
federal expiring dollars.
expiring dollars.
And then on busing,
Yeah.
so VIA's great. We're really proud of the work we've done to roll out VIA this year. It is now citywide. We have families downloading the app and using it every day. In the future, VIA will allow us to look at on-time arrival. Honestly, the first thing we prioritized was families knowing where their kids were. And so that's phase one, and that's what we're doing. We're going to sort of move through the next round of information for families, sort of push notification for families about their bus coming, and then it will comprehensively give us on-time information after that. So it's down the road, but it's not available now. We do get information from bus companies when buses are late, but frankly, it's self-reported and not very reliable, so we don't really rely on it.
So when do you think the on-time?
I need to double check on the latest implementation plan, and we'll get back. It's not for this fall.
So it could be 25.
Yeah. I'll double check though. And the total spend there is roughly in the $1.7 billion amount for our transportation.
The charter schools question.
Charter school, yeah.
Yes, council members, so there's about $3.2 billion.
$3.2 billion.
Where we're essentially to pass through. That's the, per pupil essentially that goes to charters. Then there's about $235 million that is the rent assistance for charters.
Yeah.
That's about $235 million.
And that number's up from past, is that correct?
That number is up. Again,
How much?
as you know,
You said how much is it up?
year over year, I don't know, Emma may have that. She'll pull it.
So what are we doing about it? We just have to do it, or is there something we could do to say to the state that this is not acceptable?
It's a mandate. It's a state mandate, and the law basically provides, we either provide.
But we don't say anything to the state like this isn't right?
I'm sorry,
Do we
Councilman.
say anything to the state like this is not appropriate? Do we fight this?
Well,
It's in the law. It's in the law, and that's been the challenge. We are basically a pass-through. The state says, these students who attend these schools are students who deserve support just like everybody else. And as part of the reason why we also try to keep the charter schools in our traditional public schools when we have space, because if we don't, we've got to spend even more money to put them in their own space.
That's a whole other topic,
That's
Tim.
a whole nother map.
That's a whole other topic.
You mentioned something about the nonprofits.
Yeah, YAI is old, and there may be others. I just didn't know how you were addressing some of the back owed dollars to some of these nonprofits. YA is 12 million owed.
I'm not familiar with that particular nonprofit. Council member. Is
Are they
this
special? That's a
yeah.
special education.
Typically are providers I talked about in response to Councilmember Schulman,
Yeah.
who are providing services to students who are in independent parochial schools. Those are driven by these due process cases. Just to say, this is not as simple as we've got an invoice from one of our contracts we pay. As we heard about in early childhood, we've smoothed out a lot of that. This is, we actually have to track it from the judge essentially ordering particular services. So we'll look at this particular one
Okay.
for sure and get back to you.
YA is a little bit different, but you can definitely look at it. And I do want to say thank you for briefing Chancellor with elected officials on a regular basis. Much appreciated. And as I say at every hearing, DOE is doing a phenomenal job with the migrant families, phenomenal. And obviously, I go to all the open arms meetings, but I want to say congratulations to the parent coordinators, teachers. Those students, we want to keep them in the schools.
Yes.
They are making a huge difference. There was one yesterday I saw that had written a composition for an amazing musical right there on stage, just done recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you want to give the chair?
Thank you, council member. You have my answers on the nurses.
So the number of DOE staff nurses is 684, DOHMH is 1,071, and contract nurses is 1,523. And the spends behind that in New York City Public Schools, we're spending about $225 million, DOHMH 42. And obviously those bounce around.
Thank you. Let's go back to transportation a little bit. How much of the students impacted by the 60-day shelter had to move to different parts of the city, opted to stay in schools they were originally enrolled in? How many have chosen to enroll in schools closer to the shelter? How is DOE helping students transport from shelter to school? Is rideshare still in use?
So in terms of the number of students directly impacted by the 60-day rule, we'll have the best data on that once we fully operationalize the MOU that was previously mentioned, because then we can ensure we can share data about individual students between New York City Public Schools, the HERCs, NYSEM, et cetera. What we are seeing so far based on our estimates is that it's a fairly low number of students who are moving shelters and schools. There's students moving schools, and there's students leaving the system, but the actual percentage of students moving shelters and schools is fairly low so far. From our estimates, we don't have the actual data yet.
You'll be able to get me some concrete data, right?
Once we've fully operationalized the data sharing is when we'll really know who's received the 60-day notice and ensure we can tell where they're going, yes.
It's reported that Head Start staff who work at CBOs and are part of DC 37, DC 1707, Local 95 had lost their health insurance. The city is part of that collective bargaining agreement.
Who's that? I'm not sure.
I guess you'll get back to me on that.
Yeah, give us that one more time. Just want to make sure we got that real clear.
The question is, it's been reported that Head Start staff who work at CBOs and are part of DC 37, DC 1707, Local 95 have lost their health insurance. The city is part of that collective bargaining agreement.
Do we know that? Do we have that?
While we're not the employer of those staff members, we certainly can look into that.
So what is the city going to do to reinstate the health insurance of these staffs immediately?
That way, again, those would be questions, I think, outside of New York City Public Schools, but we can certainly look into what information the Office of Labor Relations and others have regarding the collective bargaining agreement.
You'll make sure you keep the council in the loop as this happens. We understand that negotiations between the city, DC 37, DC 1707, Local 205, and the Daycare Council for CBO teachers and staff working in early childhood education programs are ongoing. Does New York City schools support pay salary parity for this workforce to match the deal that the city and UFT struck in June of 2023?
Yeah, it's right. Right. Yes, we are supportive of that. So we will keep the council abreast of how this plays out, this process. But we absolutely want to see the pay parity. But we're working together with the city around that issue. It's all connected to this whole early childhood paradigm.
Absolutely, that workforce will be gone.
No, we get it.
We'll be right back at square one. Council Member Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon, Chancellor and the Chancellors. First, I wanted to just take a moment to echo each and every one of my colleagues who has talked about their concerns with cuts to 3K and pre-K. It's really nerve-wracking as the mom of an 18-year-old, hearing parents and 18-year-old, yeah, minus a lot of years because he's 18 months. Me and you, girl, the three of us. It's just very concerning to hear the parents in my district with their concerns. So the first question that I wanted to ask is a clarifying question. You mentioned earlier in response to one of Councilmember Rita Joseph's questions that there were 23,000 seats combined. Are those waitlisted? Are those 3K, pre-K waitlist numbers?
No, that was in response to how many seats are currently available for families. There's 23,000.
Okay, thank you. And could you provide the council a breakdown of the location of those seats?
Absolutely, yes, we have, and we will continue to do so.
Great. Thank you so much. And I also want to follow up on Councilmember Ressler's line of questioning regarding districts where demand outstrips capacity, and on the flip side, districts that have excess capacity. And I just, you know, I don't know this stuff as well as some of my colleagues, and I'm having a lot of trouble understanding that discrepancy between 3K pre-K enrollment numbers in the school year category versus extended day, just because it would seem that most people, like, you know, most working parents would need the extended day. So can you re-explain why that is? What is the discrepancy from DOE's understanding?
Sure. So with the extended day, extended year seats, we also have to understand that they come with a large application process and federal regulations, which also includes citizenship status, to be clear. So not every family is eligible for those seats. And so when we look at our Head Start seats, those are year-round programming, and those are extended day, and those do not have a citizenship status. So a lot of the work that we've continued to do is to make sure that we can get the seats in the right place. So it's not to say, I would never disagree, and I've said here publicly a number of times, that families are in need of extended days and extended year programming for their children, especially working families. But not everyone will be eligible for the existing EDY seats. There are other types of programming, there are other types of options that we're looking to put into place, and also to shift those seats to spaces where they're actually needed and where they can be used. So there are nuances there, but that is the work.
Thank you. And with respect to just the hours, what exactly is the difference between the hours in a school day, school year, and an extended day, extended year?
Sure. So many of our extended day, extended year sites may open at 7 and close at 5:30 or 6 o'clock, right? Compared to a very traditional school day, school year seat that may be somewhere between 8:50 to 2:50, 3:30.
Got it. Thank you.
Would be 12-month programming because families don't stop working on June 30th.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, and is there, in the conversations and considering eligibility with federal funding sources, I imagine, is part of right-sizing the DOE rededicating funds to extended day, extended year, funds that don't have the same kind of restrictions?
So adding funds to increase that is something that actually the council has done through the $15 million that they've provided. Taking school day, school year seats and adding on hours and putting these seats in places where there are no extended day, extended year seats and or limited ones or limited year-round programming through Head Start. And as I said, we've already seen the difference there where there is no application or eligibility status, but it already is supporting the families that are living in those districts.
Thank you so much. And my next question is a follow-up to Councilmember Krishnan, who was asking about bilingual education, and we talked about the $10 million that we're losing due to federal stimulus funds, or that we're not, the administration, the mayor has not proposed replacing. I want to highlight that only 46% of these English language learner students graduate from high school in 4 years, even before the pandemic. So just for the record, can you share how this funding, the $10 million that we're slated to lose in the mayor's preliminary budget, how has that funding been used and what impact has it had?
No, miss.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I need to be sworn in.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do. Thank you. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sorry, can you just state your name for the record?
Mirisa Sanchez Medina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, with respect to $10 million that are being cut to bilingual education programs due to expiring stimulus funds, how had that funding been used and what impact did it have?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So during the pandemic, we know that there were a lot of needs and challenges. We used funding to ensure that we provided resources for families and units for students in the classroom. But in addition to that, because social emotional learning is so important when supporting multilingual learners, we worked on developing programs like Dream Squad, where schools learn how to work with multilingual learners and build teams and build programs. And the chair has been in I've visited some of our programs. We also build programs like the Immigrant Ambassador Program to support with the increased number of migrants, especially to schools that did not have that experience. And we've also provided professional learning through the districts directly to schools. We were able to, in addition to that, open 66 new bilingual programs. So we're working on what we call the bilingual revitalization, which means that we are working to strengthen those existing programs, but in addition to that, work with schools that never had bilingual programs on a 3-year continuum. First year, we're learning together. Second year, you open your program, we build that continuity, because we want to ensure that these schools continue the programs after we have the funding. And in addition to that, we provided funding to schools to have culturally and linguistically responsive libraries. Earlier, there was a question about older multilingual learners. We worked with the Superintendent Sullivan of the transfer schools, and we opened 6 new programs within those existing transfer schools to ensure that staff knew how to work with multilingual learners, that we brought in professional learning to ensure that they continue. We have other partners that work with them. The international networks continues to work with them when we couldn't continue the funding. But part of the work that we're doing is to how to ensure it's not just to build a program, but also build the foundation for the program to continue in the absence of funding.
Thank you. And just to clarify, everything that you've just described, all of these supports, that is slated to be cut in the mayor's preliminary proposed budget.
So what is slated to be cut is the additional funding that we sent to schools to support, but the Division of Multilingual Learners is set to continue the work moving forward.
Very, very problematic. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gutierrez? No, Rivera. Councilmember Rivera.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm Councilmember Rivera. How you doing? So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you especially. I want to echo a lot of my colleagues who mentioned your work also with families seeking asylum and their presence in our school system. I especially see that in districts 1 and 2 in Manhattan. I know we're all experiencing this. A couple of follow-up questions to what my colleagues asked. Let me start with my brilliant colleague to my right. You mentioned the $10 million in expiring stimulus funding for dual language. Are you all talking to OMB and
All of these things are on the list of programs we're talking to OMB and City Hall about in terms of the expiring stimulus dollars and our desire to continue these programs.
Yeah, so it's not just that. It's a wide range. You've got people here who are going to be testifying today, whose work is on this same list, and they all do critical work, every single one of them. So we're not just talking about one specific thing. It's a wide range. And City Hall and OMB would love to do all of them.
All right,
but the reality is just where the funding is going to come from to do them all.
Well, Spanish-English dual language programs are really important for ensuring that students can learn in their own language while gaining fluency in English. School District 1 has a few elementary school dual language programs, but no middle school programs. And given the influx of immigrants of every age who could benefit from dual language programs, have you considered opening a citywide middle school for English language learning?
That's a great idea.
I have a great location for you too.
Yeah, okay.
School District 1 is ideal. We actually are looking at a space in what we call Junior High School 56 on Montgomery Street. And we're working with Superintendent of District 1, Carrie Chan, who's been incredibly dedicated to this work.
We are actually in conversation with her and her team about opening programs. I would tell you, as a former principal of all bilingual programs and having students coming from all over the city, it's extremely important to have these programs. Part of the work that we're doing with bilingual revitalization is precisely that. We mapped out the city and we looked at where are the opportunities, and we've had conversations with superintendents, with principals. That's why I'm saying, I smile because I know we're having a conversation with Superintendent Chan about opening bilingual programs and working with her district and her team as well.
Yeah,
Great
we're
idea.
very excited. The location might technically be Henry Street, but you know, LES, Lower East Side. So we're very excited about that possibility.
Yeah,
Love to
let's sit down and work. Let's sit and talk and follow up on that.
Okay, so while we're in the Lower East Side, last August, the Chancellor joined me at PS 188 to see a program with the Literacy Academy Collective.
Yes.
Summarizing site, it was a new program in which DOE teachers were trained by a teacher from Windward, which is one of these premier schools that really it focuses on children living with dyslexia and other language-based learning disabilities. I guess premier is a way of saying private. Okay. That was
We have some premier schools. in
that's
our
why
public schools that
I
are
don't
not
want to
private.
get the words mixed up here. We have a fantastic school system
Yes.
that we need to invest in, and it's the public school system. But these Windward teachers came in. They had the Preventing Academic Failure. It was a structured literacy reading programs, and you seem to really enjoy the program and see the benefits. In fact, it's being expanded this summer, but because of funds from Trinity Wall Street. And so I wonder, are there any plans to expand and address the disparities covered in this curriculum, specifically what the administration is doing to support students living with dyslexia?
So we have, that was a great school visit. It was a parent that there last year that almost had everybody in tears, and she talked about her son and just how disconnected he was from school until he got that level of exposure and support. It was amazing. We have met with members of the Literacy Academy Collective and about very specifically expanding and scaling their work. So these conversations are happening now, and I'm very hopeful that we're going to be able to do something.
And generally, just with students living with dyslexia, what is the administration doing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, yep. Yep, you want to just talk a little bit more? Just the broad work, because this has been a priority area for us around students with dyslexia.
Thank you, Kara. The move, as you know, Councilmember Rivera, the move from K to K-2 phonics and mandating that has been a huge asset for our kids with dyslexia, because they too have universal access to a curriculum that teaches them phonics that they can actually learn from. And so that is like our number one to second grade, and no matter where they are, no matter what school they attend, they're going to be in a classroom that's going to be using an Orton Gillingham based, which is an evidence-based program that is shown to work for students with dyslexia. So that's the number one. Number two, we've been really happy that there are AIS, that's academic intervention coordinators at the district. If that curriculum or whatever ELA curriculum isn't working, that schools have a set of tools to use for interventions, and that has been another successful initiative. On the special education side, we've been training our school psychologists on how to assess through educational assessments for where kids might have delays that are associated with print-based disability. So while school psychologists can't diagnose for dyslexia, we can certainly identify where those gaps are and then match up instructional strategies that will address those gaps.
Just one other note, Council Member, appreciate your interest and support for we're very grateful to them. They're a really important partner, and one of the exciting things that that has come out of that partnership is the South Bronx Literacy Academy. So I understand it's not Lower Manhattan, but we're so pleased that we're able to offer to the families in the South Bronx the same sort of structured literacy program that is so effective for students with dyslexia and other print-based disabilities. So we're learning a lot from that new school and hope that we're going to be able to expand on that.
Thank you. And the families of the South Bronx are certainly deserving of that investment. So I appreciated wherever it landed. And I just want to echo all the support for arts and education and ensuring that we get that curriculum implemented more broadly. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Council Member. Quick question for you. Could you provide please provide the committee with an update on dyslexia screening pilot program at East River Academy, which was supposed to have begun in January. Where are we on that?
All right, we'll have to get back to you on that, and hopefully we can get that before this session is over here today.
Have teachers needed for this program been hired and trained for dyslexia screenings?
I'm not sure right now. As soon as let's get a download, so we'll come back to you. Yeah.
So I'll pivot back to that question while you look for the answer. I have a quick question for you on pay parity. The Comptroller's Office of Budget estimate that of January 2024, the city would need to provide $41.6 million annually to bring the salary of CBO teachers up to par with their DOE counterparts.
Karen, you got?
That's a budget question. Can I get someone on the budget team to answer that, please?
So we don't have an estimate on the pay parity for CBOs. DC Ahmed, I don't know if you have anything in your world, but from the budget standpoint, we don't. We work in partnership with OMB and their labor team on those issues, particular issues.
And you'll get that to us, the council, once that's done?
Yes.
So of your full-time lead teacher with early childhood, how many are employed by DOE and how many are lead teachers in CBOs? And Chancellor's not gonna like what I'm gonna say. You didn't do your homework.
I'm sorry, Chair. What was the last? I'm working on, Christina Foti is going to give the answer on River Academy.
So what efforts are being made to make the CBO salary par with New York City public school counterparts? What are we doing?
I mean,
we're going to lose that sector.
As we said, this is a budget issue. It is going to require a funding stream which hasn't existed up till now. Pay parity, it's not like pay parity used to exist and now it doesn't exist. It never has existed. We agree. It's a huge problem. The administration, including the mayor, has made clear this is a big priority. This is clearly a dollar and cents issue. We can find the funding. We would love to have broad universal pay parity and have that baseline, but it is right now, it has to be a new funding stream that's identified.
41.6 million annually. So get that report to me, please. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Chair, did you want to hear from Chief Foti about River Academy?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Program? Thank you.
And Chair, we're doing our homework every day, I promise you. This is a passion for all of us. So in terms of dyslexia programs in East River, I'm going to refer to my paper because I'm not the person who's been working on this, but this program has been living in teaching and learning under Deputy Chancellor Quintana's leadership, and I know this is something that is incredibly important to her. So far, the dyslexia screener has been provided. Inmates aged 18 to 21 identified as being at risk are referred to New York City Public Schools for additional screening. The screeners, and to avoid any eduspeak, are the same screeners that we're using in our school psychologists are using, and our teachers in New York City Public Schools are using, which we know are the most effective.
How many students are you serving?
I don't have that here, Chair, but we'll certainly be happy to get you a full update.
So that whole section of the questioning will have to be answered, because there's more question. If you don't have any answers, there's no need for me to go forward. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see everyone, and thank you, Chancellor and Deputy Chancellors. Many questions have already been raised, so I will limit the repetition of questions. But I also just want to start with a compliment and just give you all your flowers for NYC Reads. I've heard really positive feedback from parents, from schools, and from kids themselves. So that's really incredible, and happy to see it fully expanded in the next coming school year. I wanted to ask about, in a previous Education Committee hearing regarding class size reduction, something kind of peaked in one of the testimonies regarding the realities of looking for class space and potentially utilizing 3K space in these school buildings. Can you all share if there's been any more update or any more information since that hearing about kind of how you're all thinking about creating space in schools that need it? Essentially, the trade-off being 3K, which obviously we go really hard for here.
So there's actually a lot of trade-offs in terms of the space in buildings, and the class size working group, which is the group that recommended we look at 3K space, actually also asked us to ask principals to look at other space in buildings that is not being used for classroom space. So they made both of those recommendations. Since we were here a couple of weeks ago, that continues to be one of the recommendations from the working group. It's certainly not something we want to be doing, right? One of the things we pointed out in that hearing is it's not just 3K space, there's arts classrooms, there's CBO space, there's a lot of spaces in our buildings that are not going to class size reduction now that we believe are serving an important purpose and that we don't want to be repurposing for class size reduction. That's one of the reasons, I know capital hearing's next, but that's one of the reasons there's a capital cost.
I would just say this to you, Councilmember, that's a really critical question that you're asking. And it is one of the challenges that we now face. There are lots of issues that you all fight for as city council members that are based upon the way we have to implement the class size law is going to put a lot of other issues in danger. And 3K and 3K seats in our public schools is one of them. So if we've got a law that's been mandated by the state that says you've got to lower that class size, and if the only way we can lower the class size is to remove the 3K programs out of that school to free up the space to do it, what am I supposed to do? I've been mandated by the law, by the state, to do that. And there are a number of other things that are going to have to take place in order for us to be fully compliant with the law. It's not a law that you passed, but it's a law that was passed through the state legislature.
A law that I support. And just to clarify, though, do charter schools have the same mandate of class size reduction?
The law does not apply to charter schools and doesn't apply anywhere else in the state besides New York City.
Fantastic. And so we've already emphasized the problem that it is for public school advocates, many of whom are on the council, for the amount of money that is being budgeted to cover rent in private spaces while we're having this conversation in 2024, the realities of class size reduction and having to trade off 3K spaces. I don't have a lot of time left, so I just want to go through my next two questions, but thank you. On the childcare providers pay parity for CBO staff, I want to compliment you, Dr. Ahmed. I think you've come to council many times and testified on how much better you're doing, on how the unit is doing on reimbursing these providers. Can you speak to a little bit more where we are, and just wanted to uplift in the instances in schools in my district, you've been super helpful as you have in other council districts. But I do think that piece is crucial to how we talk about funding our child care providers when we're not even paying the existing contracted ones on time or at all. And that to me does go hand in hand with pay parity. So can you speak to a little bit if there's any more improvement that you can share with how that's gone?
Absolutely, and thanks so much for your feedback. That always means a lot, and it's much appreciated. There's been incredible improvements in the system. There were many processes and internal, external processes that were eliminated to really improve the efficiency of the system and to streamline it even more than we did within our first year of this administration. And I think it's really, really important to note that just from July to December, right, in this fiscal year, we saw an increase by over 130% during the same time period last year in invoice submission.
Of invoice submission, okay.
Right, which is huge. From July to December, we saw over a 244% increase in vendor invoice payment compared to last year. So there have been several systems put into place to support providers in submitting invoices. There have been several supports put into place to refine and improve the actual system and eliminate any burdensome requirements to ensure absolutely timely payment and supports for all of our providers.
Thank you. Chair, can I ask one more? I am encouraged, Chancellor, by one of your first answers to Chair Joseph about the realities of 3K and how hard you're fighting. I don't think any of us want to walk into our communities and say that 3K is cut. Can you, and I know that you're limited on how much you can share, but what is the budget amount, if you can, that you are all fighting for in restoring some of these cuts? Because there were multiple pegs in November and in January, and obviously we're talking about federal dollars upwards of like 460. So just curious on what that amount is, as much as you can share.
Right. Very specifically, we're talking about the 170 and then the 92, which is part of the stimulus cliff as well, which is also going to have an impact.
Okay. As well as the special education pre-K seats that were mentioned earlier, which is also part of the stimulus cliff, and that's also about 90 million. So all of those.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, may I get
You're
back to...
welcome. Councilmember Stevens.
Well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How you guys doing? I know you had a long day. You guys have been doing great. Just a couple things even before I start my questions and thinking about, obviously with class sizes, I think this is something that we all could agree on. However, understanding that the state also needs to do their part. So I want to continue to uplift and say, let's work together to figure what that looks like, because I think that it was a mandate that was done with good intentions, but also not thinking about how they have not invested in funding in DOE for a number of years and have now placed this in the lap of by saying, we fully funded you guys. And I don't, that really grinds my gears. I don't like things that don't make sense. And even with the 3K, I think, we have to come to a place where it's like, we got to figure out how to fix the system, because that's part of the issue. And I know you guys have been literally trying to put gauze on a wound that's been bleeding for a number of years. And so although you've made progress, it doesn't necessarily feel that way because it's still hemorrhaging. And so thinking about how do we pause to figure out how to really fix this. And I've spoken to you guys a number of times of thinking about how to make sure that we're your thought partners in this process as we're continuing to fix and change it, because everyone wants it and we want it to work, but if it's not working and we don't fix the systemic issues, it's going to continue to have vacancies. So definitely want to continue to work with you guys on that. I have 3 buckets. It's going to be summarizing, obviously. I was looking at a report today around the new arrivals and young people, and then the last one is just LTW. So I'll start with summarizing. Everyone knows I have some issues with summarizing, because the model in theory makes sense, but it's struggling, especially when young people want to be out exploring the city, and because of the way it's set up, kids can't really do that. But I know a lot of the pushback is this is to help and support academics. Has there been any academics assessments done for us to see the progress that's been being done? And if so, could you share that information?
Do we have any?
We are just looking at the data from last summer, so we can certainly share that with you, yes.
I would not to just hear about last summer. I mean, we're going into our 3rd summer, so I would love to see how we have been progressing and also understanding and taking into account of COVID. But I think that it's important because it's being touted that the reason we keep going to summarizing is because it's around the academics, and we know that summer camp also produces the same type of help with summer learning loss. And so when we're thinking about fiscal times, an additional $80 million was given because of the sunset with the federal stimulus to DOE to do this program, and thinking about, well, we probably could have used that somewhere else, and thinking about, does this this relationship in this way continues to make sense with federal money being a main culprit of summarizing, and how do we kind of start thinking, adjusting other ways. So I would definitely love to see those numbers around academics. And then the other thing, even around summarizing, I know we have been doing great efforts. I just had a call with DOE and DYCD around the efforts that we're making around collaborations, but still talking to providers, they still do not feel like it is an equal partnership. They still feel like they are being told things by DOE, and DOE is the lead, and they are kind of like working to meet your goals. And so can you talk about how can we make this summer feel much more collaborative and not so DOE heavy, and making sure that providers are feeling just as respected in these conversations as DOE staff?
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly open to that level of collaboration, and would love to even follow with you. Maybe we can together work to convene a group of our CBOs from around the city who are part of this, work with us, and figure out how we can, in fact, work together. Because we certainly don't want the model to be just a whole range of just academic supports, which our kids do need.
Agree.
But I'm a big believer also that education happens outside of the four walls of the school.
Agreed.
And creating these other opportunities where kids do get a chance to experience the city as part of their learning process. It is part of the design. But if folks are feeling as though they're not getting, CBOs are not feeling like they're really playing a significant role here, and they're kind of second-class citizens to what we're saying. Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
I would
we
love
definitely have to address that, because I think it feels that way often, because it's like, oh, we're not in the classroom, kids are not learning, and we all know that is just not the case.
That's not the case.
And that's not true. And I've given pushback, probably more with DRCD, around thinking about, and the model, I think even with you guys, around the structure, because if it is so structured that between 8 and 12 you have to be in a classroom, every kid in the city or in the program can't go on a trip at 12. And then, my last point is middle school. We don't have Fridays anymore. We are failing our middle school young people, right? We are cutting their programs extensively. Now they're only going to be there Monday through Thursday, and Friday was the day that they did trips or they had additional supports and did their groups and all these things, and now that's the day that's being cut. I'm very concerned about this, while at the same time we have our juvenile justice centers increasing in numbers, and so what are we doing about this? And I know that you guys have very limited ability to push back, but it just does not make sense to me.
So I will just say we share your concerns fully, and appreciate you continuing to advocate for that funding. Obviously, as folks know, that was a peg that was a reduction to DYCD's summer rising budget that particularly impacts middle school students, 4 to 6 on Fridays. We completely agree. That's why we're investing so much in summer rising broadly, that it's a critical program for our kids, including our middle school kids, and would very much hope to see that restored.
Yeah, it's really, it's one of the things that's keeping me up at night right now with our young people, especially our middle school students, because as these numbers rise at Horizons and our juvenile justice facilities, it makes sense, because we're cutting the programs that are keeping them out of those places. And Chair, I just have 2 more questions. I just read an article around how new arrivals are having challenges with enrolling in schools, and are being encouraged to go to GED programs and on long wait lists to be enrolled in school. Can you guys talk a little bit about this issue? It was just, I can tell you where I read this at too.
Yeah, where did you see that article?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. Yeah, and I think this is referring to our older students.
Yes, it's the older students, guys.
Yeah,
but
older students
too.
Obviously, these are all our kids, and we care a lot about them. And the adult education programs that they are trying to get into, the issue is largely about geography, and that's not their fault. It's our fault. Having space in the program in the borough where they're living. And so we're looking to address that right now. It's not that we're casting them aside, it's that they are saying, rightly so, I'm staying in Queens, I'd like to go to the adult ed program in Queens, and you're telling me there's no space, particularly in the middle of the year. So we're looking into what we can do to accommodate that demand, again, by geography, because it's not so helpful to that young person. We say, oh, but we might have a space for you in Brooklyn or the Bronx.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's we should be talking about it, and I think sometimes, especially with the older population of the new arrivals, they're kind of getting lost in the shuffle, and this is one of the places that I don't want them to get lost in. So let's definitely continue to have a conversation what that looks like, and also thinking about, like, we have a lot of international high schools that are doing amazing work and have been doing amazing work for a number of years, just thinking about how are we using them as a model to support some of these other schools with these high influxes, and I'm sure those principals might have some ideas and some suggestions. I know I was working with the Speaker's office to do a roundtable with some international schools for us to think about it. So maybe that's something we can collaborate on so that they can be helpful in as we're like our new normal, because that's what it is. It's going to be our new normal for a while. And so thinking about how do we put things in place to make sure that they're getting the services and things that they need as well.
We couldn't agree more. And one of the places you hear us constantly giving our gratitude to our educators in the field. International high schools are doing an amazing job. They always do an amazing job.
They've been doing great work silently for a number of years, too. Like, really quietly. They've been, like,
quietly for a number of years, and particularly with this influx of newcomer New Yorkers, they are doing just incredible work. And so where we can enroll young people, teenagers, in a Claremont in the Bronx or, you know, another great international school, we're doing that. Some of our older young people, they're looking for something a little different.
We should definitely just think about how to use them as a spotlight. And I'm sure they have a number of ideas because this is what they've been doing, like I said, quietly for so many years, and no one kind of talk about it. So we'd love to continue to collaborate with you guys on that. And just the last thing, it's not necessarily a question but a comment. Learn to work programs, LTWs. That I started out working in LTW programs. I was an LTW coordinator at Smith High School for a number of years, and this is one of the programs that I feel like does not get enough attention and support, and these programs have been being cut quietly over the years. And when I am thinking about reimagining the workforce for young people, this is one of the places I think we should be investing in. When we're talking about young people working and having academics, this is a model that we have that knows works, and I am not understanding how are we not investing in it, and what does it look like? So I would just love to hear, what are you guys doing to make sure that we're continuing to uplift LTW program and making this like a true pathway into careers and exposing young people to the different things that we need? Because I'm like, love community schools and love them for what they do, but they're not LTW programs, and it's not the same thing, and I feel like they often are getting conflated. So I want to know, what are you doing around LTWs, and how can I work with you guys to continue to uplift this work, continue to make sure this becomes a priority again in the city, because we really have to think about how are we creating real pathways for young people into careers, and I believe this is one of the places that we should be investing in, but we keep missing the mark. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And we're doing a lot of work around career pathways work. You and I think, are overdue for a real sit-down, right? So this has to be one of the immediate things that comes, because I would love to delve very deeply with you into each one of these issues that you raised. I'm in full agreement with everything that you said. Please know that. And let's just continue to fight. You guys are the ones that have to negotiate this next budget with the mayor. And so these are all the issues that have got to be on the front burner. I deal with the budget that I'm given, not the one that I wish that I had.
No, I agree. I agree.
So you're the negotiating partners in this work. So you got to fight to keep the things in that you think are critically important. And then, it's my job to implement them as they come out. That's why you have all these people here ready to testify, because they're also going to advocate for the things that they think are critically important. And I'm not in disagreement with anybody that's here. But at the end of the day, I'm given a finite pot.
Yes.
And then I've got to just work with what I've got. Now, there's a lot of other stuff that I wish that I had. This question now is going to be about who makes it into the pot.
Yeah, but I definitely just want us to make sure that we're uplifting it, because I've been here for 2 years and I rarely hear anyone talk about LTW programs. And like I said, I worked in the LTW program for a number of years, and I know that it works. Like, I know that it works, and you can look at the data and the evidence from years that it works, and this is what young people needed, and it supported families and young people, and it gave them a chance to have internships and be in careers and places that they would have never been without those opportunities. So I want to make sure that we continue to uplift that, and I'm definitely ready to take it on as a fight. So
I'm coming to meet with you within the next 2 weeks.
You got my number. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens, and that's why when we were in your district last week, we made sure we let the participants of LTW tell their stories, and they were very impactful stories. If you watched, I did stream it live. I had a question for Summer Rising. We know this year we put in $80 million. FY25, I'm seeing zero. Where is the money coming from to continue to fund this?
At this point, the city's just funded it for this summer. We'll continue to advocate to continue the program after this year.
Because the families will not be happy not to have their summer rising.
And one quick correction, in FY25, that is actually where this summer funding sits. So that 80 million is in FY25 for this summer. In the out years, it's zero.
In the upcoming summer. Thank you. Community schools. Since 2014, community schools have worked alongside schools in meeting the needs of the whole child. They support both families and students. They prevent dropouts, improve attendance, facilitating engaged program in arts, robotics, and more. New York City Public Schools utilized stimulus funds to restore previous cuts and to expand programs. Funding levels for the initiative are currently at their historical highs, but with the expiration of federal stimulus dollars and pegs imposed on the program, these services are in flux for the next year. So what is the budget for community school for fiscal 2024?
Roughly 125 million, of which roughly 50 to 55 million is stimulus.
How much of it is funded with stimulus dollars?
50 to 55.
What is the budget for community schools in the fiscal 2025?
It is currently, like all the other stimulus programs we've been talking about today, it's currently that amount minus the stimulus. We expect the rest of the funding to continue.
And you'll get an exact figure to me, right? How many additional community schools are added since the infusion of stimulus funds into the program?
About 100.
Roughly 113 are funded by stimulus dollars.
What is the total number of community schools now?
421, roughly.
How many community schools will remain after these funds expire? And what do we do to maintain community schools?
So as I said, the funding for the community schools, besides the 113, we expect to continue into next year. It's from other funding sources that are baseline from the state that we can continue to rely on. The funding for the 113 stimulus-funded community schools, just like every other stimulus program we are talking about, will depend on our final budget and how many of those programs we can continue to support.
How much is the budget for community schools reduced to the PEG in fiscal 2025 and out years?
$8 million in 2025 and out years.
Considering the important support community schools provide to students and families during and since the pandemic, why was it decided that this program would be part of the PEGs? Who decided that this should be part of the PEGs, and why?
So it was just one of the many things that we had our back and forth conversations with OMB as we were working towards meeting the target that was provided to us.
So you provided the cuts to the community schools as?
We provided a list, and again, having some back and forth with OMB about what are going to be the more viable options.
And community schools was one of them?
Community schools ended up making the list.
And what else was provided to OMB? Should be on the chopping block.
There were a wide ranging of back and forth, again, with OMB. We kind of just had conversations about our entire budget and looking within every corner and crevice that we could, with the eye on ensuring that we did not cut any of the schools.
Because community schools were scrambling with the first round of PEGs, the $10 million. Every community school was scrambling to decide which program should we keep, which program should we cut.
Yes, and then it was ultimately restored in the preliminary plan, the $10 million for fiscal year 24.
So, okay, I'll come back to you. I want to talk about Carter cases and Connor cases. How many Connor cases do we have?
23,000.
How much?
23,000 this year, Chair.
Connor cases or Carter cases, or are they combined? You have Carter cases and you have Connor cases.
Combined. This is all due process cases.
Mm-hmm. You have 23,000 altogether?
Correct.
So in 2019, you spent $499 million on Carter and Connor cases. In 2023, you spent $1.1 billion, a 114% increase in just 5 years. So in fiscal 2024, you budgeted $1.2 billion on Carter cases, with the budget expected to further increase. Why the increase in Carter cases in such recent years?
It's Chair, it's driven by the due process cases that are about services. That's really driving the lion's share of it. So when you see over the last 8 or so years, more than quadrupling the number of cases, that's being driven by cases brought by families that have kids in parochial and independent schools who are seeking services, largely set services. That's what's driving it. You're right. It's been a huge spike, a huge recent spike. You're 100% correct about that. When we analyze it, that's what it has. That's what's driven that spike.
Do you agree with me that the preschool special education children will, down the road, somehow become our Carter cases as well?
They certainly could. They certainly could, Chair. And just to say, to add to what you heard from Christina Foti and from Dr. Ahmed, it's not just District 75. Certainly we want to make sure that we are maintaining and in some cases expanding our quality District 75 programming. But a lot of the great programming that we're putting in place, like for our kids who are on the autism spectrum, is not District 75. This is inclusive programming in our D1 through 32 schools, and we're very excited about that. We also, with you, we believe that the more quality programs we can provide in D1 through 32 and in 75 are going to cut down the number of Carter cases. The other steps that we are taking, Chair, and this is something to be clear, we're not just sitting back passively, just on the legal mechanics side. So we moved all of these cases from independent hearing officers who, to make a long story short, could take as much time as they felt like to resolve cases to our oath office, our Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings. These are full-time hearing officers. They have moved the cases much more quickly. That's been very helpful. We've also put in place some recommendations regarding the per hour rates that are being paid for services, because in some cases they were $300 an hour and places like that without really a justification for that. So we are trying to bend that curve in various ways. You're right, the long-term answer for the Carter cases is to make sure those children are being enrolled in our schools in quality programs.
Why there's never differentiation between Carter and Connor cases anytime you come here? Because when I ask the separate data on the Connor cases, no one can tell me versus the Carter cases. We know they're two different things. So I would love to have some data on those separate.
Happy to separate that data. We can absolutely do that for you.
Is it something that New York City Public Schools consider changing? Why are they currently, I just asked that, where's DOE's short-term and long-term plan to deal with escalating costs of Carter and Connor cases?
Yeah, that's largely what we're talking about. The long-term is to expand our high-quality programs for students with disabilities in our schools, and particularly in our D1 through 32. The short-term is to put some cost controls in place and make sure that the cases are done quickly. Parents deserve that too. They shouldn't have to wait a long time for these things to be resolved, and we are making good progress on that. But I will say we're still seeing this avalanche of cases. It's not sustainable for it to continue to rise at the same level.
According to a report from IBO, the majority of Carter cases is cutting from special education classrooms, where you cut $100 million in fiscal 2025 and $200 million in 2026. Why are you cutting special education classrooms to fund Carter cases?
Yes, so we're not cutting special education classes to support Carter cases. That was surplus funding that OMB shifted from one area to the next, but it did not have any impact on services provided for special education students.
And the students not having any seat at all, especially for our pre-K schools with disabilities, you said how many of the services are they receiving? They're mandated to receive how many services, Chancellor Foti?
All of their services, they're mandated to receive 100%.
They're receiving, how many are they supposed to?
In preschool or school age?
Preschool.
63%.
63%? And when do you plan on bringing that up a little? That's still a little low.
Needs to be 100%, Chair.
Yes, because that's why our cases are so high. So in the last year, in the average actual budget over the last 3 fiscal years, $1 billion, why are you budgeting only half of that for 2025 in your Carter cases?
So it's typically, we've been dealing with it 1 year at a time, and so throughout the year, we'll work with OMB in terms of what the projected estimate is, and then they will actually put the money up in the budget. So the drop just reflects us having to continue to talk with OMB to ensure that we are fully budgeted for those expenses.
And you said on the record there are no cuts impacting special education classrooms, as I see that you're shifting money around with the special education.
The shift was not intended to impact any special education classes, no.
I was told the same thing in November, and that's not what I got in return. So I want to make sure you're saying it on the record. When we talk about the censure report, right, OMB director testified the censure report was completed for their report on 3K and pre-K seats, right? And the city contracted Accenture to provide the report over a year ago, and the council have not heard or seen this report. When do we expect to get that report? It's been a year. And all my educators know data drive our instruction. Data is supposed to also inform your decisions as well.
You know?
Hi, Chair Joseph. There is a report that's underway now that will be expected in April.
Because on the onset of early childhood, right, there was this robust outreach. I saw early childhood every single place that I turned. What happened? What made it different? Recently, it was Councilmember Stevens who was outside campaigning to make sure that folks knew about this program. What went wrong here?
Yeah, so you should have seen some of the social media ads. You should have seen some of the bus ads, some of the...
Where were they?
MTA. Where were they?
Yeah, I saw one on a bus one time.
All over the city.
No, I didn't, yeah.
I've seen them a bunch. I've seen them in those
on the
digital
number 7
kiosks.
train.
I've seen them on buses. I've seen them on the subway, down in those digital. They're in those digital.
You got to take pictures and send it so I can have evidence, because I never saw them.
Chair.
I saw one, and that was on the number 7.
Okay. We'll check on that.
So we got to do better. Outreach, we have to do better. The council is out in the streets. So 2 weeks ago, Councilmember Stevens led a delegation of colleagues to go to do outreach on 3K. Chancellor, you were going to say something?
No, I think that's great.
We outside. The council was outside.
It's outside, we outside. Listen, let's continue.
We were
to do
outside.
That. Because the reality is that we should all be a part of this process of spreading the word. Every one of you are the leaders in your districts, everybody on the council, and whatever supports they need from us to help to get the word out. But we've got them out in taxis and buses, on subways, and in fact, we've got some data, right, that we should be sharing, if Chair does not already have that, in terms of some of the outreach that we have done. The outreach has not been less than it's been in the past. And so it may not feel that way in certain places, I'm not sure, but let's share what we've got. I had a whole briefing on this about a week ago.
Well, Chancellor, that should be the thing, right? There should be a connection where we're not reaching. There's communities hard to reach. What are we doing to reach those communities? And we've been working hand in hand with you. We ask you to come to our events. We support your events. We put it out on our newsletters. We send it out to families. Whenever the flyers come out, Deputy Chancellor Ahmed sends it to us. We share it within our networks. We share it with families. We translate them. We send them out to all of the communities. So we've been working with you hand in hand.
That's my point.
So what's going on?
You are helping to promote it, right?
We've been promoting it.
That's right.
I just wanted to add that it was a great event, but we did do that with Dave Care Council, and so I do want to think about how do we also partner with DOE, because you guys, I keep telling y'all we here, and I know I speak to y'all, but I don't know if that sentiment is necessarily felt. So we should do another one, right? And we should all do it in partnership with the nonprofit agencies and DOE and City Council, because I think that piece was missing. So let's think about doing another day, and I will lead it, and we'll make sure that we get some more people, and we'll be back outside.
Let's do it.
I have a question about portals. How does New York City Public School notify schools of all developing technology tools available to their administrators?
When we develop the tools, like our grading and messaging app, so we do first of all, when we develop those tools, we engage our school principals or teachers in the process of developing those tools, as well as in continuing to update them. When we push out information, it depends a bit on what the information is. So every time we update our grading and messaging app, we actually send an email out to principals, but we also work through our SPOCs, through our borough technology directors, depending on what it is.
And those messaging, they'll stand out in the languages that the families do speak, right? Or is it just mainly in English?
I apologize. I was speaking about the ways we are communicating with our school staff. The messaging for families where schools choose to use our messaging app is something that can be translated, yes.
Yeah, okay. How are schools able to provide feedback on the usage of DOE tech tools? Let's say I use one of your tech tools and I want to give feedback. How do I do that?
Sure. So happy to have a more extensive conversation about this if you want. But our technology team, working with our borough technology directors, our SPOCs, are in basically a constant set of conversations with schools about the tools we've developed ourselves. So again, as I said, sort of our grading, attendance, and messaging app, which we rolled out last year, we've made a series of updates to that over the course of the past year and a half, pretty much all of which were based on input from school administrators or teachers as a piece of that, and that's a constant ongoing conversation.
Do you publish data on technology tools available to New York City schools? Is it something you make public or no?
The tools we've developed, or the tools that obviously schools can purchase their own tools as well?
Oh, the tools you put out.
I don't know that we publish specific data on it. I think it's publicly available information on our website and other places.
Okay, it's on the website, okay. So in the district this year, there are 19 schools who regularly rely on New Vision portal to plan for students and keep track of their progress. Will New York City Public School make sure the tool will continue to be available to them?
Do you want to?
Here you go.
So the New Visions data portal, as well as the affinity contracts for New Visions and a set of other affinity organizations, are all things that were existed prior to the stimulus dollars. The previous administration took out the tax levy, put in stimulus dollars, so those are also on the stimulus cliff list.
So they're also on the list. Okay.
Yep, that's what I mean. Another great program.
I saw you making lists, Chancellor Banks. You got to share that list with me.
No, just the list that we've shared. No. I'm just writing down some other notes.
Okay.
But I just want to say publicly also, New Visions, the affinity groups are the work that they do is an example of some of the best work in the city. And it's what makes this so challenging, that there's so many great things that are on this list that have been funded by stimulus dollars. So we're going to continue to look at this.
You have proposed cuts to affinity schools in partnership. What impact do you think these programming will have on our schools if we don't have them?
I think it will have significant impact. Listen, I come from the Affinity Network. I was one of the New Visions schools. I was a New Visions principal 2 times with the Bronx School for Law, Government, Justice, and Eagle Academy. I've been around, and as I've watched their work grow and expand, I was one of the early principals in their work. So nobody has to convince me just how critically important what they do is, and they're serving hundreds of schools. We want to see it continue. We got to fight to get more dollars, because right behind them are community schools. Right behind them are people who are fighting to keep the arts going. The list
LTW,
is filled.
you heard Councilmember Stephen,
Right.
LTW.
They're all amazing programs. So we're not trying to pit anybody against each other, but I think what all of this really suggests is we've got to fight as hard as heck with the state to get more dollars. We need more dollars to keep all of these great programs alive. And that's really what it kind of comes down
We
to.
can't go backward. Have you, when you decide to make cuts, do you engage the larger community, parents, administrators, students about the cuts that are coming? Or is just a big surprise?
No, I mean, we talk to a wide range of folks, and we certainly talk to many of our school principals as well. And we try to get input from them. We get input from parents. We get input from a wide range of partners. So, this is an administration that does, in fact, try to engage. We listen, we try to be responsive. I think there are very few places that you would go where people say they don't even engage with us, or we're not listening. We do listen, and we do engage, and we have an open
and we're as transparent as we can possibly be, that's who I am, personally. That's what I believe in. But it is tough when you sit in the seat.
It's hot, right?
Yeah, well, it's not even just hot. It's a tough seat because you recognize that, that there's great programs and that there's not necessarily enough dollars to support everybody's program, and that's a real challenge.
So in terms of engagement, like you said, so when you were thinking about community schools, who did we engage in that conversation around that when we decided to cut $10 million? Was there any conversation with administrators, providers, students?
Well, I don't know that we looked at it so much as just community schools per se, but we talked to superintendents, we talked to principals, and I know the work of the community schools. So I don't need to be engaged to kind of figure out, is this a good program? Is it a worthwhile program? It is more than a worthwhile program. The challenge is that we've got over 300 schools that are already baseline. They got sustainable funding. They're fine. But a little more than 100 schools were supported by stimulus funding prior to this administration, and so yeah. So when we're told by OMB and City Hall, like, we've got to make cuts, there are no places that we're cutting that feel good. There really aren't. And we've reduced our head count. Dan, what was the number on our reduction on our own head count?
What areas did you do your head counts? What areas did you do reductions?
In virtually every central office, but totaling over 600 vacancies. These are obviously not with people occupying them, but over 600 positions were eliminated in order to protect schools as much as possible.
Yeah. It's important to note, Chair, that we've not cut any school budgets. I've heard people say that from time to time. But we've increased school budgets this year. So there've been no cuts. There's no principal in New York that can point and say, my budget was cut programmatically. We've worked really hard to make sure that schools were safe, and we tried to get to as many of these other areas before we got anywhere close to schools. And that's a commitment that we're still trying to make.
How many teacher vacancies do you currently have?
It's at about 1% is our vacancy rate currently.
How many teacher vacancies do you have that are special education and bilingual teachers?
That's at about 1.4%, Chair.
And of the number, how many are vacancies for ESL teachers? And are we meeting all of the ESL mandated services?
That one I don't have on hand. I'll have to get you for ESL.
And of course, we're going to talk about what's the current implementation of class size law, how many additional teachers in each of these shortage areas do you anticipate we'll need in the next 2 to 3 years?
Do we have a breakdown in the specific areas, specific shortage areas?
We do. So for we do for special ed teachers in particular, who are going to be a disproportionate amount of the total, and of course are a shortage area already. So of the 10 to 12,000, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000, we expect to be special education teachers.
How about bilingual teachers?
That breakdown I don't have in front of me, and is a little more complicated, but we can see what data we can crunch to share that.
And then you have enough ENL coordinators as well? And that's a historically shortage area as well.
It's always been shortage area, yep.
And what are we doing to recruit and retain teachers?
Well, a number of things. Probably the most important is the contract that we were able to reach with UFT, which provided significant increases to our teachers. Obviously, nobody goes into teaching to get wealthy, but you do need to pay the rent. And we're very happy and proud that we've been able to work with UFT so that now an eighth year teacher is able to make $100,000 or more. So, that's very, very important. The other thing that we're doing, Chair, that we're very excited about, that's happening in real time, is offering hybrid work to teachers. And people don't think of it. A lot of white-collar professionals able to work at home for some period of time, which can be a big benefit for people. And they don't think about teachers and other pedagogues. So we are, because we're putting in place our virtual programming, one of the upsides of that is that you can create teacher programs just like you're creating student programs, which include virtual coursework off hours, which is great for students who work or have other obligations. They can take the course, high school, I'm talking about high school students, in the evenings and on the weekends. The same is true for teachers. So you might have a teacher who's able, who's coming in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, their normal hours in person, but Monday and Friday, they're doing the evenings from home. So we think that's going to be not just a retention tool to kind of help lower the job stress some, but a recruitment tool. We're hoping that we're able to recruit from our outlying suburbs shortage area teachers, just the ones you're talking about, because they can't work hybrid in their districts, but they can in New York City. So we're very excited about that. In addition to the pay increases for our teachers who really, really deserve it.
In your ESL shortage area, how are we doing with recruiting ESL coordinators, ESL teachers?
It is, as Chancellor just said, it's a chronic shortage area, so we don't get as many applications per vacancy as we get, for example, for common branches for elementary. But we're not seeing a huge vacancy rate. We're able to fill most of those areas. So. I do have a little bit of data, just in answer, Chair, to your earlier question. For bilingual common branches, we have 11 vacancies currently, and bilingual special education, we have 8 current vacancies. So we don't want to see any vacancies, but right now it's a relatively small number. We have about 2,000 active bilingual education teachers.
And we should encourage our common branch educators to get extensions in ESL.
100%, 100%. Couldn't agree more.
I have a question from one of my student groups. They wanted to know, last year the budget included terms and conditions requiring reports on restorative justice spending. The report tells us that FY23, $3.87 million went unspent. Could you tell me why?
On the RJ? Who's that? Do we have? Robin, you think you can answer? Yeah. Well, unspent dollars on RJ? Well, why don't you start?
Introduce yourself.
Hi, could you state your name, please, first?
Robin Davison.
Okay. I've sworn you in, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. So as testified last time during council, the unspent funds was because of some funds that we received a little late in the year and we weren't able to spend it.
What happened to those funds when they were not spent? They moved them around, or you kept them in the same pot?
So the funds that we did have, we spent on the programs, and the balance of the funds, they go back into the budget.
They go back into the budget, okay. So between NYPD and New York City Public Schools, we have allocated $400 million to the budget to have NYPD personnel in schools. We have the largest school police force in the country with an authorized headcount of 4,126. This is more than all social workers, counselors, restorative justice practitioners at a time when education budget is facing massive cuts to those positions. This is my group's. Would you consider eliminating the current 492 vacant police positions so that you can instead fund staff for children like social workers, guidance counselors, restorative justice positions?
Every time I visit a school, I hear from students and staff the importance of those personnel in the buildings as well. So they play, to me, just as important a role in keeping our kids safe. While I've been sitting here today having this hearing, we had 3 students who were slashed at Port Richmond High School. And I'm trying to get regular updates on how those kids are doing, including one who was just rushed to the hospital. So I tread very lightly when we start talking about removing school safety agents from our schools. We're not even at the number that we were pre-pandemic, although the numbers have gone up since we've been here.
I think they all are important, including the social workers and the counselors, school safety. So I don't want to pit one against the other. They're all important, and we're looking at each one of them. All of it is on the table for us to review.
It's for our students. Go ahead. Somebody else was going to say something else? No. So metal detectors, the mayor shared in a press conference last week that you, Chancellor Bank, are using a version of a new technology that's easier to use than traditional large scanners that are really intrusive. Could you elaborate on that, and what would be the cost of that?
Who's going to? Okay, great.
Did you sound him?
Have we sworn Jay in? Our person who's the director is Mark Rampersan, who's out, not feeling well today.
Okay.
But Jay, have they sworn
Jay
you in
Finley,
already?
I was sworn in earlier.
Okay.
So I can't speak to the budgetary portion. We'll get that information to you. But what I can speak to is the type of devices that are being used. And these are devices that are smaller, more compact, but just as effective with regards to detecting the trace amounts of metal. We had piloted them in a number of schools. We have begun rolling them out with the NYPD so that all of our schools that are full-time and random scanning will in fact get these units. They're very similar to devices that we see now at arenas, 2 separate poles, about 6 feet in height, so schools can brand them, so they're a little bit more welcoming. They don't feel as if they're so intrusive.
What's the cost you said, and how many?
I don't have info on
We
the
need
cost. We'll have
numbers.
to get that to you.
Yeah, they need the numbers, so we've got to,
Absolutely.
we should be able to get that today.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I need numbers. Thank you. The council worked to ensure funding for new positions, including social workers, guidance counselors, psychologists. How did the cuts to the school budget's hiring freeze impact schools' ability to keep a counselor, social workers, staff?
So there were not cuts to school budgets, as the chancellor said. There have been a number of increases to school budgets over the course of this year. The hiring freeze did not impact school-based staff. It was about central staff.
Did you add any?
Did we add any?
School-based staff.
So our,
You
I'm not trying to, I mean,
funding
yes,
for
right, sorry. So let me try this again. Schools received additional funding this year. As you know, schools have a lot of flexibility over how they use that funding. They may have used it to hire additional teachers. They may have used it to hire social workers, arts programs. They might have used it for after-school programming. And so across the system, schools use those additional dollars in different ways. We maintained our central commitment to the social workers that were funded by stimulus for this year.
And what's the plan for the social workers funded under stimulus? There's quite a few of them.
There are 440, as I said a little while ago, and as with the rest of the stimulus programs, they are on the list of potential cliffs that we are hoping for money to fund.
See, we got to talk to the state to do more. How is the New York City Public School how do you track access to support staff? How do you know how many schools have how do you track that? How many support staff at one given school?
Well, I mean, we obviously see the numbers of support staff by title. We can see it by school. Luckily, parents can see it by school as well on the website. So this is not, we don't have a goal or a metric for particular support staff typically, but our superintendents are certainly looking at that, how principals are spending their money to see whether there's adequate support staff and whether there's the right balance between pedagogical staff and support staff. So it's something we monitor. We don't have a particular metric that we look at on that.
Thank you. What is the budget impact on restorative justice after stimulus funds expire?
So this year, there's about $5.5 million in tax levy going into restorative justice and another $8 million in stimulus funding going into restorative justice.
What is Project Pivot's budget for 2025?
Project Pivot is also currently stimulus funded. The $15 million are going to Project Pivot this year, and it's also on the stimulus list.
It's on the chopping block. Councilmember Stevens? I got you all the time. How many nurses were funded with stimulus funding?
don't have the number with stimulus funds, I'll get that, but it's 65 million in stimulus funds this year. Out of the number I said earlier.
And what's the current budget for nurses in 2025?
Let us check that. We should have this here. Nurses, as you probably know, are another place where our budget in the out years does not reflect our needs in the current year. So in addition to the stimulus money, OMB also moved in 87 million in the last plan to nurses, and we'll continue to work with them on that full funding for the out years to maintain that.
How many nurses does that support?
I'll check on that number.
In 2024, Mayor's report shows that the average just 53% of early learn seats were utilized in FY23, down from 76% 5 years ago. These seats are largely state funded via the state portion of the Child Care and Development Block Grant. How can you explain the sharp drop in utilization, especially when the same time frame New York State increased income limits for the program, thus making it more family eligible? More families are eligible.
I think this chair goes back to some of the things we've mentioned already here today, which is around the fact that while we can't deny that families do need extended day and extended year programming, the eligibility process for extended day, extended year, and the location of many of those seats doesn't meet the needs of all the families that actually could be eligible for such.
And why we're not drawing down on those dollars?
So in fact, our team has done incredible work to actually draw down on the dollars in more years than in the past, in the present. So we've done incredible work in collaboration with ACS to really claim on those dollars and to actually make sure that those children that are actually eligible for those seats, that we're claiming for those seats. Lots of work that had to be done to transform the system yet again, technical system and programmatic system.
I hope we get it right. Remote learning, what is being done to ensure that students in temporary housing have Wi-Fi enabled devices for remote learning, since the contract to provide this has now expired?
So we are continuing to work with OTI to make sure the shelters have Wi-Fi access and Wi-Fi access that is working, and we're upgrading our planning with them as we move forward. I think we're actually getting a briefing from them this week on what they're seeing in terms of access in shelters. In terms of LTE service, that is something that was funded via expiring federal funds, not actually the stimulus funds we've been talking about, an entire separate set of federal funds that are now gone, the Emergency Connectivity Fund. We are looking at ways to ensure schools can still access LTE service for individual devices now that those central dollars are gone, but really working with OTI on the shelter piece is a big part of it.
Because we will have more remote days, I just want us to make sure that we are prepared for remote. Has there been any further conversation about possible changes to the contract with IBM? When we had IBM here, they said the contract has to be changed in order to meet the needs of New York City students.
We are in ongoing conversations with IBM about both the ability of their system to fully serve our students on a remote day, as well as the contract to support that. So yes, those conversations are both moving
And I'll be meeting shortly with the CEO of IBM, so we're going to have some very direct conversations around how we're going to support one another, so to make sure that when this happens again, we're fully ready.
Does the city have an estimated IBM what the cost would increase if we were to increase the contract? What are the changes to the contract?
So there's different ways we're looking at changing the contract, as we discussed on that day. One would be about increasing the TPS that are available to us regularly. One would be about an auto-scale solution. Those would have different costs associated with them, and we're working with IBM on which of those make sense and which will better support our kids.
And you will make sure you tell the council when you do that, right? We would love to hear that, how the implementation for remote learning is looking with the contract. We would love the council to be involved in that. So let's do this one. Class size. I know that you believe you'll be in compliance for 2024 and 2025. How does 2025 and 2026 will be the first year in school with fall short of class size requirements? Is that correct?
So we do believe we will be in compliance next year. As we discussed at the recent class size hearing, we are expecting to put in place some policy changes to make sure that it's true in terms of flexibility of principals over their budget and uses of space. But yes, we do believe with those changes we'll be in compliance next year. We intend to remain in compliance after next year as well, but we do expect there to be more substantial shifts. We are looking at the recommendations of the class size working group, and we talked through a number of the challenges at that hearing, of course, in terms of trade-offs around budget, space, and enrollment.
That's your favorite word, trade-off. If so, in what plan and what fiscal year does New York City Public School intend to budget this headcount for teachers? What year?
Could you say that again? What's the question?
What's the budget for teachers? How are you going to implement that in the budget as you need to hire teachers for class size? Chancellor, face is priceless right now.
Listen, we've got to hire, as we said, on our estimates, anywhere from 10 to 12,000 teachers. We do about 4,000 teachers a year. This is, again, it's going to be another major challenge, not only financially, but from a substance standpoint. We're in the middle of a national teacher shortage. And we basically have to triple the amount of teachers that we are hiring in order to meet this law. So no easy answers to it. We're going to work with our partners, UFT and others, to figure out how do you do that without lowering the standards. Parents want smaller class sizes, but they also don't want us to just grab a warm body off the street to say this is now your new teacher.
That's right.
So if you're saying if the point is to maintain high quality teachers, and we struggle every year to meet the 4,000, and now we got to go up to 12,000. We got some real challenges in front of us that I don't have all the answers for that right now. So this is the work that behind the scenes we're still grappling with and trying to figure out.
To do teacher recruitment, First Deputy Chancellor said he has a plan to recruit teachers.
Well, we've got a plan. There are a number of things that we are looking at in terms of teacher recruitment, and much of it also involves, recruiting teachers from somebody else's backyard, from other districts, even outside of New York City, to entice them to come to New York City to work, to live. And then there are folks who are international that we're going to be looking at as well. So it's all part of an overarching plan that we're looking at. I'm just saying that in spite of it all, it will be a challenge to meet these numbers. They are very significant numbers. This is not a small bump in teachers. It's a major transformational set of hiring that has to happen. If this law is in full compliance, and that is just to suppose that we've got all of the space to hire to place all the teachers with new classrooms that are going to be needed. So this law with a 5-year timeline on it is it's very ambitious.
Do you believe in there'll be increase in capital funding to allocate creation of new classrooms?
Do I believe there will be?
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to lean in and make sure that there is. But, there are lots of other things that parents and families also want with the school construction capital plan. And so, listen, this has been something that's been prioritized that we're going to have to lean into. But our estimate is that it's going to cost over $20 billion. And we're already in a 5-year capital plan now, right, where there's a small percentage of that that's going to class size. So this is going to take some time. And Chair, I would tell you also, when we think about not just the capital plan, if you even had the money, you will need the physical space for some of this as well. I can give you a high school and tell you it's overcrowded and say that school needs the equivalent of almost another school building in order to meet the compliance of the law. And yet there's no space around the school to place it. Where would you even place it, even if you had the dollars to build it? It's not like in New York City, we've just got a ton of space right next to every school to go up or out. So each one of these presents its own unique set of challenges. I think the schools in New York City that are struggling the most with class size are the ones that I think a lot about, who really need the most help, and how do we get to them first and foremost. But there are lots of other schools also which don't have as significant a challenge around class size. But yet they also find themselves within the law, and we have to be responsive to them as well. And so it's a challenge. It's a challenge that awaits us, and we got to figure out how to get it done.
We're here for that. Chancellor, you described the success of NYC Read. What is the budget for program for fiscal 2025 for early childhood and K-5?
$55 million is the K-5.
And what about early childhood? Is that under the same budget or that's a different budget?
We'll get back to you on that.
What is the budget for Future Read NYC for the next fiscal year? Is it
Future ready?
We are continuing to work on the budget for that, given it is largely stimulus funded and caught up in the rest of the stimulus programs.
I asked this earlier, but I'm going to ask it again. How many schools are impacted by the loss of federal stimulus funding for nurses, psychologists, school workers? Can you provide us a list of school and the amount each school stands to lose in each of those areas?
Yes, don't have that here, but we can provide that. We have it broken down by school.
I think that's it for me. If there's anything, I'll send it over. Thank you for your...
One thing, Chair, I'm sorry, but just on East River Academy, you asked how many students they serve. We were able
Yes.
to get that. It's 262.
262. When did the screening start?
So screening started this year. I don't have the exact date, but the teachers were all trained in the screener. The students who are identified as being at risk, so they're scoring the lowest on the initial screener, are getting the specific dyslexia screen. 2 of the teachers have been trained specifically in an Orton-Gillingham method to make sure they can provide support. So training has happened. We do have 2 teachers who can do the interventions that are necessary for the students who are identified. And we've identified over 100 of those 262, Chair, who are at least at risk. So but we're happy to have Superintendent Esperance and D79 come in and do a full briefing. But that work is in motion and it's benefiting kids already.
Is there a plan to expand dyslexia to reach more students? Is there a plan to expand dyslexia?
Are you talking about system-wide?
System-wide.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, we are doing the initial screen for all students. I think you heard from Christina Foti before. We've got academic intervention specialists in each district, so it's not just identifying kids who are at risk, obviously, but being able to provide effective interventions. So as we are learning from that, as we're looking at data from that, absolutely, we want to not just expand, but deepen that work. So every child who is at risk or has a print-based disability is getting the specific evidence-based interventions they need.
Is any of that funding overlap with NYC Reads?
I thought you said you were done already.
No, you came back.
That was my
You had to answer my questions that you didn't answer. It's your first time.
Maxima culpa.
Yes.
I wanted to.
Do they overlap, dyslexia and NYC Read? Do they overlap? I know that's your baby, Chancellor Banks.
Yes.
We want to make sure that your NYC Read priorities also reach our students with disabilities.
Absolutely.
They cannot be left out.
And we will
Our multi-language learners, they must have these screenings as well. We can't
right.
leave anyone out.
That's right, absolutely.
We've done that now, and we're going to try to do better with our aid, make sure our 600 students find a seat. We promise them a seat, and we have to deliver.
We agree with you, absolutely.
Yes, Chair.
Well,
Thank you for this inquiry today, and thank you to Councilmember Lewis for hanging in to the end as well. Appreciate you too. We're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So you want to go straight to SEA? Do you want to take a break? What do you?
Let's take a break.
5 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we continue with testimony from the School Construction Authority, SCA.
much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We ask that you please find your seats. Please find your seats. Make sure all cell phones and electronic devices are placed on silent or vibrate. Once again, please find your seats. We are getting ready to resume. Thank you for your kind cooperation.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the Education Committee hearing on School Construction Authority's Fiscal 2025 to 2029 Capital Plan and Fiscal 2025 Preliminary Capital Budget and Commitment Plan for the Department of Education. Today's hearing will primarily focus on the $17 billion proposed February amendment to the Fiscal 2025 to 2029 Capital Plan. I want to begin today's hearing by welcoming Nina Cabuto, the President and CEO of New York City School Construction Authority, as well as Cora Liu, the Vice President for Capital Plan Management. I also want to welcome back First Deputy Chancellor Dan Weisberg and Chief Operating Officer Deputy Chancellor for Operations and Finance, Emma Vadera, who each testified earlier in regards to New York City Public Schools Education Fiscal 2025 Preliminary Budget. SCA's proposed $17 billion fiscal 2025-2029 capital plan includes important funding in a number of key areas, but still falls short of what is needed at this time. Crucial programs like class size reduction and accessibility compliance remains below the funding level needed to carry out legally required and mandated work. For class size, SCA has testified previously that they would need $22 to $25 billion to fund 85,000 new seats in order to be in compliance with the state class size law. The plan currently includes $4.1 billion that funds roughly 23,000 new seats, both well short of SCA's stated targets. Furthermore, many of the new seats in the plan are not designated by district and currently lacks the detail necessary to analyze SCA's fiscal 2025 to 2029 capital plan capacity planning, both for demographic needs and class size reduction compliance. For accessibility, we understand that the city is still 20 years away from reaching full ADA compliance at every public school. And although funding is up slightly from the fiscal 2020 to 2024 plan, it is still below what is needed to move quickly to bring our school to be fully accessible. We look forward to hearing about SCA's work with New York City Public Schools and City Halls on these important issues, as we want to confirm that they are getting the necessary resources they need to do this important work. We also look forward to getting updates on important capital improvement projects like internet speed upgrades, facility enhancement, and the status of removal of temporary classroom units and the status of new construction on many new schools across the city. All of this work will require significant increase to the funding levels in current SCA fiscal 2025 to 2029 capital plan, and we would like to explore the outlook for funding from both city and state today as we continue the budgeting process. We will cover these issues and others and hope to get some additional transparency and guidance on how to best support SCA in their work. I would like to thank and recognize my colleagues who have joined us. Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis would love to once again thank Nina Cabuto, Cora Liu, Dan Weisberg, and Emma Vadera for coming to testify before the committee today. We will hear their testimony after the council swears them in. Thank you.
Hello again to some of you. Panelists, please raise your right hand. I will read the affirmation once and then call on each of you individually to respond. And those here for a Q&A, if you could please raise your right hand as well. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Dan Weisberg, Thomas Taratko, Cora Liu, Nina Cabuto, Kevin Moran, Scott Strickland, John Shea, Emma Vadera. Thank you so much. You may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and members of the City Council Education Committee. My name is Nina Cabuto, and I am President and CEO of the New York City School Construction Authority. I'm joined by First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg and Emma Vadera, COO and Deputy Chancellor of Operations and Finance from the New York City Public Schools, and by Cora Liu, Vice President of Capital Plan Management for the SCA. We are pleased to be here today to discuss the proposed New York City Public Schools and SEA's FY25 to 29 five-year capital plan, which currently totals $17 billion. Starting on July 1st, we will be entering our 8th capital plan. Each plan that has been developed, adopted, and implemented has contained key focal programs in order to best respond to the needs of our students, as well as our building portfolio. We are so proud of the advancements we made through our current capital plan, increasing our building accessibility, making our buildings watertight, addressing overcrowding across the city, and funding important school amenities, next slide, such as the state-of-the-art athletic field at August Martin High School, which we were honored to have Speaker Adams join us for the groundbreaking earlier this month. But that's not all. The prior plan saw signature initiatives that built 21 standalone gym annexes, provided the necessary electrical infrastructure at 750 buildings to allow for the installation of 15,000 air conditioning units, and created over 6,000 early education seats citywide. Huge investments were also made in the removal of transportable classroom units. We are incredibly proud of the work we have done to remove these outdated facilities from our school grounds, and we currently only have 24 TCUs remaining at 6 sites. This September will be a historic year for us. We will be opening 24 new school buildings in 2024, one of the biggest in our history. I would like to take a moment to share a preview of what some of our beautiful new buildings will look like. Next slide. In Manhattan, we will be opening PSIS at 3761 10th Avenue. Next slide. In the Bronx, we will be opening 8 schools in total, including a PS at 639 St. Anne's Avenue. Next slide. A PS at 1302 Edward L. Grant Highway. A PS at 2075 Webster Avenue, a PS at 2347 Morris Avenue, and an addition at PS 87. In Brooklyn, we're opening 9 schools, which included PSHS at 485 State Street, a PS at 280 Senator Street, an intermediate school at 650 86th Street, a PS at 6312 13th Avenue. And in Queens, we're opening 6 new schools, including an addition at 32, an addition at PS 169, an addition at PS 41, an addition at PS 96, an addition at PS 174, and an annex at PS 85. In the past, our capital plans have been broken out into 3 sections: capacity, capital investments, and mandated. This proposed FY25 to 29 capital plan continues the work we have done to provide new facilities, improve our existing infrastructure, and meet code-required mandates, but now contains an added Healthy Schools category, which highlights our focus on creating sustainable teaching and learning environments. We're making significant investments in greening our schools as part of the mayor's Leading the Charge commitment, and the funding in this category supports our ongoing sustainability efforts. I will now briefly discuss each of the categories in the proposed plan. In prior capital plans, we focused primarily on building new seats where we had identified a need for new capacity. Since that time, several things have changed, which necessitated a shift in the way we address seat need. First, the city has experienced a multi-year decline in enrollment, along with a declining birth rate for over a decade. Secondly, the passing of the class size law now requires us to examine space needs at an individual school level. These 2 occurrences led us to think strategically and restructure the plan to address the need for capacity in different and creative ways in order to solve for these complex challenges. In this proposed plan, we have combined the successful new capacity program with the class size reduction program from prior plans to create a re-envisioned new capacity program. This reimagined new capacity program will equip us with more flexibility to promptly respond and provide support tailored to the specific needs of school communities throughout the city. Additionally, we will continue expanding successful key programs such as facility replacement, capacities to support the removal of temporary structures, as well as the Early Learn program. By generating new capacity through all 4 programs, we will further increase equity throughout the system. The proposed FY25 to 29 plan contains the following funding to support capacity totaling almost $5 billion. $4.13 billion in new capacity, $250 million to remove temporary structures, $400 million for facility replacement, $200 million for early education. The $4.13 billion allocated for new capacity is the funding that will be used to continued compliance with the class size law. As I testified at the class size hearing on February 29th, we have 4 capital strategies that will be implemented to assist with compliance. One of which, thanks to the investment made through the FY20 to 24 plan, is already underway, as we are in process of bringing roughly 27,000 seats online to help with school overcrowding. We fully recognize that the current funding level of new capacity is short of our current $22 to $27 billion capital estimate for class size compliance, but we cannot, nor do we intend to, rely solely on new construction. Capital construction is just one piece in solving for class size compliance. It must be coupled with other strategies to maximize its effect. The health and well-being of New Yorkers has been front and center in the Adams administration, and that extends to our younger New Yorkers as well. In the FY25 to 29 capital plan, we created the new Healthy Schools category that reflects the priorities of this administration, with dedicated funding to work towards the goals of sustainable schools and an increased focus on the health and well-being of our students. A majority of this funding, $1.4 billion, will go towards our efforts to electrify our existing building portfolio. Additionally, there's $350 million allocated to upgrade our heating plants. Both efforts will make huge strides in eliminating our reliance on polluting fossil fuels and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. $325 million is allocated to projects that will upgrade physical education facilities, including athletic fields, pools, and playgrounds. The National Institute of Health, as well as many other notable health institutions, assert that there is strong evidence supporting the link between physical activity and fitness levels and cognitive performance and overall academic performance. We recognize that these facilities are critical components to our students and their instruction, and we remain dedicated to providing state-of-the-art facilities to encourage active participation in sports and physical activities. The administration recognized these spaces as vital resources to the school community, and thanks to Mayor Adams, we have been able to increase the investment in improving physical education spaces. The last program in this category provides $180 million for health and nutrition projects. 150 of the $180 million of this funding will continue the successful implementation of the Cafeteria Enhancement Experience Initiative started in the prior plan that transforms cafeterias into comfortable and attractive dining environments. $30 million is set aside for the creation of unique educational spaces such as learning gardens and hydroponic labs that have a unique emphasis on health and nutrition teaching and learning. Next slide. This builds upon the unique opportunity we had in Bergen Beach in District 22, where we were able to take a 2.2-acre abandoned lot and turn it into a garden, complete with a learning kitchen, composting area, greenhouse with a weather station, pollinator garden, and a fruit orchard. Thanks to the overwhelming support by the council, in particular Council Member Narcisse and former Council Member Mizell, we will be opening this incredible project in September, along with the other 24 buildings I previously mentioned. The capital investment portion of the plan includes 2 main categories: the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, which totals $3.33 billion, and the School Enhancements Projects, totaling $2.88 billion. In many ways, we've been able to increase investments in enhancing and modernizing school facilities such as bathrooms, science labs, libraries, and room conversions to advance equity and excellence throughout the city. CIP includes exterior and interior building upgrades, and other necessary capital repairs to our buildings. These include the life safety and security systems, as well as critical components of a building's infrastructure, such as roof, parapets, and windows. This work is vital so that we maintain the highest standards of safety at our school facilities for all students. In the current plan to date, we have awarded over 300 exterior modernization projects totaling $2.9 billion. School enhancement projects strengthen educational opportunities for our students. This category funds technology enhancements, realignment of existing facilities to better suit instructional needs, bathroom upgrades, science labs, accessibility, the Innovative, Diverse, Equitable, Accessible Spaces program, and the Career and Technical Education program, and other necessary improvements. A very popular program, the Bathroom Upgrade Program, falls under school enhancement, and it has funded over 400 bathroom renovations in our current plan. We know how important these upgrades are to our school communities, and we are happy to continue this program in the next plan with allocated funding of $60 million. In this plan, there's an increase in funding for accessibility, which demonstrates the administration's continued commitment to expand the accessibility of our school facilities. This plan allocates $800 million towards making our buildings accessible to school communities, an increase of $50 million from the FY20 to 24 capital plan. The current 5-year capital plan funded 56 accessibility projects in historically underserved districts. I am happy to report that we have achieved our goal, and a third of all school buildings are fully programmatically accessible, and 50% of all elementary school buildings are partially or fully programmatically accessible. In the proposed FY25 to 29 plan, we will build upon the successes with a continued focus on citywide equity. Working with our advocate partners and other stakeholders, we will target buildings offering specialized programming, D75, career pathways, bilingual, and gifted and talented programming will be considered in our project selection criteria. We are extremely grateful for the support and advocacy we have received to facilitate this important work for the benefit of all students. We are grateful for the Council's longstanding and continuous investment in technology for our schools. The FY20 to 24 5-year plan funded a wide range of programs to increase the technology capacity of New York City public schools, including bandwidth increases in all schools, procurement of student mobile devices, the creation of a disaster recovery data center, and the replacement of several legacy application systems. This proposed 25 to 29 capital plan builds on the technology capacity created in the previous plan. With $1.25 billion, an increase in technology funding from our current plan, dedicated to ensuring our infrastructure is keeping pace with modern technology development. This plan funds continued data network improvement and bandwidth capacity increases in our schools. It includes funding to replace outdated phone systems in schools. It also funds upgrading New York City Public Schools data security tools, the replacement of additional legacy application systems, and funding for a small number of student mobile devices for high priority needs. In the upcoming plan, $3.4 billion has been allocated to allow us to meet code, agency, remediation, and insurance requirements. Also through the mandated program is the funding that allows us to complete projects that began in the current FY20 to 24 capital plan. The SCA is dedicated to increasing the participation of MWBEs on SCA projects. In the current 5-year plan, through January 2024, we obligated over $3.2 billion, which is over 30% of our total, to prime contracts to MWBEs, with over $485 million through our mentor programs. In the same period, MWBEs have been awarded roughly $1.4 billion, or 35%, in subcontracts on SCA work, of which over $400 million, 32%, has been for emergency work. In FY24 alone, 2,540 jobs were created through mentor projects, and 46.2% of the jobs created went to Black and Hispanic workers. But we do not plan to stop there, or even stop with our focus on construction firms. While the SCA is known for our nationally recognized Construction Mentor Program, we are now expanding opportunities to MWBE design consultants wishing to pursue business with the SCA, and have launched a mentor program for our A&E consultants to mimic the one we have for our construction firms. This program will help minority and women-owned businesses grow their companies by working on SCA projects while providing them with the necessary training, technical assistance, support, and business guidance to navigate the SCA design standards, submission guidelines, and contractual requirements. Program participants will have access to a team of seasoned SCA technical and business employees dedicated to the oversight and training of their firms. The SCA team will help create opportunities for participating firms by providing them with selected contracting opportunities that best reflect their experience and training. The investment we're talking about today are a down payment on our children's future. We're making sure our schools have the infrastructure they need for our scholars to learn and grow in. As has happened in our current plan and as our economic climate improves, we continue to update this plan and our investment in our schools. We understand how important our schools are to the council, and we appreciate your steadfast advocacy and look forward to our continued partnership to ensure a strong foundation as we build toward the successful implementation of our 8th capital plan. I thank you again for allowing me to testify before you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Our first question is going to be the largest issue in terms of both cost and importance currently facing SCA's class size, right? At the class size hearing on February 29th, New York City Public Schools testified that it would cost between $22 to $25 billion to build enough schools to comply with the state law. Previous class size reduction plan quoted SCA estimate from 30 to 35 billion. What led to the decrease in your cost estimate? And can you share how you arrived at the new figure, including the calculations what is it based on?
So our initial estimate of 30 to 35 billion was very preliminary and developed at the beginning of our joint effort in developing a comprehensive class size implementation plan. At the time, the class size working group was still meeting and working on their final proposal. Conversations with other stakeholders were still ongoing, and the estimate represented the most conservative assumption when it came to capital. Essentially, the analysis assumed predominant reliance on constructing new facilities, like big facilities, for compliance with class size mandates. Since then, working with our partners at the New York City Public Schools, we've been able to refine our assumptions and update our estimate. The SCA and New York City Public Schools have put together a cross-departmental team to develop a range of capital strategies that target schools based on each school's level of need. This team includes representatives from Deputy Chancellor of Operations, Office of District Planning, Office of Space Planning, Office of Student Enrollment, and the capacity and real estate units at the SCA. We meet regularly to review data, discuss potential options, and identify appropriate strategies for individual schools. So this includes evaluating prospective sites for new construction. And through this team and the work over many months, we've developed 4 main strategies, which I talked about at the class size hearing, and I'm happy to go through those again if you wish. But essentially, there are 4 strategies, one of which we've already started working on, and that is on room conversions. So where there's an agreement, and as you may remember at that hearing, a survey was sent out to all the principals. So when there was agreement on, is there room in your school to accommodate the additional classrooms, meaning is there potentially an unused office that could be converted, where there was agreement from the central data and from the principal, we've started looking for those couple dozen or so schools that we can do a quicker, cheaper room conversion project that will accommodate the necessary classrooms. The second strategy, which has been underway for some time because it includes funding from the current capital plan. We have 27,000 seats that are coming online in the next few years that we are working with this cross-departmental team to see how those 27,000 seats could accommodate schools that have that are projected not to be in compliance. And the fourth strategy, which we really is the biggest cost here, is creating either annexes or new schools to accommodate class size compliance. That is the biggest part of the costs associated with class size compliance. So those are the third strategy is also investing in our existing facilities. But those four strategies together, I think we were then able to refine our estimate, and it's still an estimate, to the 22 to 27 rather than the 30 to 35.
When I looked over the proposed 5-year capital plan, about $4 billion is invested in new capacity, which is only about half of the amount that was originally included in the 2020 to 2024 capital plan. Why is that?
We do recognize that there was a decrease to new capacity. I'm not sure of the exact figures, but again, we have $17 billion in this capital plan. We know that we are going to be short for new capacity, and as we refine our plan to address it, we have already been in communication with OMB that we will come back to them for additional funding. But right now, the amount that's been allocated, the total of $17 billion, as you would imagine, with competing priorities, we have allocated as much as we can towards new capacity.
If we were to add funding for new seats is added to the SCA 2025 and 2029 capital plan, would those seats be ready by September of 2028 to meet the deadline?
So I think we do have some sites that are already underway. We have as I mentioned before, we have 27,000 seats that are in process right now. But if we were given funding for additional funding above that, if we started right now, it would be very close to 2028.
So we would not be in compliance. So the most recent estimate of number of new seats for class size compliance is 85,000 at 540 schools. Can you explain how this number was determined? How did you determine that was the number we needed?
So I think 540 schools, again, all of this to be verified, but needed over 3,400 classrooms in total. So we took the highest number of seats because if we do 20, 23, or 25, so we did 3,400 classrooms times 25 seats, and that came to 85,000 total seats.
Earlier, you talked about exploring the possibility of underutilization of spaces in existing schools. Is that still?
That is correct. That's the sort of, I think I testified it as the low-hanging fruit. So we have already started that work.
And how many seats do you see you can produce after you survey the spaces?
Well, we're still in the middle of surveying them, and I think right now it's probably only about 25 to 30 school buildings, maybe a classroom or so in each building. So it's not a lot of that. And those are the really sort of low-hanging fruit, because that's ones where we need maybe 1 to 2 classrooms. There are schools that we believe we can accommodate multiple 8, 10 classrooms. So that's sort of second part of that first strategy. So not a lot of schools, but the easiest, I think, to accomplish.
Do you believe you're in compliance with Local Law 167 of 2018, given that there's less information about where the seats are placed in the new plan?
So, Corey.
That was the biggest mystery. Where's the seats going to be?
Thank you, Chair Joseph. We do believe we're in compliance with NOCLA 167. All the information that is required by the legislation are currently posted and updated on our website. We have to readjust our methodology in terms of implementing the new capacity program in response to the class size. That's why we no longer identify C need by district and sub-district.
How would the school districts know what you're building if you have no information?
We do, we perform the same analysis. As Nina explained in her testimony, the New York City public school system has experienced, or the New York City has experienced over 15 years of declining birth and many years of declining enrollment. So as a result of that, we no longer see C need essentially in the city, but our challenge now is to help the New York public school system to achieve class size compliance.
I'll come back. Councilmember Stevens.
Well, hello. How are you guys doing? I just have I have two quick questions. One is just around like processes and things that I just sometimes don't feel like make sense. And we are in a budget season, and this is my third budget cycle. And one of the things that are probably has been the bane of my existence is a school requests reso funding. I'll allocate it. Then you come back to me and say you need more money. I don't like this. Why is this process still here? How do we fix it? And this is like a redundant of time, especially when I know that a lot of times that you guys don't give real estimates in the first round. It's a guesstimate, and no one goes out until after, and then it's this weird thing that I keep hearing is like, we don't have the manpower to go out to do estimates at the start of it, but that makes no sense because you are literally costing us money because at the end of the budget cycle, it's the end of the school year. So now we have to wait a whole full year and you're coming back to me for money. And so I do not want to get to a place where I'm not funding my schools because I'm annoyed that this keeps happening, and this keeps happening. And so until we fix it, like I need it to be fixed. Like this does not make sense. So could we talk about how we need to change it and then talk about how you're going to change it, because I can't do this anymore.
So thank you, Councilmember. I actually very much share your frustration. I actually think that the timeline is also very long. For example, you're looking at allocating funding, call it January through March. We actually don't get the lists till later, and then also we don't get out to the schools till November, December, so it's
none
not
of the
just
issues that my school are asking for funding for are new issues. So I don't understand why, one, you don't have people already doing these estimates, and so by the time they come to us, we don't have guesstimates. So I hear you if this was like new, right? But it's not. So none of these schools have new issues. These are things that we know that are happening. So why are you not consistently having people out to have these estimates ready so that when you guys come to us, we can fund it and fully fund it, and it doesn't take us 10 years or my whole goddamn time I'm here to fund one project. I can't do it anymore. I cannot do it anymore. It is so frustrating because our schools are hemorrhaging and this is a clog in the system. So I need to know, what are the steps you guys are taking to fix this, because this is not okay. Like I can't do it anymore. And I've only been here 3 years, so can't do it.
Again, I do recognize your frustration. We too are frustrated, but we cannot create estimates for a school-specific project without having the capital funding already there.
Exactly. So you already have a policy that says if it's not fully funded, you can't start. It's y'all. It's not me, because that ain't my policy, because I think it's crazy. Because you already have a policy saying it has to be fully funded, so you can't start, right? And so I want to fully fund the project. I want to make sure it's fully funded so we can get it done. But you give me a guesstimate at the start of it. So my principals are literally giving me guesstimates. And every year they're like, well, you're $250,000 short. I'm like, well, why didn't you ask for that? I'd have got that. I'd have allocated it. Would have been done. This does not make sense. This has to change. Like, this doesn't feel like partnership. I saw somebody just gave y'all notes, so you want to read the note?
I just want to be
I thought
clear.
they was giving answers, so.
So again, it's not our policy. Unfortunately, the scoping is not capitally eligible, so we cannot start a project without having that. And there are school-specific. We come to you and say an auditorium upgrade will cost, I don't know, $1.2 to $2 million. Then we get out there and we find that there are either things that were unforeseen, whether it's asbestos or things like that, that would drive up the costs. But unfortunately,
But if you went out there before,
yes, I agree. But
we wouldn't be
can't.
there. So you got to figure it out, because that's what I'm telling you. That, like, you're literally explaining the process that I know, and I'm telling you that is the problem. It does not work. It does not make sense. I do not like things that don't make sense, and this is something that does not make sense. And I do not want to be forced to be at a place where I'm not funding my schools because you guys are doing something that does not work. And that's not fair. It's not fair to any of us up here who are literally putting money into these schools, but like every year, I've been here 3 years, not one of my projects have been able to be completed because you come back to me and say, I need $250 more, I need $1 million more, when I could have funded it at the offset and the project could have gotten started. So it's taking 4 or 5 years for projects to get started because you can't start until you get all the money. So we are in a cycle, so it does not work. So I need you guys to come back with some solutions because it's not working. Like, it's not. Like, it can't just be like, well, we know, and we don't like it either. I need solutions, and that's what we should be. Look at us as thought partners. Well, I'm happy to meet with you guys. Happy to sit down, do roundtables, whatever we need to get done, but it is not working, and I don't understand, like, how could we just let this just continue? So I'll get off my high horse because I'm just very frustrated about that, as you guys can see. I turned into Lincoln now. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I turned into Lincoln. I'm always yelling at him for, like, not behaving. Chair, I just have...
We will certainly, just to close that off, council member, hear your frustration. This is not something we've had a chance to discuss, but we absolutely will sit down with you and any other council members who are interested to figure out if there's something we could do to short circuit the process.
All right, I'm gonna be calling y'all. We gotta have a meeting because I can't.
We'll schedule that right away.
Yeah, it can't. And then I have a school in my district, PS11. They have an annex, and they don't have a PA system. And is this not a safety issue? And I was told that they brought in a box and it worked for a couple of days and now it doesn't. And it's been a number of years. I tried to allocate money to it, but then I realized, like, why am I paying for this? This is a safety thing. Y'all need to pay for this.
Going to ask Kevin Moran to come up. I believe he's familiar with that situation.
Great.
Councilmember.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? I was sworn in, so Kevin Moran, Chief of School-Based Operations. If PS11 has a malfunctioning PA system, we'll send
it doesn't work. It doesn't. So they didn't have it. Never existed. And so I was going to allocate money, and then I was like, "This is a safety issue. I don't think this is me." Then you guys said, "You're right. We're supposed to make sure this happens." And then they came in. She literally said, "Well, it's a new principal," and so she didn't even realize that this has happened before. They had gave them like a box that was supposed to work, but she's like, "Yeah, it doesn't work," and so it does not exist. They don't have a PA system between the two schools, and I see this as a safety issue and a safety concern. So please note it. Please. It has to be addressed. Absolutely. I think that, and it's not close, so it's a couple of blocks down. So that is a real safety issue that the principal cannot communicate between the two schools.
Absolutely. We'll be there tomorrow and share a report with you.
Absolutely.
Soon after.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Madam President, and the whole team. DOE's back with you. All right. And thank you for the update on the 2.2-acre greenhouse at Bergen Beach. I love that project. It's opening in September, as you stated. Would love to see if we could identify other areas where we could replicate this project, particularly in Brooklyn, but anywhere else. 2 quick questions. The first one is on the bathroom upgrade program. So I wanted to know, how do you determine and identify the bathrooms that need the most priorities for upgrades? Reason being, I did a walkthrough of all the schools in my district in 2022, 2023. A lot of those bathrooms have not been upgraded. Sometimes teachers have to go use the restroom outside of the schools because the schools are so old that they don't have restrooms that would fit for an adult. So that's question number 1 regarding the bathroom upgrades. And the second question is in regards to MWBEs. Thank you for the highlight on the MWBE Design Consultant Program. But I wanted to know, what's the criteria for SCA to put in place for participants to qualify? And if they don't qualify for the MWBE Mentor Program under the MWBE Design Consultant option, what are the provisions that are put in place to motivate them and encourage them to continue to engage with SCA? Those 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So Just regarding the bathrooms for a moment, we do an annual building condition assessment survey through BCAS, where we have architects and engineers walk the building once a year. Unfortunately, it doesn't identify, if things are broken, obviously it identifies it, but if it's just kind of old, things of that nature, it doesn't highlight it as a deficiency. So we, a number of years ago, worked with our DSF partners to help us kind of rate our bathrooms and help us to get projects into the pipeline. The best way that we've been able to identify bathrooms coming into the program is through our City Council and Community Education Council request, which I know we have a spreadsheet sent out, so that we need to hear from the schools, from you all, to say, hey, take a look at this bathroom. It works technically, but it's just old and it could use a sprucing up, which is really what this program is designed to do. The 400 bathrooms that we mentioned, I have to say a majority of them are student bathrooms. The funding is still limited in this category, and we have been prioritizing student bathrooms. But if there is a situation where there's an adult bathroom, that they should not be going outside of the school to use a facility. So please let us know that that particular school.
It's more than one, but I will
yeah,
send it.
Please.
I'll send it over. And some of even the students' bathrooms are down in the district, so they have to pivot. And regarding the MWBEs, if you guys can answer that question. And I also wanted to know the MWBE design consultants, will they be utilized in order to deal with the complex challenges of creating class size?
They will be used. Our goal, similar to our mentor construction program, is to grow them, to grow any firm, whether it's construction or in the architecture and engineering world, to compete in sort of the open market. So right now, in the construction mentor program, we have them bidding against other MWBE firms. With the A&E mentor program, though, we have projects set aside so that they can start to learn the process of both sort of SCA specific, but this will benefit the city as a whole. You know, one of the important things for me is that we didn't have many, we only had 2 Black architecture firms on available to us when we started a very important project, and I said that this can't be. So we have extended our reach so that we are executing contracts with, I believe, 17 MWBE firms. They're mostly Black and Hispanic firms, women-owned firms as well, so that we can start this process. They have not done business with the SCA, so we want to get them used to doing business with the SCA and with the city as a whole, so that similar to our construction mentor program, that they can bid or they can get work in sort of the open market. So that's a very long answer to say yes, I expect them to be part of the class size compliance. In fact, the smaller room conversions are perfect for these smaller A&E mentor firms.
We would love to see them participate in the class size
Us
project.
too.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph. I want to commend Deputy Chancellor Weisberg and Deputy Chancellor Videra for their endurance. I hope you have energy bars or something. We appreciate you. And I will continue my earlier practice of starting with a compliment. Whenever we reach out to DSF, they are incredibly responsive. And I just especially want to shout out Kevin, John, the whole team. They do a tremendous job. I don't know how they're as responsive as they are to everyone, but everyone says the same thing, and that means you must be working all the time. We just really appreciate it. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making such a difference and stepping up whenever there are issues. I really want to, I like literally had planned to say almost exactly what Councilmember Stevens said a couple minutes ago. I am similarly at my wit's end. Do you know how much funding the council allocated to SCA projects in FY24? You can ballpark it, or I can help you, whatever you prefer.
We're checking. I mean, I think typically it's been about 180 to $200 million.
Last year was 238.7.
Okay.
Almost $250 million across 813 different projects that we all, council members, put in the budget to fund our schools this current year. After we fund those projects in June, we get radio silence from the SCA for a 6-month period. That's right. There's no, because you don't have the funding hasn't shown up in your budget yet. That's correct. I don't, I appreciate that you're waiting for the capital funding to show up, but every other entity that the city funds, think about the thousands of nonprofit organizations. They don't have contracts from any agency, and yet they're expected to start work immediately, get and work at risk, and expect that they're going to get reimbursed and paid back for the essential work that they do. But the SCA, the message is, no, we're going to wait from OMB to get a message. There's no in-house capacity to get these projects moving. There's no movement whatsoever at all. So we lose 6 months right off the bat. It's 3 more months later. We just were able to get our first updates on some of the projects that we funded over previous years, and they were limited updates with major gaps in information. So we're 9 months now after funding these projects, and we have no updates limited updates of any consequence. And I'll give an example, just like Councilmember Stevens was sharing. We get back of the envelope estimates on the projects we need to fund. We wanted to fund a new schoolyard at PS 307 across the street from Farragut Houses. Huge holes in the pavement. It's honestly scary for kids to run out there. So SCA tells us it's going to cost $750,000. Okay, that's fine. I put $750,000 in the budget, ready to go. Bring a big check, celebrate with the families. Everyone's thrilled. Do you know what SCA comes back to me in March, 9 months later, after we've adopted the budget, for how much it's going to cost?
1.35.
For half of the schoolyard, $2.5 million for the whole schoolyard. So $2.5 million to actually repair the schoolyard that they had thought was going to get repaired. We have $750,000 in the budget. I don't have another $1.75 million in my couch cushion pockets, right? So we've now set up a huge mismatch of expectations. I'm the bad guy, I'm the jerk, because I said we were going to fix the schoolyard. But now, how are we going to fix the schoolyard? Because SCA gave me an estimate that was wildly disconnected from reality. So, no horrible timelines, wildly inaccurate estimates. It is deeply frustrating. And like Councilmember Stevens, I'm getting to the point of, should I just stop funding my schools? Because I have other agencies that are willing to put this money to work and that actually are going to make the improvements that I allocate in the budget in real time. Are there any process improvements that y'all are considering that can make any difference in what is an incredibly frustrating situation?
We are, and again, I think my answer to Councilmember Stevens was not well received because we are bound by capital eligibility rules. The Controller Directive 10 states that we can't do any capital work without the capital funding. I will say 2 things. One is that I think we can talk to OMB a little bit and maybe the Controller's Office to figure out a way to get scoping money, which is really what you're talking about. In order for us to give you a more accurate estimate, we need to be able to scope it. It's been this chicken and egg thing, right? And that's the problem that we're seeing. So let us talk to OMB and the Controller's Office to see if we can get funding for scoping, which will allow us to provide more accurate estimates. And second, the 750, again, should be for one. I know that it's 2 separate schoolyards, and that was the problem. I think that we did not look thoroughly to see that it was sort of 2 different yards, specifically for 307. So
I appreciate you taking responsibility there, but when we talk about getting inadequate estimates from SCA, the idea that you all didn't even look at the schoolyard to give an estimate when giving me a figure. I know the schoolyard. I know how big it is. It's one contiguous schoolyard. So it's not like it's 2 separate schoolyards. It's one space. So when I get an estimate of this is what it's going to cost to fix the schoolyard, I take it seriously. I fund it. I celebrate it with the families and the students and say, we're going to get this done. This is important. This is something that you deserve better. And really what I'm saying to them is, we got a made-up number from SCA that has no bearing in reality. It may or may not be enough. It probably isn't, because you come back to us on most of our projects. And then it's going to take years more of allocations, because we can only do them once a year, and that's a huge gap. So it's probably 5 years away before we'll actually see an improvement in your schoolyard. But maybe, because I'll need to come up with another $1.75 million. That's really what's happening. So yes, it's scoping money. I'm happy to talk to Controller Lander about Directive 10. We'd welcome having those conversations together. But the funding is in the budget. You all see exactly what is printed and what is allocated, and you should be able to take action and move. And if there is a need for greater in-house capacity to be able to do more scoping work, if there's a need to be able to start a procurement process, whatever the things are that we are waiting for dead months at a time that are delaying and delaying and delaying projects, because I think that the delays and the inaccurate assessments are two separate but both critical issues. I really think they both need to be addressed. I just wanted to ask about one other thing, Madam Chair, if you give me the latitude. Two other things very briefly.
Respond, Council Member, just to say from our point of view, this is a new issue to me. I know it's not to you, but
no.
We very much appreciate the projects that you all allocate.
No, I know you want the money, but the message we get is not.
I say that to say we want to create actually every incentive for you to continue to do that. So we will work with you.
I'm with Councilmember Stevens. If there is an improvement, then I'm not going to keep wasting my time. Because I'm not wasting 5 years to fund a project at varying different estimates, having to come up with more money every year. It's more agita and more angry parents and families than not. So
we hear you, Councilmember. I'm just saying we will absolutely sit down with you to try to figure out whatever the solution is. I know Nina is working under constraints. We'll try to figure out what we can do to reverse that.
I contrast it with when I call DSF and there's an issue, there's solutions. I get that its capital process is different. I'm not naive, but like the difference in attitude and orientation and solution-oriented approach is night and day. Deep breath. Two more things. One, in the DCAS capital plan, there was $399 million in cuts to their 5-year capital plan for electrification projects of schools. Is that funding separate and apart from the SCA capital plan? So just so we know all of the different cuts that are happening to our schools that we should be concerned about?
Correct. The $1.4 billion for electrification is separate from the DCAS budget.
So we saw an additional $400 million cut to school electrification, like PS 286Q in Councilmember Lee's district, just off Bay Terrace, where that $166 million electrification project has been cut and is indefinitely on hold, as an example. I'm pointing to her empty chair because that's where she was sitting before.
So the funding that DCAS had set aside for electrification that will push to outer years, projects would not identify for those funding. Those are the funding in the upcoming projects.
Okay. I just want to make sure that all of us, because sometimes things get siloed, so those of us on the Education Committee understand that there were separate cuts to the SCA budget that don't show up in the SCA's budget, but that happen at DCAS that are very harmful and that we're very concerned about and that we're working to restore. Last question. On Atlantic Avenue, many, many years ago, there was a plan announced for an early childhood education center. I was told, I think 15 months ago, 18 months ago, that SCA completed the work. I keep asking to go on a tour, and I get the runaround from the InterGov folks who tell me that they can't, and it hasn't opened, and I don't understand. The work was done 18 months ago, from what I recall. We still don't have any kids there. I can't go in the building. It's a little maddening. I would love a straight answer. This is Atlantic and Borum Place. There's like a Michael's on the ground floor. No? You know, Deputy Chancellor knows the area.
I know the building. It sounds like we'll have to get back to you, and we will get back to you shortly.
I really hope you will, because I've been asking for answers for 18 months, and I'm not very patient. So I appreciate it. I am sorry to get so worked up, but we really have to do better on this, and would be happy to help in any ways we can to advocate with the controller for any additional flexibility, any support we can provide. Thank you for your latitude, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. What's the timeline when a council member funds a project? I know, but just for the record, how long does it take? What's the estimated timeline? When for example, Council Member Ressler puts in money for a project, how long does it take?
So I think the allocation comes in around March. It's not approved until July. It goes through OMB. They take a little time to send us the list. We vet the list. We apply for CP, which we typically get in December timeframe. Then we start to go out to the schools. And I think what Councilmember Russler is talking about is from July 1st till we got out to some of the schools and were able to provide an estimate. For example, at 307, it was close to 9 months from the July 1st to essentially March 1st.
So what's the difference in from that timeline to the time he allocated the funds that there was such a huge difference? That's what he's referencing. There was a huge difference, right, council member?
That's right.
He calls it a guesstimate. It wasn't an estimate. He said it was a guesstimation.
I think that was out there. Correct. Correct. The scope, which is what I was alluding to earlier, allows us to refine that estimate and come up with a real estimate rather than a playgrounds usually cost $750,000 or an auditorium costs whatever, $1 million, whatever the figures are. Until we get to a site and can assess the site to figure out, for example, if we need to do any underground drainage at a playground or things of that nature, that will change the cost. So it is site specific, and until we're authorized to go to get that, once we get the CP and we're authorized to go to the site, it's only until then that we can come up with a real estimate.
And in the meantime, are you in communications with the council member's office to let him know this is happening? Because it seems like he was surprised that the price went up.
He was surprised. I don't want to speak for you. You were surprised that it went up, and I think the frustration was, again, July was allocated. We didn't have an estimate or was able to give him an update to that estimate until 9 months later. So I think that is the frustration. And again, I think we will look at the process. We have to talk to the Controller's Office and OMB to figure out a way to get additional funding so that we can scope these projects earlier to be able to provide an estimate that is true. And then
fast track the project so the kids are not leaving the school and never seeing the project come to fruition. And that's happened a lot. You talked about TCUs earlier, and I have one of my colleagues who's very interestingly, what is the process for SCA in terms of getting community input from the schools for TCU removals?
So before we initiate a project, obviously we work with several departments at the New York City Public Schools because they are in constant contact also with the principals themselves. So to make sure that we can remove those TCUs, we rely on the communication with the principal and the superintendent to make sure that whatever community engagement is possible is actually deployed for the project.
And when the TCUs are removed, what's usually the next plan? I know there's a school in the Bronx that I visited. You removed the TCU. What's the plan for that school?
I'm not sure of the specific school, but in many cases...
Junior High School 118 in the Bronx in District 10. You know I know my schools.
Yes, you do. Of course you do.
That school.
So two things when we remove a TCU is we either replace it with a building structure, as in 96 in Queens. We actually are building the annex first and then removing the TCU. But in all cases, we restore it to a playground. Mm-hmm. So in that case, I believe in 118 we are restoring it to a playground use.
From what I understood, that wasn't the case. They were thinking of building a charter school. I hope that's not the case. I hope this, after suffering for so long, especially the Bronx under TCUs, when they remove a charter school is not placed there, but a playground is placed. We've had TCUs that were supposed to be in for 20 years. They've been in there for 50 years. For me, it becomes a racial and equity issue when this happened in economics, because I'm sure other places it's not happening. How many did we remove in the Bronx, and how many do we still have in the Bronx?
Oh, thank you. We had a total of 86 in the Bronx. 73 were removed, 11 are in process. So there are 2 that we're still working on developing the plans for, so there are 2 left.
And Brooklyn, you have them in Brooklyn. How many do you have? And
Brooklyn, there were a total of 80, 74 have been removed, 3 are in process, 3 remain.
in Manhattan?
Total of 21, 6 have been removed, 15 still remain.
What is the conversation does SCA have before the TCU? We talked about that. What conversation does SCA have about permanent spaces that replace TCUs before spaces are designed and determined? Are you talking to the community school, superintendent, administrator, and the community at large? Is community engagement done when there's a chance to redesign the space that was occupied by TCU?
We engage with the principal and the superintendent if it's being replaced with a playground.
What was it? The 24 TCUs you have left, what are the timelines for those to be removed?
We do not have a timeline for those. They are at 6 sites, and we're working hard to remove those 6 remaining, or the 24 TCUs at those 6 sites. But we don't have a timeline yet for that.
You don't have a timeline?
We do not.
And let's talk about accessibility for our New York City schools. SCA said it'll take about 20 years for us to meet accessibility requirements by law, by federal law, not even by the council member. This is a federal law. Why is it going to take so long for our schools to be accessible? So that means our students with disabilities have to travel so far, and I've said that so many times, that they don't get to stay in their neighborhoods because the schools is not accessible. Even my child's school is not accessible, and it has 5 floors. So I can imagine if something happened to him, what does he learn in the cafeteria? Unacceptable.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Tom Taracco. I'm the Chief Executive for Space Management and charged with accessibility for New York City schools, planning, and compliance. The 4 capital plan, $4 billion estimate was given as we've been asked to give in prior testimony guesstimates, because with 436 buildings, I believe it is, remaining that are not accessible, not all of them have been scoped out to see. As I've said in previous testimony, some of those buildings, because of their age, their design, or their location, will not be able to be compliant. So that 4 capital plan estimate was based on finally having a good baseline with this last $750 million. If we progressed, if costs stayed the same, if funding stayed the same, and we were able to accomplish what we did in this last capital plan, that's where that 4-year estimate was, and we figured we'd be able to do at least 300 of those 400, and I think I do have the exact number that are not accessible, but...
It was previously stated that it would need about $4 billion to make all schools accessible.
Based on current costs and conditions, yeah, that's how we looked at that. So 453 are not accessible currently.
And what is the timeline to get them? In your capital plan, your 2029, it says planning to enable all schools to be compliant. What do you estimate the new timeline for reaching full ADA compliance? And I think that it was supposed to be 1.9 billion. I noticed we're, 800 million? So we're short in even making the schools accessible.
Well, with the 800 million and a slightly different approach to our projects this year, as we're going to highlight, conversations with our advocate partners and the Special Education City Education Council, we've been discussing really targeting our students with special needs, and some of those are in partially accessible buildings. So we'll be doing slightly different types of projects to bring full accessibility to those schools. But we feel we can positively affect about 70 to 75 of those buildings with 800 million. If we were to get the original 1.25 billion I think we were asking for on the original ask. That would add another 30 to 45 of that. Now you're talking about 100 buildings affected in a capital plan. Now you're really taking chunks of those percentages away. So, it's all relevant. I mean, there's a lot of challenges with this program, but we're very proud of the work that the SCA and DOE has done together on this.
And you said if the funding would be added, we would get an additional how many schools?
Well, we could do 30 non-accessible buildings to full accessibility, or we could do somewhere up to 50 if we were taking partially accessible buildings and looking at. We're also going to be looking at District 75 sites that might be in non-accessible buildings, but in the lower floors where we could do a partial project to get them accessible.
Is it possible that you could submit a list of schools that are currently not ADA compliant to this committee? I need.
Yes, we have a list.
How much state funding did you receive in the fiscal 2023, and how much do you plan to receive in 2024 and 2025?
I'm not the money guy, so.
Please include building funding sources like building aid that does not directly come to SCA.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for stating that, because you're correct. The building aid does not come to the SCA. It comes into the sort of general fund. So we don't get any direct state funding. As you mentioned, the building aid from the state comes into the general fund of the city. For this fiscal year, the SCA is expected to receive about $1.4 billion, but that is amortized over 30 years.
How much of this building aid versus other sources of funding do you get? Other than the state, do you get any other type of funding?
We get very little federal funding. That's been mostly Sandy projects, IDA, things like that. So the vast majority is city funding.
So what conversations are you having with OMB about providing additional funding in the upcoming financial plan, particularly in regards to new capacity and accessibility?
We are in constant contact with them, and we have said we will be coming back to them for additional funding. I will say that the current capital plan, the FY20 to 24 capital plan, started with $17 billion. It ended with $19.4 billion. So we are hopeful that we will receive additional funding, especially if the debt limit is raised.
And how does SCA advocate for more state funding or a change to the building aid formula, given that the class size law is driving a lot of the needs for funding is state mandated? If not, do you plan on advocating for changes at the state level?
We would love to have you as advocates to help us get that state formula changed. It has not changed over time, so we would love to have you as partners with us.
Can you walk us through the reasons for this funding has not been utilized more by SCA or DOE, the Educational Construction Fund?
Thank you for raising that, Chair. The Education Construction Fund, as you know, is really an innovative approach to work with private developers to have them fund the building of new schools. An example of that in Brooklyn, Khalil Gibran is getting a brand new building in downtown Brooklyn as a result of an ECF project. It does depend. I mean, we would love, Chair, to do dozens of ECF projects. They're all big wins because our kids get brand new facilities, and we don't need to tap the capital funding in order to, for the most part, in order to build them. It's dependent on finding a particular location that a developer wants some sort of rights to, and is willing to and can make the dollars and cents work to fund a facility that we're looking for up to our standards. So Jennifer Maldonado, who is the head of ECF, I can tell you, works tirelessly, and she has a number, always, but certainly right now, a number of potential projects in the hopper, so she's constantly having these conversations, trying to create more projects, always for students who are in facilities that are older facilities, not, don't have the same amenities that we want all our kids to have. So that's really the reason why there are not more ECF projects at any particular time, is they're really situational. They're dependent on finding the right location with the right partner.
And I think also swing space plays a great deal into this. In the case of Khalil Gibran, the building is going up next to their current location, so we didn't have to find swing space for that particular school. So I think that plays a big part of it as well.
If the TFA debt limit was raised, what would set priorities for additional funding? What would your priorities be for additional funding?
I'm sorry.
If we raise the debt limit, if the debt limit was raised, what would be these with this additional funding?
So I think I've been pretty clear. Certainly, new capacity, accessibility, and electrification are the three areas where we need additional funding.
But at the same time, we noticed that the 23,035 new seats that you funded in your capital plan, right? The 2029, the placement of 16,334 remains undetermined. Why is that?
So as we mentioned earlier, we had to readjust how we implement the new capacity program. So out of the 23,000 seats that were funded in the 8th plan, we cited about 6,700 of them. The rest of seats are funded currently citywide. As we continue to work, identify plan to help individual schools for class size compliance. We'll continue to cite those projects, and we'll work with you to secure as many sites as possible throughout other processes.
When you plan on this designating these seats to particular districts, this 16,000, when will you know to assign them to particular districts?
We are not assigning them to a particular district and sub-district. What we can share is based on the list of schools that will be in need of classroom space. For compliance, most of the schools are located in districts historically have a large number of seat needs, so we'll continue to look in those areas. But if we do receive site recommendation in other areas, we'll also look at them in relationship with schools that might be in need of space, and then we'll evaluate them equally.
Does this plan include our students in D75?
I don't believe D75 classes are subject to class size mandate.
SCA has indicated that between 10 to 15% of school buildings cannot be made ADA compliant because of age, configuration, location, historic designation, and other variables. What is the plan for these schools?
Each one of those locations would have to be evaluated for what the major plan would be. Some would be actually having to knock them down and rebuild them. I mean, that's how drastic that type of planning goes.
Would you be able to provide the committee with a list of those schools that cannot be updated to meet the ADA?
Up to date, we have not been able to survey all the remaining buildings as we've been focused on what we can fix, but we will get to them. I don't know if I can get glued down to an exact timeline at this point.
But how do you know they can't be updated if you haven't surveyed them?
To get you the exact number, well, we're going at what we can do. We're surveying the buildings that we know we can do. That just kind of whittles it down from the 400 and I think it was 53 number we mentioned, and then it will become apparent what can't be done later on.
Are there accessibility projects funded under the fiscal 2024 that will be completed in the next few years?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
How many?
56 from what I heard, but then there's another group of buildings that have been designed and they're ready to go in the next capital plan already. So, we're going to be just rocking and rolling. This is the first time we've ever seen a pipeline this robust since I've been doing this work for plus 15 years. So I'm very excited about it because not only do we have them in construction, in design, in scope, bid and award, we have every single category has jobs in it, and we have quite a few in construction right now. So you're going to start seeing some big results out there, and we're excited about it.
And I would love to see the list so I can visit.
We do have that list for you.
On your updated projects on your greenhouse in Bergen Beach, how much the funding is in plan for the door lock security? How much is it planned? How much does that cost?
Currently, we have 88 million, I believe, put towards the door lock security between this and the next plan.
What's the timeline for all schools to have these door locks installed?
So at current, we have 252 projects completed in phase 1. There's 114 currently underway. The plan is to finish the remaining intermediate K-5, if you will, K-5, by June, July, and the entire city, the entire program, by January.
What's the updated on the proposed redevelopment of the former St. John Villa campus in Staten Island? Can you give me an update on that?
We're currently in the phase of doing master campus planning. As of now, we hope we will be able to start the design of the school buildings in the later part of.
Can you speak a little louder,
sure,
please?
Sorry. We're currently in design of the master campus, the entire St. John's Villa master campus. As of now, we hope to start designing the individual school buildings later part of this year.
About next year?
We'll start the later part this year. The design process will take approximately a year.
8 years?
1 year.
1 year, okay. There are accessibility issues at PS 54, Hillside and Richmond Hill. Are they any planned accessibility projects at that school?
No, Richmond Hill, she said. I think we'll have to get back to you on that particular school.
And what about the 2 Harbor High School Annex project on Governor's Island?
Those are both currently in design and to be awarded this fiscal year.
What's the timeline to bring those on, to get that done as well?
So the leased annex, which is currently in front of the current harbor school, that will be complete by 2026, and the athletic annex on the other side of the building, of the current building across the street, is 2027, so the following year.
And an update on the new school being constructed on Edward L. Grant Highway in the Bronx.
Yeah, this year, 2024.
I know my Brooklyn folks will enjoy this. Can you provide an update on the new schools being constructed on Fort Hamilton Parkway in Brooklyn?
Thank you. So the one 4002 Fort Hamilton Parkway is slated to open 2026, 487 seats.
And John Brown High School Annex in Queens?
That's in design, correct? Yeah, 2027. That's going out to bid soon.
And in terms of technology and internet service for our school, speed is 1 gig. What is the timeline to get every school to 1 gig? And how do you prioritize schools you want to bring up to speed?
Thank you, Chair. Scott Strickland from DIIT. So we currently have all of our schools at 300 gig, and that's a result of the investments made in the last capital plan. Two years ago, only about half of the schools were at 300 gig, so everybody's at 300 gig. The goal in this plan is to get everybody to 1 gig. They'll have that capacity now. That's the bandwidth that goes into the school. When we do a school, and we call it a bandwidth upgrade, we also do the interior wiring, the MDF closet where the fiber comes in, and that allows the access points to be strengthened and be more reliable, have more coverage. And so that's where we are. By the end of this year, this school year, half of our schools will be at 300 gig, the other half will be at 500 or more.
How many schools you have that are already at 1 gig connectivity?
Yep, 1 gig is 116.
Do any other schools require greater internet speed?
Yes, some of our larger high schools require more than that. We have 27 schools at 2 gig or more.
If so, how many, and is there funding in this plan to get those schools to fast speed?
Yes. So we've already done that with the prior funding. This is a full refresh of all of our DOE-owned buildings that will provide the hardware and wiring and access points that will allow the speeds to come in and be distributed across the buildings and accessible to our students and teachers.
Out of the 27 schools, how many more do you have to go to increase the speed? You said 27, is there any more?
As we see the need for allocations to be made based on historical usage, and they have the capacity to go higher, we can do that today. That's how we've gotten some of our schools to over 1 gig. There aren't any that we need to do at the moment, but there may be some that come up by the end of the year, and we'll have the capacity to do that.
Okay. Thank you. SCA currently projects that enrollment in New York City public schools will keep shrinking, decreasing by more than 200,000 students in the next decade, according to the most recent enrollment projection. Can you provide detail on specific assumption made in this projection and the reason for such a downward trend in student population?
So I think in my testimony I talked about birth rate declining, and in fact over the past 15 years we've been seeing birth rate declining. And actually enrollment has reflected that birth rate decline since 2016. COVID exacerbated that decline, and but we still see the enrollment projections are a reflection of a trend, so we still continue to see this downward trend. But again, we do this annually, so we make sure that our projections reflect the most up-to-date trends.
So we already did your projection for this year?
We did. We did.
And that's how you saw the answer. Earlier I spoke about junior high school 118 and I said the TCU wasn't removed. The TCU is still there. However, there's a charter schools that's interested in moving in junior high school 118 in the Bronx, District 10.
Do we have a plan to remove it? What does this mean? Oh, it's in process. So sorry, it was on a different list. It's a technical, but it's a transportable classroom building. But we do have it as in process. I am unaware of a charter school wanting to be there.
They've waited so long for this space. So get the answers back to me. I will write to make sure I get the answers to this question, because you seem like you don't know, but they're telling me that's exactly what's happening.
We've awarded it though, right? What's in design? Okay. Yeah, we will get back to you.
Thank you. The projections that you talked about earlier in the decline factor in recent are new New Yorkers and other immigrants in the city. Did you factor in those numbers when you did your math?
Yes, last year and this year, I believe this year, 19,000 asylum seekers.
And which school district you saw the most decrease in?
I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but
we will email you so we can get the answers on the record. I want to see the numbers per district, per school district. Want to talk about the preliminary mayor's management report. The average construction, and I think that's what my colleagues were talking about, bid price for school capacity jumped from $710 per square feet fiscal 2021 to $905 $5 per square feet in fiscal 22 and remain at roughly the same level in 2023. What's the reason for the increase, and do you believe that we're seeing a level off cost, or do we expect to continue to see this type of inflation?
Thank you for that question. That's actually good. In fiscal year 21, there actually weren't that many projects bid because we were still coming, it was still sort of shut down for COVID. So it is a decreased number of projects that were actually awarded in that fiscal year. But I will say, yes, I think inflation is a part of it. Supply chain issues continue to be a factor, as well as other legislation such as, bird-friendly glass, things like that do start to increase the cost per square foot. So we don't see a decline happening in the near future, but we always value engineer our projects and our capacity program or our entire program as a whole to try to keep our costs down.
So the percentage of capital improvement projects constructed on time or early have been decreasing down to 14% through the first 4 months of the fiscal 2024. Can you explain why such small percentage of projects have been finished on time this year?
Unfortunately, I think we're still seeing delays due to COVID and other issues such as supply chain issues continuing to keep our projects from completing.
And on the record, how much is it going to cost for us to meet the laws of the class size?
Our latest estimate is 22 to 27 billion. 2 billion is already accounted for in the current capital plan. So I believe your question earlier was correct at 22 to 25 billion additional funding. We do have 4 billion in this plan, but it still falls short.
It still falls short to
It
meet
does.
What is the plan? Chancellor Emma, what's the plan to fund the law?
I'm not sure I can speak to the capital side of it. I think I would say, as we discussed earlier, there are substantial financial needs on both the expense side and the capital side, and the expense side to ensure we can hire the 10 to 12,000 teachers we discussed earlier, including our 3,000 special ed teachers. We put that at 1.4 to 1.9 billion on top of the additional dollars we've already received from the state. IBO puts it a bit higher, 1.6 to 1.9 billion. We will, as we also discussed earlier, we'll be looking for next year to ensure we stay in compliance. We'll be looking at where schools can repurpose dollars to hire teachers, and we are also eagerly awaiting whether we will get additional dollars from the state to support us as well. On the capital side, I think Nina touched on this earlier, which is that the goal is to continue to get additional dollars in the capital plan, not just for class size, but for accessibility and for some of these other key pieces, I would argue technology as well, and we'll continue to work with OMB on that, with that together.
Thank you.
And this is, Chair, another example. This is a mandate from state. There's no funding. There's no additional capital funding, as you heard from President Kubota. The vast majority of the capital funding is city funding. Comes from you and City Hall. So to answer your question, what's the plan? We would hope that our state partners would provide at least some of that capital funding to comply with the law that they passed and enacted.
We got to take a trip to Albany.
We'll buy that train ticket tomorrow if
because we have to bring the money, because we have to be in compliance. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We will now open the hearing for public testimony. As a reminder to members of the public, this is a formal government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, preliminary budget hearing education. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will set the time and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. And finally, if you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. Our first panel, Michael Mulgrew, Louis Cholden-Brown, Donald Nesbitt, Henry Rubio, Shirley Edible, and Donovan Swanson. Michael Mulgrew, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you having this hearing today. I'm going to start and make this very simple. New York City has the money to invest in its school system, but this administration right now is choosing not to invest at the appropriate level. Last Monday, 1,000 people got up between 4 and 5 a.m. to get on buses. Over 100 of those were parents and advocates, and went up to Albany knowing they were going to spend 6 hours that day on that bus, and went to Albany. And what did they advocate and lobby for? They advocated for the early childhood program that just a few short years ago was looked at nationally and is no longer looked that way, but we know how important it is. We advocated on behalf of our students with special needs, our English language learners, our community schools, and of course, class size. And class size, it was because of the widespread belief of all of those who were doing the lobbying. They were thanking the state electeds for passing the law, but they were sounding the bell that the belief is that this administration is scheming to fabricate an economic crisis so they do not have to comply with the law. And when you think about what goes on when we do this lobbying, you know, the teachers and the parents have continued to go up year after year. And the last 2 years alone, they have secured increases in education funding, as well as secured an additional $1.6 billion from the state of New York for our school system, and that will continue annually. But I am here to sound a warning bell to all of you, because this is the first time we have ever lobbied where we had to continually answer one question. Why should we, the lawmakers of New York State, continue to give additional support to the city of New York when it is clear your administration is using that as an excuse to reduce their support for their own school system? So as we move forward, we have to really take a bigger look at this entire process of budgeting, because this has turned into some surrealistic nightmare. We argue about numbers that aren't real. We hear an administration go out and claim all these additional costs and that the sky is falling. We went for a period of time over a couple of months this year. We went for the cost of our migrants from $400 million to $1 billion to 1.6 up to $4 billion. And then a few short weeks later, there was through phenomenal fiscal stewardship, they found $7 billion. The process is broken. And in the last 2 years, when the parents and everyone have done this lobbying and secured this additional funding, these last 2 years, when they cut our schools both years, they claimed all these, that there were, again, an economic crisis, yet in those 2 years, it's over a $6 billion surplus in operating. This, you know, when you go to Albany, as I just heard this panel say, oh, we need to go to Albany. We go to Albany and say we need additional funding for class size, there is no credibility coming from this administration. So they are putting in danger one of the most important things to the parents of our city, which is class size. So I'm asking if there is anything we can do together with, you know, because you've been great partners of ours on this budgeting process. Enough is enough. The public knows its lies. They hear it all the time. They laugh about it. And it's just not a political football, because real people are being hurt and our children are suffering because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for conducting today's hearing. I am Henry Rubio, President of the Council for School Supervisors and Administrators. And on behalf of the 17,000 in-service and retired school leaders, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and provide our union's input in the fiscal year 2025 budget and share some of our key 5 priorities. We believe that spending cuts should never, ever directly impact students. Our city must find ways to replace the expiring federal aid so that our schools do not lose valuable programs. Cuts must never take away the critical resources that our children need every single day. I don't have to tell you, our children are our future. As the DOE tries to sort of right-size school budgets, the DOE must ensure an adequate budget appeal pool of funds to effectively support schools through that transition and the upcoming budget appeal process. It can be brutal. The city must also continue to fund the purchase and repair of student devices. Our system's dependence on these tools escalated during the pandemic and highlighted the digital divide. And now the state also requires their use for testing, something many people are not aware of. We must not allow the expense of these tools to become an unfunded mandate for our local schools. Regarding class size, let me be clear as CSA president. We believe in smaller class size. However, since the inception, we've been steadfast in our position that the city and state must implement this in a manner that is responsible, and we must be fully transparent with the public. Many school leaders have shared substantial concerns regarding either the space, the staff, or the funding necessary to comply with the law, and we want to fully comply with the law. We can't reduce class size at a faster rate than the teachers we can hire. We talked about that today, the need for more teachers. We can't reduce class size at a faster rate than we can build the space for them. We've also talked about that already today. I heard conversations today with respect to pay parity. And our CBO-based members, our directors and assistant directors, have been without a contract since 2020. You heard that, 2020. We thank the City Council for securing substantial funding for the labor reserve. Unfortunately, the city has yet to sit down with CSA to negotiate a new contract for these important and essential educators. The pay scale inequity not only smacks in the race of injustice and unfairness, but also threatens to compromise the stability and quality of early childhood. And what many of you don't know is that our members are 90% women, Black and brown women. And right now, their city-funded salary is less than what the teachers they supervise earn. Fourthly, there is no entity that has done more to recruit, train, and retain New York City school principals than the Executive Leadership Institute. As our system faces increasing challenges to both recruit and retain principals, we ask that you please increase your investment in the Executive Leadership Institute and our flagship programs. And lastly, to teach and learn, students and teachers and other staff must feel valued, respected, and safe. CSA has shared our members' growing concerns around school safety for years now, advocating for resources and warning about the erosion of school leader discretion over the decisions that affect the well-being of their school communities. And so in this area, we must have an adequate number of safety agents, for one. Secondly, we must have an assistant principal in every school. And 3, we must have enough cameras to monitor buildings inside, outside, and panic buttons in areas where they're necessary. And lastly, we believe in early voting. But the challenges of early voting should not be displacing our students, impacting academics, or putting staff and students at any sort of safety risk. Thank you so much for your time, Chair, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for your testimony. Just a note to all panelists, we will complete all in-person testimony before turning to virtual testimony. Next panelist, Donald Nesbitt.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and distinguished members of the council. I am Donald Nesbitt, Executive Vice President for Local 372, DC 37 ASME. On behalf of the 24,000 members that we represent in schools, and under the leadership of Sean D. Francois I, I am here to testify on the mayor's proposed budget. Our members, such as school lunch workers, perform essential support services to help the 57,000 public school children of New York City to be learning ready. School lunch workers unload, prepare, and serve food each day, including during the summer. Not only is school lunch critical to students' health and well-being, especially for low-income students, it also ensures students have the nutrition that they need to learn. We would like to thank the council for fighting to restore the $25 million towards school food programs and restoration of some of the popular school food items back onto the menu that our students love. Now that the city has restored funding towards the school lunch program, it is important that they have sufficient staff levels to serve these newly restored menus. Local 372 respectfully requests the city allocate $10 million towards hiring an additional 1,000 school lunch workers, including the total, which would bring the total up to 9,000. This will help reduce the strain on the current workforce, continuing to fulfill the breakfast and lunch activities set by the previous and current administrations, including implementing more cooking from scratch, continuing to feed children of our city. In addition, this will allow the city to work quickly in replacing members who are retiring and leaving their jobs. According to Kate McKenzie, Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Food Policy, school food consumption has increased 9% this year alone, a total of 66,000 more meals each day. With children consuming more food, school lunch workers need more hands on deck to meet the demand. The Department of Education Office of School Food even acknowledges that there is a shortage through the hiring of additional cafeteria workers. However, current levels are not enough due to an increase in retirements and a difficulty in retaining, therefore the need to fix Tier 6 as well. School lunch workers must also be able to accommodate dietary restrictions, including medical and religious restrictions. With that being said, several enhanced school lunch programs to accommodate such restrictions as well. School lunch workers must follow multiple sets of strict guidelines to ensure school safety and that the children are also eating safety. Additionally, we must also serve breakfast in the classroom programs, and we're extremely supportive of this, as well as universal feeding. And each child deserves to go to class with a full stomach. However, in order for school lunch programs to be successful and sufficient, we need these 1,000 additional school lunch workers to make this possible and alleviate some of the strain that the workers are experiencing. With the inadequate staffing levels, it makes it extremely difficult for school lunch workers to meet these requirements within the necessary hours. Another struggle faced by our school lunch employees, which is a direct impact on sanitation and hygiene in the school cafeterias and kitchens, is inadequate air conditioning and ventilation. Updating our non-existent and inadequate cooling and air exchange systems in the public school system have been a persistent struggle faced by school lunch workers for decades. The vast majorities of schools have been built in the 1930s through the 1990s, lacked the proper design and operation for acceptable indoor air circulation. Due to the age and condition of these buildings, many lack the necessary electrical capabilities to supply cool units in kitchen spaces. Many of these kitchens Local 372 workers are in every day have little to no cooling or ventilation and can reach over 130 degrees. A 2017 report called Too Hot to Learn, which detailed this significant lack of air conditioning, outlined the need for air conditioning in these spaces. The workers are in dire need of cooling in these areas, and the Office of School Food has taken money from their budget to put some cooling system in some schools, but for the 1,600 schools throughout the city and a majority being built within that time, it's just not enough. So in closing, Local 372 extends their gratitude to the City Council always for their support. We hope this request for $10 million to support school lunch staffing and additional resources to remediate these working conditions on behalf of Local 372 and its 24,000 members. We thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Shirley Adable. Lewis Cholden Brown. Jonathan Swanson.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Joseph, and thank you for holding this important hearing today. My name is Donovan Swanson. I represent the Brooklyn Borough President, Antonio Reynoso, who's here to fight for critical and important programs across Brooklyn and New York City public schools. Fiscal year 25 preliminary budget for both DOE and SEA are concerning for a number of reasons, many of which you and your council members here today have all echoed, and we are in agreement. Crucial long-term initiatives such as 3K and pre-K community schools, restorative justice programming, post-secondary readiness programs, and so much more are threatened with cuts. With the expiration of federal COVID relief funding, our school's financial situation is dire, yet new projections from the IBO expect billions more in available funding for this fiscal year 25 than previously predicted. So while some cuts may be necessary, we should be using data and evidence to ensure that our education budget is serving the roughly 900,000 students and families with the priority of those most in need. You have our testimony here today with a number of things outlined. I'm going to try to do my best and run through, but the Brooklyn Borough President is particularly concerned on a couple of initiatives. One, early childhood education. Parents across Brooklyn are calling for expansion, not reduction, of early child care programs, especially pre-K and 3K. In fact, the number of New York City families utilizing 3K more than doubled between school year 2019 and school year 2022. The federal standard for affordable child care is 7% of household income. Yet, according to the Citizens Committee for Children, child care costs in Brooklyn could represent up to 63% of a family's income. According to that same study, more than 80% of New York City families with children under 5 are unable to afford child care. This is unsustainable and underscores the access to free and low-cost child care, how it can make a difference in families staying in New York City or being forced to leave. It is essential that these programs remain available to every family, regardless of special needs or immigration status. Yet more than 150 Brooklyn 3K classes could be on the chopping block, including many in our borough's highest poverty districts, as well as 19 integrated classes for students with special needs and 24 preschool special education programs. The Borough President Reynoso is ready to fight alongside our council to address these funding gaps. I think it's also important to note that while we're happy to see the increase in 94 full-time staff for processing special education claims and expediting hearings, and that's a sign in the right direction, as you highlighted, we need to do major investments in special education and in specifically our preschool special education to address this exploding backlog of Carter cases now estimated at $200 million in fiscal year 25. Our testimony also includes concerns with school climate and culture, cuts to community schools, restorative justice programming, sensory exploration and education and discovery programs like SEED, bilingual programs, translation and interpretation services. The list goes on. And I mean, we'd be remiss to not discuss sustaining critical staff. There's projected over 625 staff on the chopping block. This is people's livelihoods. This is entire industries. These are our students' mental health. These are the valuable supports that we know are necessary for schools. And lastly, because again, we cannot minimize the mention of class size. $4 billion, we're happy to see, but it is not enough to even begin to address. And so we stand here as partners, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and the Borough President will continue to stand with Council to demand investments in our youth. And again, we're partners as always.
Thank you so much. I have a quick question for President Mulgrew. What are the ways the city's budget process could be revamped to make it more factual so arguments would be over policy instead of politics?
I would have 3 separate entities having to look over all of the city books and coming up with what is believed to be the real number. Right now, you get a number put out by OMB. That is clearly a problem. We've always played games with our budget. We get that. But it's now getting to levels where there is no credibility in these numbers whatsoever. And it's hurting us in our lobbying efforts in Albany. And so if you have 3 separate entities who get complete look at all the books, and they all say, well, for this fiscal year, this is the number we should start to work off of and start the budget process. That does not happen. It is all done in one agency, and they just come out with their magic number. And then during the year, they come out with other numbers, and then they say, this is why we have to cut. There is no check on that. They just come out. You guys have done phenomenally with your hearings. You've had one person here more than anybody else, as far as I can tell, and you still can't get your questions answered.
And that was one of the sad part about this. What is your understanding for the wide swing in city's financial estimate? Because the council had called it. We were calling it from way before. Our chair of finance was saying, there's money there, there's money there. He called it, and finally they were like, no, no, no. And then one day we woke up, we found it.
Arrogance. It's sheer arrogance that to think that, okay, we're going to go out and lie to everyone. When the numbers, some of those numbers are there. The $8 billion in reserves is there. You look at the quarterly reports, and the operating surplus is exploding. You see all of this, but there is billions more that still has not seen. So, you know, and I love this whole idea that, oh, 5 years our deficit is going to make us fall into a pit of hell. That's been that way forever. 5 years from now is always the pit of hell, and yet we get there, and it's not. This year, the fiscal year we're in right now, originally was a $4 billion deficit, and I remember fighting with an administration over that. Yet here we are in this year, and it's going to be close to a $4 billion surplus. How did you get? If these people are the experts on numbers and money, how are they wrong by $8 billion? They would not pass math class. I'm just saying it. It's a game, and that's the problem. This game is hurting our city.
According to my council member Shaker, he said the math is not mathing.
Yeah.
So how do we talked about class size, and you said the funds are there, and but New York City Public Schools said it's an unfunded mandate. Can you elaborate on that?
The additional $1.6 billion was what the state is sending, and that is based off of the city's estimates of what they needed. So now that it is here, they're saying that that has nothing to do with it. Let's just start with what some of I heard sitting here today. You asked them a question about the $35 billion projection that they needed for classrooms. And they said, we've worked closely, we've done this. No, there was a massive fight inside of their committee, because what happened was, literally, and you can't make this up, it sounds absurd, if they got a survey from a principal, which they shouldn't be surveying the principals at this point in time, they have enough to do, but they got a survey from a principal, and 3 students didn't fit in the school, they were accounting for a whole new school for 3 students. And they did that every time that happened. That's how they got from 35 to 25. They have not shown us the formula that they're using. And we're not going to sign on to the document that is due to the state. The minute the state's budget is done, we have a period of time, it's not long. We're not signing on to any document claiming $25 billion is what it is unless we see the numbers. We don't believe them. Don't believe them at all.
That's not good. President Rubio, you talked about pay parity. How do we sustain that workforce, which consists mostly of Black and brown women? How do we sustain that pay parity for them? It's important, or else we're going to lose that sector, and we'll have a generation of preschool students with nowhere to go.
Right.
We already have that with the preschoolers with special disabilities. Same thing would happen to that work.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. I'll make one comment about my colleague here.
Of course.
And yes, we don't want our principals to do more work than they had to, but we did do a survey, and Michael's right, we haven't gotten that data back yet. Principals know their building best, and too often if you're looking at a report, without getting too far into the weeds, and they see 2 special ed classrooms, they could be far apart. They think they're close together, they can knock down a wall, create a class. That's not the way that works. And so we need to see the details of those reports and work very closely with the school leader and their leadership teams at their level to really make sure that this works, right? We all want this. We got to get it done right. With regard to pay parity, again, I want to thank the council. I want to thank the speaker. You guys came through and put money into the reserves so that we can close the gap on pay parity for both our teachers and our directors and assistant directors. The city has yet to sit down with us and have one single conversation in true earnest about closing that gap. And it is threatening the system.
Absolutely.
Right now, we have Black and brown women that are earning less than the teachers they supervise. And the only reason why they're still doing that work is because they love their communities and because they're believing in you, Chair Joseph, our speaker, and in our leadership team here to keep fighting for them and making sure that we sustain this system.
Absolutely, or else we'll destabilize that sector and completely lose them, and they all go to New York City Public Schools, and we won't have CBO pay. So that's important. Where are you guys on the 4410 pay parity as well?
We haven't been engaged.
Okay. SOS to the administration. We need some engagement, right?
Yep.
Mr. Donald, how are you? 1,000. Tell me about the program for your air conditioning. How many so far do you know of your kitchens?
We believe there's about 100 kitchens that the school food budget has paid for, but that's not even a tip of the iceberg.
Right. And how was your staffers feeling about the cut to school food? The last thing on their mind was the school food budget, right?
Yeah, the cuts to school food, to the food itself. Are you referring to, Chair Joseph, to the food items that were cut?
The ones my kids were calling me about.
So the staffers as well, we were getting phone calls from them as well. Those items became popular. So of course the students are eating, and our staffers, most of them live in the communities they work in, right? They have a sense of attachment to the students. And so it's not just about feeding the students. When items are actually removed and the students no longer want to come up and say, hello, miss, hello, Mr., hello, auntie, right? The students are no longer coming up to their lines. They feel a sense of responsibility in some way, even though they're not responsible, but they feel a sense of responsibility.
And we called it unnecessary here. Even my statement, I called it unnecessary. As we see more and more students facing food insecurity, and here we are cutting the basic food. So the cafeteria enhancement also allows students, because it looks good. The cafeterias are a space for our students to socialize. So I thought touching school food was a little bit too much for me. So we made sure we got some of them, but not all of them. But knowing me, I will continue to fight on New York City, on behalf of New York City kids. They know that. So I thank you all.
Thank you.
And thank you for your continued partnership. Give the board president my best and tell him he has a partner.
Thank you so much to everyone on the panel. Our next panel, and apologies in advance for any name mispronunciations. Ari Shayer, Olivia Mock, Apreet Singh, Maxine Wu, Julianne Huang, Kulsum Tapal. Please make your way to the front table. Ari Shayer, you may begin your testimony. Ari.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Ari Shayer, and I'm a junior at the High School of American Studies at Lehman College in the Bronx. I'm a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project's mental health campaign team. First, I want us to understand that mental health is more than the absence of clinically diagnosed mental illnesses. Mental health is also the presence of well-being. School should not just be a place for children to learn. It should also be a place to cultivate and create who we will be in this world. But for me and for most students, it is a place that causes constant headaches and riddles us with anxiety. As a student, I'm told that I have to do a lot of extracurriculars and study all the time, endlessly crying over work and anxiously checking for test results. The competitive environment that our education system has created has led me to tie my self-worth to a number. I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. But why is this the system we continue to uphold? Why are schools like this? And when do I get to enjoy being a kid? Having a strong school-based system of support would help relieve some of this pressure. But how can we feel supported when a school of about 400 students, we have only 2 guidance counselors, and I'm not even sure we have a social worker? Who are we supposed to turn to for help? I know I'm not alone in voicing this concern. Last year, we collected survey responses from over 150 AAPI students from 40 high schools throughout New York City. And one of the top barriers to seeking mental health support is the presence and availability of their school social workers and guidance counselors. No one should have to feel that their mental health needs are an inconvenience. A student well-being should always be a top priority, because if students are not well, then the school system is failing them. We need our schools to be places where we are cared for, where teachers and students don't assume AAPI students are doing well, and where school leadership can center their actions and decisions around students' needs and experiences. Schools should include targeted questions on mental health for students, parents, and educators in the New York City School Survey and disaggregate survey results by race and ethnicity to better understand the diverse needs in our communities. Schools should be more intentional and thoughtful about creating spaces where students can share their stories and needs. To do that, we not need only to keep the 450 school social workers who were hired with the funding we are about to run dry, but also more culturally responsive therapists or counselors who care about students' mental health from a holistic perspective. We deserve to feel heard and supported. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Olivia?
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for having me and allowing this conversation. My name is Olivia Mock, and I'm a senior at Eleanor Roosevelt High School. I am a youth advocate on the Asian American Student Advocacy Project's mental health campaign team. As someone who's dealt with symptoms of depression and anxiety and has overall had several bumps in the road regarding my mental health, this is a topic that I hold very dearly. And with that said, I'm glad to be here to share a bit about my experiences and insight. For many AAPS students, including myself, a prevalent issue is a lack of comfort in discussing feelings about school with our families. This is often because of fear and stigma surrounding mental health. The model minority myth perpetuates the idea that AAPI students do not face mental health challenges, which further results in the assumption that AAPI students who perform well academically do not have mental health needs. The harsh reality is that many students experience a great deal of performance anxiety and link their self-worth to their productivity or grades. I know what it is like to feel inferior, specifically to my peers at school. For me, the feeling of never ever being good enough has been inescapable because of the extremely competitive nature of my school. I'm forced to suppress these thoughts out of fear of embarrassment and judgment. I thought schools were supposed to be places where students can thrive socially and emotionally, but due to systemic challenges and barriers, the sense of insecurity and urgency schools have created has led AAPI students to believe that our grades are the only things that matter and that we are just a number. We all deserve to be seen and cared for. We need better support systems in schools to help students cope, heal, and thrive. And that starts with school social workers. The COVID-19 Relief Fund allowed 450 new social workers to be hired across all NYC schools, which is certainly progress, but still not enough. That brings us to approximately 400 to 500 students per social worker, and this ratio is just not building the close support that students need. Ensuring that safe spaces are provided is something that should be made a top priority in order to make schools a more welcoming and comfortable setting. To clarify, we don't expect teachers to take care of our mental wellness on top of their already extensive workload. A school with total burnout is not at all a healthy school. All we ask is that more attention be directed to supporting mental health. While I'm a senior entering college in the fall, I do have a younger brother who's still in the NYC public school system, as I'm sure many people in this room have children or siblings in the same position. So, I would like to advocate for our youth to have what I did not have in my early education years, a true sense of support. We need the city to listen and care, not listen and cut. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Harpreet Singh.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Harpreet Singh, and I'm a senior at Stuyvesant High School. I'm a youth advocate for the Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP. ASAP is CACF's youth leadership program, and I am part of ASAP's language access campaign. Although I'm not an English language learner myself, I've had similar experiences. Coming from an Indian background, specifically as a Sikh, I know how alienation feels. When I was younger, some of my peers said I looked ridiculous and constantly asked what my turban represented. Questions like, what is that on your head, or why do you have a metal bracelet on, forced me to ponder about my worth amongst the students in my school. Why can't I stand alongside my classmates and feel comfortable? My father told me how lost he also felt when he came here 33 years ago. He struggled for nearly a decade alone in learning English and tirelessly had to find solutions to his problems without any guidance or support. It is frustrating and upsetting that things have not changed much in the world we live in today. The struggles of AAPI immigrant students often go unnoticed. From our research and learning from the surveys, we hear from AAPI English language learners that they are unable to converse in daily conversations, they feel left out by peers who are native English speakers, they don't feel supported by teachers because their teachers expect them to just know the content, they're not being offered certain classes or opportunities because guidance counselors think it is more important to focus on learning English, and they don't feel comfortable and confident to ask for help. Furthermore, they cannot go home and communicate any of these struggles with their parents because their parents also don't understand, and they're left alone to find their own resources. The cuts on bilingual programs, translation, and interpretation services would only further diminish the potential for immigrant students to be successful. Our schools should be the place for inclusivity, warmth, and potential. We should be proud and celebrate every part of our identity, but our current education system and this funding formula do not allow that. Lastly, I want to point out that the translation and interpretation services are just a start. Because learning English and being able to speak English is only one of the many challenges that immigrant students and families face, schools must continue to provide support for immigrant students throughout their educational journey. There are issues beyond translation, such as supporting immigrant students so their identities are not discriminated against and they can engage in meaningful spaces to practice their communication skills. We ask the Council to ensure the funding for immigrant students and families does not get cut. Our ultimate goal is to ensure that every student, including immigrant students, regardless of their background, feels proud of their identity and fully sees themselves in the school setting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Hakim Wu.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the Council for allowing this conversation. My name is Haishan Wu. I'm a junior at Manhattan Hunter Science High School and a youth advocate at the American Asian Students Advocacy Project's Language Access Campaign. I moved here 7 years ago with my family. Having no knowledge of English, it has been an overwhelming uphill battle ever since. In school, I felt lost and isolated. I was unable to fully engage with the lesson, had trouble making friends, and felt awkward walking in the hallways. Every day was a relentless effort to learn and adapt, with frustration often outweighing progress. I don't think my story surprises anyone. We all know the challenge immigrants, students, and families face. Yet, the budget cut will negatively impact translation and interpretation services in schools. I also want to point out that supporting immigrant students has to go beyond translation and academics. Some challenges and needs that my team had discovered through our research are that many AAPI ELLs ain't able to gain the language skills that would help them success in society. Last year, my team collected surveys responses from students from 18 high schools across the city. A common challenge we saw among AAPI ELLs is that they were too often being judged for their accent, for their speed at learning English, and for their ability to fit in. There's no single official language in this country. Why is the school system placing so much shame on ELLs when we really should be creating an environment where everyone, regardless of their language background, is seen and heard? In a diverse city like NYC, we must celebrate ability to speak more than one language. ELL students should never be discriminated against simply because they don't speak fluent English. We want schools to be intentionally about creating space for English language learners to actively learn and practice English language skills that will actually prepare them for success. Being able to read and complete assignment is not enough if we are unable to have casual conversation. As English learners, we need a space where we can truly engage in meaningful conversations where we are not judged. We want all students to be able to make friends, navigate through their education and career journey without language barrier, and be proud of themselves for being bilingual or multilingual speakers. We want all students, regardless of their background, to be welcomed, valued, and supported in school. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Julianne Wong.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of this council for allowing this conversation. My name is Julianne Huang, and I'm a senior at Staten Island Tech. I'm a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project's Anti-Bullying and Harassment Campaign. For many of us AAPIs, we have not always felt heard. Our identities and needs have often been misconstrued or blatantly ignored. In schools, that can manifest as microaggressions, vulgar language, and even physical violence. I vividly remember hearing of the cruelty that transpired in my middle school building. A Chinese boy and another non-API student had an intense argument that led that student to drag that Chinese boy into the bathroom. He then threw him onto the floor, stepped on him, and yelled out an ethnic slur. When I heard that tears and embarrassment followed that young boy, I was both sorry and angry. The action the school took was suspension. Did that solve any problem? No. How come no care and support was provided for a boy who was in pain, and why was nothing done to heal the host school community? Accidents and incidents happen due to a lack of empathy for each other and a lack of understanding about our community. But punishment is not the solution. We must address it with healing-based approaches. In our campaign group in ASAP, we addressed race-based bullying and harassment by advocating for restorative justice, a practice that prevents and repairs harm with understanding, cultural sensitivity, and healing for the broader community. Here in ASAP, we believe safety is not policing students or punishing them for their wrongdoings, but by the presence of student wellness. Last year, my team collected stories from over 55 API students across 22 New York City high schools on their experience with bullying and harassment in their schools. API students were asked to move to a different lunch table because of their foods, their accents were made fun of, and they were asked if they were terrorists. Council members, it is beyond disheartening that this is still happening in our schools, yet our schools are not able to address any of these from a healing approach due to a lack of funding. We see from school communications that there are plans for teachers and staff to receive more trainings, but as youth leaders and students, we have questions. What exactly do these trainings teach? We should know the specific topics that our teachers had training on. A broad concept like diversity training is not helpful to know. And who are attending these meetings? By that, I mean how many teachers and staff from each school attended them? And finally, how does the DOE measure or assess the effectiveness of these trainings? Just a simple exit survey at the end of the workshop does not show whether the staff are bringing changes into the schools. We are asking the city and the DOE to provide more transparency and accountability in these training sessions. Finally, to improve our school cultures and climate, each school must have a restorative justice coordinator who can properly address conflicts with an emphasis on care and growth instead of punishment. We urge the city to understand and acknowledge that any meaningful change to our school climates take time to implement and happen. Therefore, the funding should also be sustainable and not at risk of being cut. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kulsum.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kulsum Tapal, and I lead the education policy work, and I will also be testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families. You just heard from our ASAPers, our youth leaders. CACF is an advocacy organization fighting for equity for Asian American and Pacific Islanders. New York City students, regardless of income or background, deserve well-resourced, safe, and accessible schools. As CACF advocates for marginalized AAPI students and all New York students, this includes English language learners, immigrant and refugee students, low-income students, and students with disabilities, we demand a budget that prioritizes care, services, and resources. We are a part of the Emergency Coalition to Save Education programs, and we are witnessing firsthand the detrimental effects of impending funding cuts on essential educational programming. The drying up of COVID-19 funding threatens to cut more than $700 million from New York City public schools' fiscal year 2025 budget. While existing programming is not enough to support the needs of our students, we need these cuts restored to maintain the existing programming. Specifically, to maintain the existing course of programming, which is not enough, we need $113 million to support students with disabilities, $7 million for immigrant and English language learner families, $12.3 million to support students experiencing homelessness, $161 million for mental health and social emotional support, $399 million for 3K and pre-K support, and $36.3 million to support students with post-secondary efforts. So let's be clear. The decision to defund education is a deliberate one made by our city leaders. Immigrants and asylum seekers are being scapegoated as a consequence, painted as drains of resources. But the reality and the truth is far simpler. New York City has the resources to continue funding these vital services. It's simply a matter of allocation of priorities. I implore the council to fight for a budget where schools are fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you all for your advocacy. Continue to fight for what you need in your school. I started at 19, so you continue doing your advocacy. What support do you find most helpful at your schools? You could go down the line, if any.
For me personally, I want to feel heard and represented by the people who are supposedly supposed to help me, such as my council members, sorry, not council members, sorry, guidance counselors. I want to feel represented by them and that they can really understand my own issues. If they're there, they should be there for a reason. We shouldn't have to feel a sense of fear if we're talking to them about our issues or like they won't understand us. So just having that option of someone to go to is really important.
I was luckily able to go to middle school where I was able to have a guidance counselor that was always there to be able to support me. And I think that is really what's needed in schools, and I think that's what is best to support me, which is what I kind of outlined in what I said. It's just that now in schools, we don't really have the access. I know how busy my guidance counselors are, and so it's not their fault, but I know if I had that resource that I would definitely utilize it, and so would so many other students, and I know it could really help curb the problem of mental health in schools.
How long does it take you to see your guidance counselor or social worker at school? How long?
I mean, it really depends. Right now, they're all doing college meetings they each have 200 students, and they have scheduled meetings for, I think, most of the day. So, and they also have to do mandated therapy for certain students. So that really leaves a good 20 minutes in their schedule for me to even visit them.
Got it.
I'd like to have social workers and counselors that are available. A lot of the time when I walk into their offices, they'll be talking to someone else already, and it's just very disheartening because I have to leave and not get the support that I wanted originally. So just having more availability for them would be really great.
In my school, I would like more support for language supporting, because due to the fact that I was an ELL student beforehand, where we were not able to have enough support from staff and teachers in helping with communications, which it really create a struggle for me in speaking English. But as moving to high school, there is less helping from such staff. So I am hoping for more of those staff that helps other ELL students in assisting them in learning English.
And I always believe that speaking another language is a superpower. It's not a deficit. So you celebrate that other language you speak. Go ahead.
Well, my school has 3,000 students. Oh. So the guidance counselors have so many students to attend to that it really is difficult for them. And like I already mentioned, there's college applications and the college meetings. And so the same for me is that they'll most likely push it at the end of the day or maybe even after school, where students have other responsibilities to attend to. And so there's a lack of mental health services. And the issue is that the guidance counselors, because there's so many students, they can't approach one-on-one and they can't make that initiation. And students are also fearful of making that initiation because they don't want to get in trouble, they don't want their parents to, they don't have the confidence to engage with their parents or their teachers. And alongside that, with terms of language access, students still feel unnoticed, they don't feel seen. Even though my school is very diverse, has a very diverse population, there's so many students that speak multiple languages, there's no active services present for them to be able to talk. And parents can't communicate because there's no one present, and it makes it very difficult for them to be able to communicate. So in terms of mental health and language access, they're both a requirement in my school. Because of
in the language, you feel that the language is a barrier?
Yes.
Which makes you access resources. If you could have mental health funding, right, what would you like to see? Tell me, what would you like to see? I'm giving you mental health funding. What would you guys like to see? This is your chance. Tell me, what would you like to see? You spoke about mental health.
We definitely would like to see more school social workers. I think also more culturally responsive social workers based on different diverse communities in schooling. I know we talked to a school social worker who works at Dual Language, which is a mostly East Asian school, and her herself was East Asian, and she was talking about how helpful and how more responsive and more people feel welcome coming to her and sharing these personal details about their life with her because of the similar background. So that's something that I would really like to see reflected in schools.
Okay. Anyone else?
To add on to Ari, it's really important that students feel a real connection with their social workers. So just to reiterate what you said, just having a certain level of diversity with their social workers is really important so that we can reinforce certain connections among students and the social workers.
Go ahead.
This goes back to restorative justice, which I was talking about earlier, but I think it's easy to like point to external things like, oh, more social workers, more guidance counselors, but what's internal is very important as well. Like, we need to make sure that we're building community and all these other values such as respect internally within the school, so that, you know, these places where these students are spending hours of their days in is a safe and supporting space to be in. That really affects their mental health. So I think prevention is also a really important process of, you know, the mental health thing.
Okay. Thank you. I'm really proud of you. Keep doing your advocacy, and I will keep listening.
Thank you so much to everyone in this panel. Our next panel, Sandra Mitchell, Tina Zhang, Angel Ramirez, Atante DaCosta, Emma Gadd, and Lexi Greenberg. Please make your way to the front table.
This is the current that I just called.
Okay, and
They're
what's
coming
next?
down. And then this one.
Okay, and
Yeah,
those
so
are
you can
done.
just- yeah, these people, we called them, but they weren't here.
Got it.
We're gonna call them again.
We'll call them at the
Yes,
end.
Yeah. And then
midnight.
you said UYC, they want to go between 4:30 and 5 p.m. if possible.
Okay, it's
So when they
4:30
get here-
now.
They're not here yet, but when they
Who's
get here.
gonna tell me?
I'm gonna tell Jan to give you their slips like right
Okay.
when they get
Oh,
here.
they don't have slips yet. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I guess we're trying to prioritize students, so.
Oh, is this?
Blessings to Chair Joseph and all the council members here and everyone in the room. It's an honor to be in your presence. My name is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell, and I'm a parent leader with the New Settlement Parent Action Committee, also known as PAC, and also is a member organization with the New York Dignity in Schools Coalition and a Healing Center Schools Working Group. As a Bronx parent and a mental health advocate, it is clear that the city of New York needs to invest in our schools and our families and invest in social, emotional support for students and families, not increasing funding in policing. A student in crisis doesn't need policing, they need counseling. And as a counselor, I know this is true. Our students and families need trauma-responsive care and culturally responsive healing-centered practices, not pepper spray and restraints. Our school staff needs to be provided with the support and guidance to develop trauma-responsive healing-centered schools. It is time for New York City to reinvest in the highest quality education that respects the dignity of all students and pursues restorative approaches to conflict resolution, to conflict and harm. Reinvestment in supportive staff positions and continuous professional development. We're calling for funding to hire Black and brown New Yorkers for jobs that support young people's social, emotional, and mental health. We need to hire necessary personnel such as restorative justice coordinators, paraprofessionals, community outreach staff, nurses, social workers, and guidance counselors. Reinvesting in our public schools is the right thing to do. We must protect, empower, inspire, and nurture the genius in our New York City students. This is how we should be investing in our children and our city's future, and the city and the city council should no longer be investing in metal detectors and the policing of our youth. We should be investing in our future, not in furthering the cradle-to-prison pipeline. A city budget is a moral document. It shows our cities and our leaders' priorities. We hope you decide to invest in the future of our children and make New York strong again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Lexi Greenberg, and I'm a founding member of my public high school's Restorative Justice Action Team, and I'm here to demand $75 million to expand restorative justice in schools. I started high school in 2020, making it close to impossible to make friends. Then one day, my advisor was having a lesson on the history of Black Lives Matter, and at the time, I was the only Black student. During the lesson, 2 boys in my class made some jokes and comments I was extremely uncomfortable with, and I left the lesson feeling angry and attacked. Having experienced many racial microaggressions in the past, I felt I had to do something. So I reported them to my guidance counselor, asking for a suspension for their racist behavior, but the guidance counselor asked for me to have a meeting with them instead. I felt the authority figures at my school were downplaying my experience and refusing to protect me, even when a vital part of my identity was under attack. I felt unseen, unheard, and silenced. So I went to my principal so that he could execute full disciplinary action, but he also encouraged me to have a meeting with the boys with members of the guidance staff present. So I reluctantly agreed, but in that meeting I realized that these guys didn't mean any real harm and just spoke from a place of ignorance. These guys went to mostly white middle schools that never broached the topic of Black Lives Matter and never talked about it in their home lives. They were confused because they didn't understand why and how their actions hurt me. Once they understood, they were extremely apologetic and regretful. So I left that meeting with 2 sincere apologies and didn't seek disciplinary action. Those 2 boys became my first friends, and they helped me find my people. I made a choice to listen and see the people on the other side of the problem instead of burying myself in resentment and hate, and that opened me up to a whole new universe of joy and acceptance. This is why restorative justice matters. It is because of this incident that I ended up helping my school establish our own restorative justice action team, where we have been working hard to implement programs into our school, such as peer mediation counseling and restorative justice training for students. These programs that have been extremely helpful at improving the school community and decreasing incidents are the same ones that would suffer under these currently planned budget cuts. We need to not define people by their flaws and not hold their worst moments over their head as their defining feature. Traditional disciplinary actions just create educational spaces of alienation, but restorative justice teaches forgiveness, acknowledgement, and acceptance, and this is why it needs to be protected in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Hi, my name is Angel Ramirez, and I'm representing Yaya and Dignity in Schools campaign. First of all, I want to say thank you for hearing us out and actually being able to have a conversation with us. And I'm here to not ask, but to demand to expand restorative justice in schools by $75 million. I'm making this statement, this demand, because we need to fight that school-to-prison pipeline that's affecting the youth, younger generations. I remember when I used to go